Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to another emergency stream. And today we are seeing massive attacks being launched by Iran this very second. This is a very large attack on Israel right now. We have the breaking news and footage coming out at this very moment as the escalation is ramping up significantly right now at this very hour. And it's good to see you all once again.
And at this very moment in time, we have just heard that the Islamic Republic of Iran, only a few minutes ago, right when we went live, has launched hundreds of ballistic missiles from the territory of Western Iran towards the state of Israel, with impacts expected within less than 10 to 15 minutes from the time that this stream went live. We are also going to be covering all of the major developments that have been ongoing throughout the rest of the day, as significant airstrikes have been conducted by the Israeli Armed Forces, and it appears that according to the Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli Air Force has been able to claim complete air superiority over the skies of Tehran, and Iranian government officials are currently fleeing the country en masse to escape to the Russian Federation at this time, with Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps officers stating that any officials or any members of the IRGC that are caught fleeing the country will be declared as traitors and executed on sight. We have a great deal of developments at this moment, and right now I do want to make it incredibly clear that we are going live at the very moment as hundreds of Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched and are flying over Iraq at this very moment in time towards to the area of the state of Israel. We do have video and picture evidence to be able to corroborate these claims, showing some of the launches of these ballistic missiles in this video clip right here.
خب شروع دور جدید حملات ایران از اصفهان. فعلا 4 تا داره میره. MashaAllah.
This appears to be a much larger attack than what that we saw yesterday. This one appears to be extremely large. We're not told exactly how many missiles it is, but right now we are hearing explosions in apparently in northern Israel and Haifa, which is a very populated city right now in Israel. And I do have some footage, Enforcer, of that. If you refresh the very top of the Twitter page, I do have some footage showing apparently explosions being heard in the city as of this moment.
Haifa is a significant city within the state of Israel and is one of the two major ports where 50% of all container and intermodal traffic is passed through in the country. We can hear significant explosions, although we do not see any impacts at the port of Haifa below on the camera view. This may be the sound of air defense interceptors firing, or it may be the sounds of Iranian missiles impacting into the ground below inside of the area of the port of Haifa. At this moment, at least according to the information we're getting right now live, it appears that the port of Haifa is the significant target of this ongoing Iranian attack, which is something that would largely line up with an attempt to try and dehabilitate the Israelis logistically, as the port of Haifa is one of only two major ports within the area of the state of Israel that is able to accept any significant amounts of bulk aggregate cargo or any kind of intermodal cargo inside of the country, along with the port of Ashdod, which is also a significant port as well. We have also been able to hear that there is even more breaking news coming out at this moment, as Iranian missiles have now entered Israeli airspace. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so we do have some breaking news right now. Once again, this is a very large missile attack that Iran is launching right now. This is much larger than the last one, and it's much more serious, and it's targeting specifically northern Israel right now. We are getting footage showing Iranian missiles over Syria right now, and it appears to be quite a few in the sky. And we're also seeing other footage as well showing interceptions of missiles, and it looks like the Iron Dome is hard at work. Right now, there is no evidence that the Iron Dome has been overwhelmed, but of course, with this large volume of missiles, that is always a real possibility. So let's take a look at some of our footage here.
And we can see this video here that was already playing while Matthew was speaking, showing some of the missiles coming in over the area of northern Israel. We could also see here over the northern West Bank, once again, dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles visibly seen from this area of the West Bank as they were flying in towards the area of the port of Haifa. This guy is trying to repeat the humana 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 thing from SpongeBob, but we can see the missiles flying over the horizon and towards Haifa, and it does appear that we can see multiple explosions over the horizon, most likely impacting the port of Haifa at that moment. We also were able to see additional video and picture evidence of this ongoing missile attack at the area of the port of Haifa, which we can see in this clip right here.
Gosh, that's crazy. Why is
That is quite a few coming in this time. Also, we do have some footage as well when you're done with this of the original launches from Iran. We see them actually being launched from Iranian territory straight over toward Israel when we get done with this video right here.
And we'll be going to that right after the conclusion of this video, once again showing us another viewpoint and angle of the major missile attack that has just impacted the port of Haifa. We have not been able to get initial damage assessments and reports. It doesn't appear that air interceptors were able to intercept a large amount of these Iranian ballistic missiles, possibly suggesting significant damage into the port facilities itself, and possibly even knocking out some of the major port works that help for the Israeli state to be able to accept foreign cargoes, which Israel is heavily reliant on imports, and also military equipment as well. We were able to see, let's see here, Matthew, I don't think we are seeing at the moment on the Twitter the videos of the launches. It does appear that we have some clear damage in Haifa as smoke and fire is smoldering from the city streets below. And if we were to take a more pertinent look around Haifa and to try and find at least something that looks similar to what we're seeing here on film, it is possible that the lights that we're seeing may be coming from the actual port facilities, which is showing that the fires are actually offset further back and inside of the city of Haifa itself, instead of the actual port infrastructure, which is vital to the maintenance of the Israeli state and its ability to continue to conduct economic activity. I still haven't seen the clips, Matthew, though, of the Iranians.
So go back to the Twitter page, the profile, and scroll down, and you'll spot them about 10 or 15 posts down.
All right, so let's see if we can find those really quickly. And actually, we can see one clip here of one ballistic missile being launched, along with several others from an area around Tehran. Interestingly enough, not within Western Iran. It actually appears that they were inside of Tehran at the moment. But we also have this clip right here. We actually have already showed this one earlier, but we'll be showing it again as we can see the launch of the ballistic missiles. We've also been able to hear that while this strike is ongoing against the state of Israel, and we are seeing multiple impacts within the area of the port of Haifa, that the United States Armed Forces are actually preparing to take military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran at this moment. Really quickly to share y'all with this, as this is also an ongoing developing story in the meantime, the United States Department of Defense has ordered for the U.S. Army's Delta Force to prepare to take control of the Fordo uranium enrichment plant deep inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, further north towards the area of Fordo, which my mouse cursor is circling over right there. We have also been able to hear additional statements that all U.S. bases inside the region are also on high alert as well, possibly suggesting that Delta Force activity inside the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran, or largely U.S. military activity in support of the state of Israel, may be imminent at this very moment in time. We do also have more breaking news on the ongoing attack inside the port of Haifa at this very moment. Matthew, what do we have?
All right. So, of course, we are seeing an ongoing attack by Iran inside of Haifa, which is one of Israel's very populated cities in the northern part of their country. We're also getting word as well that while that attack is taking place that Iran is conducting on Israel, Israel is simultaneously launching their own counterattack right now at this very moment on Tehran, and also they are striking in Yemen as well. So there are dual counteroffensives here in Yemen and Tehran at this very moment from aerial assets by Israel. So we are seeing literally a live response to this incident. We do not have any video coming out from either source at the moment, but we are hearing that the IAF, the Air Force of Israel, is currently striking many different targets inside of both cities. So apparently it looks like they might be targeting maybe the high-end neighborhoods again. That appears to be maybe the target, but right now we're really not sure. But just to report, there is an ongoing counterattack by the Israelis as their country is also under attack right now at current.
And really quickly, I also want to make sure that we keep our map up to date here, so that way all of y'all who are watching the stream right now can make sure to click on the link in the description below to go to this map and make sure that you see everything as it's happening. We will be putting in all of the informations about the missiles that we have at the moment in the ongoing attack against the port of Haifa. It appears that at this moment, at least according to the information that we have, most of the missiles that were fired by the Islamic Republic of Iran just minutes ago appear to be impacting around the port of Haifa specifically, and not really anywhere else. We'll also be putting more videos and angles of the incoming missile attacks that just hit Haifa a moment ago here on our map, so that y'all can make sure to watch it whenever y'all want to click on the link in the description below. I'm also going to be making sure to put down this clip here. I believe this is one of the ones that actually showed impacts on Haifa, and we'll also be putting down any picture or video evidence of the impacts and damage at Haifa. So really quickly, let me make sure to label, catalog, and put all of this down on the map. This is a rapidly developing situation at the moment, folks, and I'm trying to make sure that I talk quickly enough so that we can make sure to get through the news at a rapid enough pace to also get through this and then cover all of the ongoing live developments that we're hearing at this time. So let me go up here to the top really quickly and get the pictures of fires in Haifa so that way we can confirm that there is damage and also show that for all of y'all here on the map. So damage in Haifa. And at the moment, it seems as though the initial Iranian ballistic missile attack, which was just fired, has ended. However, there is something significant to be said, that we are believing that there will be an even larger array of Iranian ballistic missile attacks that are going to be conducted here within minutes. The Islamic Republic of Iran...
Actually, correction. The missile attack is still ongoing right now at this very moment, and it looks like more missiles are on the way, according to the information that we have. So it is not yet over. It's still happening. Mainly Haifa is still the target of these attacks, but eyewitnesses are reporting they see more missiles on the way across the skies of Jordan and other cities, or excuse me, other countries around the area as well. So this attack is still in the initial phase, actually, and it is definitely not over just yet.
And it does appear that at this time, we are still waiting for more ballistic missiles to come into the state of Israel. This appears to be an initial attack against the port of Haifa, but there are statements that apparently there's going to be a larger series or array of attacks that will be conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran here within the next few minutes, most likely alone after this ongoing wave against Haifa, as we were able to hear by Iranian officials earlier that there will be thousands of missiles fired over the course of this day against the state of Israel in an attempt to overwhelm their air defense. At the moment, it appears that they may have developed a new kind of missile attack doctrine where they focalize their attacks on a specific point, hoping to overwhelm the interceptors and stop any attempts to be able to sway or at least blow up the incoming Iranian missiles. But we still have breaking news coming in at this moment, and I understand, Matthew, that we have some more. Please take it away.
All right. So right now we're getting massive word right now from Israel that the attack inside of Yemen that we just reported on a moment ago is apparently significant and dramatic, and it was a precise assassination attempt on the leader of the Yemeni Houthi rebels. So right now we're hearing that potentially the leader of the Yemeni Houthis might be assassinated right now at this very moment. We're not really sure just yet. We're trying to get reports on it to figure out what's actually happening with it. But Israel Channel 12 is describing this as a dramatic and significant attack and a precise assassination attempt on the Yemeni Houthi leader. So that is massive news right now. Also, by the way, we're being told that, once again, confirmation that it was a senior Houthi leader that was the target of the assassination attempt. And right now, we're just not sure exactly what is happening with that. But putting aside the Yemen story for just a moment, back to Haifa real quick. We are still seeing the attack on Haifa by Iran with these ballistic missiles, and we are seeing a confirmed impact on the refinery in Haifa, Israel. And we're getting footage right now from the refinery itself. It looks like there was a hit on the site of the refinery that Israel operates. So, Enforcer, we might want to take a look there. It looks like it might have hit smack dab in the middle of the refinery, actually. It looks like it might be a dead-on hit.
And let's see here. Really quickly, I want to see if we can find this refinery around the port of Haifa. It is fairly likely that it's actually within the port facility or close to the port facility itself. But let me make sure to look around the shoreline. It was very close to the shoreline, at least in the clip we had just a second ago. And I am not seeing the refinery, at least anywhere further up and down the coast. So I believe that this area right here near to these fuel storage tanks is actually the area that is technically the refinery that the state of Israel operates out of Haifa. So actually, correction, the oil refinery is right here, just across the street for the great deal from the port of Haifa itself. But this appears to be where the impacts by the Israeli missile, well, the Iranian missiles have landed, is inside of the confines of this oil refinery facility that we were able to show on the map. So really quickly, everyone, I'm going to be going over here, and I'm going to be making sure to mark down in this area the oil refinery that was hit, and we're going to highlight it with a yellow box so that we can show that it has taken damage specifically on this day, which is Saturday, our time, generally Sunday, Israeli time. So it appears that
Also,
one refinery has been hit.
Enforcer, while you're reporting on that right there and adding that polygon to the map to show the hit on the refinery, we will show that video here in just a moment. Also, by the way, we are getting reports of exo-atmospheric interceptions over Haifa, indicating that, once again, the multiple different systems that Israel uses to shoot down these incoming ballistic missiles are hard at work and shooting down most targets incoming. Now, usually when we see this happening, usually there are a couple of ballistic missiles which do make it through the system, but it's usually not a lot. But it looks like the refinery in Haifa was one successful hit by the Iranians so far throughout this attack. But Enforcer, if we can, let's show that video of that refinery real quick so that way people can get a gist of what that looks like.
Gotcha. And let me make sure to put this down on the map really quickly, and let's go to that video. This is actually a video filmed from the area around the port of Haifa, showing the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems conducting in-air interceptions. Actually, it's not in-air, it's actually exo-atmospheric. Here's the clip. We can see the exo-atmospheric interceptions being conducted well outside of the atmosphere above the port of Haifa, clearly showing that there is an Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile system based out of this area of northern Israel. We see another interception being conducted. Well, you see what appears to be a missile actually burning up after it was hit.
It looks like generally the systems, the air defense systems in Haifa are working pretty good, so that's a good sign. It's just that it looks like a couple are making it through.
It does appear that many are making it through at the moment, but we can still see a large amount of exo-atmospheric interceptions being conducted. There are actually a significant number of Iranian ballistic missiles that would have to be intercepted in an exo-atmospheric trajectory by the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile system, which is the only system, mind you, that is currently in service with the Israeli armed forces that is able to conduct these kinds of exo-atmospheric interceptions. Right now, we understand that there are a multitude of Iranian ballistic missiles that could have been used in that attack that were just intercepted in an exo-atmospheric interception by the Arrow 2 system. We also have additional footage as a matter of fact, of the large volume of the interceptions that were being conducted by the Arrow. And so, Matthew, do we have...
So actually, the footage I have here, the new footage here, apparently shows an up-close view of it. Appears to be probably the refinery inside of Haifa right now. I think this is an up-close video of it. So let's see if this is indeed the case.
So there's some sort of a radio tower right here, it appears, and there's a fire off in the distance. And we can see what appears to possibly be condenser towers that are lit up as usual, like at most refineries. So this is suggesting, at least in this clip, that there is a fire. Unfortunately, we cannot orient where this video is coming from, whether it's north of the refinery or south, but we can confirm that there is some sort of a significant hit on one of the extremities, either east or west, on the facility. That means that we could have seen a hit over here near to one of these condenser towers, which you can see a large number of them, or it could have been over here. And actually, as a matter of fact, we may be able to tell that a lot easier here because it actually appears that there is an open area lacking condensing towers where that fire is currently coming from, meaning that if we were to take this video as for what it is, this video was most likely filmed somewhere north of the refinery and was looking over here into this specific area. As a matter of fact, we might be able to find a radio tower as well that will be able to give that, and actually there's the radio tower right there, so we are dead on the nail. It appears that the fire is actually on the northern side, the northwestern side of the facility, up here near to roadway 4, just on the northern side of the refinery. So we can actually put that clip down as showing a confirmed hit on the refinery. We are not sure at the moment what kind of damage has been sustained by the oil refinery, but we're going to be putting that right there in the northern area of the facility and putting clear hit as the name for that video.
Also, Enforcer, just some more information here about the Haifa oil refineries. Right now, that is our only confirmed hit in Haifa. There have been obviously other hits in Haifa. We saw that from the live view camera photo just a moment ago. There's been more hits than just the refinery, but there is a confirmed hit, as we see here in the footage, on the Haifa oil refinery. It appears to be this refinery is operated by the Bazan Group, which is Israel's largest oil processing facility, and it processes about 9.8 million tons of crude oil annually, and it's considered a very large facility inside of Israel for producing oil. So a very crucial structure that was hit here, and it looks like it was directly hit at some part of the refinery, maybe on the main equipment area of the refinery itself. So quite bad indeed. That was a pretty strategic hit by the Iranians right there, and it appears it did make it through all the air defense systems. So a pretty bad hit.
Yes, and that is definitely true. We do understand that this hit is somewhere near to the northwestern area of the refinery inside of Haifa at the moment. It may have been on one of these smaller storage tanks, or it may have actually been on one of the larger fuel storage tanks here in the very northwestern part of the compound. Unfortunately, we are not able to triangulate, at least based off our current video evidence, the exact location of the fire beyond it being within the northwestern quadrant of this oil refinery at the moment. We are going to be waiting to see if we can get any additional developments, video or picture evidence, information about the incoming hits in Haifa. But Matthew, I believe we have some more intelligence.
Okay, so right now in Tehran, let's jump away from Israel and move back to Tehran for a minute. There's something happening there. Residents in northern Tehran are saying that smoke and flames are covering the entire sky. There's been a humongous explosion there, and we're getting reports that Israel is targeting every single gasoline tank that stores gasoline inside of northern Tehran right this very minute. There's a photo allegedly showing some of it, but this is not the massive explosion that took place. Right now, we do not have photos of that massive fireball, but the residents are saying the fire is terrifying, quote unquote. It's massive, and there's a massive commotion of residents running away as the fire is engulfing a large portion of northern Tehran. This is a huge fire, and I wish we had a video showing it or a picture, but sadly we don't right now. But there appears to be the targeting of gasoline depots in northern Tehran right now as retaliation for the attack on Haifa that is still taking place right now. So I wish we had photos of it because it appears to be an extremely large fireball. It must have been a very large gasoline depot that was hit. And we'll have to wait for more footage to come out because right now I simply don't have it.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting for more confirmation of the hits that have been made inside of Haifa by the Iranian ballistic missiles that just came in, we can actually go over to Tehran for a moment and look around the northern region, because considering the size and scale of that fire, we generally assume that it has to be a larger oil tank or oil tank farm that has been hit to create such a large explosion as that. And if we were to look around, this northern area of Iran, at least at a this northern area of Tehran, mind you, this is not northern Iran, we can possibly find ourselves a tank that would match up to have such a significant explosion. It actually appears that we were able to find some right here. It does appear that these may be the ones that were involved in the explosion. There are residential areas nearby, and it does actually fall directly within being inside of northern Tehran. So that may actually be our fuel storage facility that was just mentioned by eyewitness reports to have exploded. We'll be putting this down as a possible news marker and news bulletin at the moment while we were waiting to confirm more information about that at this time because we are not exactly sure if that is the fuel facility or not. It looks to be the case, so we'll be putting it down in the meantime. So that's the exact area of the tanks, and we'll put down oil tanks possible explosion, so that way we can make sure to document the exact locations of the airstrikes that are currently ongoing right now in both Haifa and Tehran simultaneously by the Israeli Air Force and also by the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. But Matthew, I do understand that we actually have even further information about ongoing developments that are going on elsewhere. So what do we got?
All right. And also, by the way, folks, please bear with me here. I'm trying to cover 5 different fronts of news at the same time because right now we have counterattacks, multiple counterattacks going on. We also have assassination attempts going on, and also we have major explosions happening in the capital of Iran, that is. So bear with me here. We're going to jump over to Tehran once again for just a moment. Right now, we're getting word of a targeted assassination attempt on the ground inside of Tehran, inside an apartment building using an FPV drone, presumably by Israeli agents on the ground. So we are seeing that some apartment has been targeted. And Enforcer, that video is on our Twitter page. It's about, I would say, 6 or 7 posts down, and we do have a video showing this assassination attempt inside of Tehran on the ground by Israel agents, allegedly. So let's take a look at that.
Is this it right here?
That is it.
All right, so let's take a look at it. You can see a whole bunch of eyewitnesses looking up at an illuminated building, and we can also see smoke and possible fire damage on the side of it. Once again, it appears that Mossad agents are operating on the ground in the city currently and are attempting to use FPV drones with explosives attached to target and assassinate key individuals that are still hiding inside the city within multiple different areas. We do not know the exact location of this clip, but we are going to be putting down the Mossad FPV assassination as its marker here on the map, and we'll be putting that within northeastern Tehran, considering that a large amount of the high-profile government officials that have been targeted so far are being targeted within that area of the city, at least over the past 2 days. We have also been able to hear that we have more additional news coming out of Yemen at this moment, as Israeli airstrikes about 20 minutes ago began on the area of western Yemen, currently under Houthi control, and an attempt to, and I quote at least according to our initial information, to assassinate top leaders of the Yemeni Houthi forces and possible IRGC officers that are there at this time. And so, Matthew, what news do we have on that developing situation?
All right, so jumping back down to Yemen, like the Enforcer just mentioned, we're currently hearing unverified reports from Israeli media that they're trying to confirm the assassination of Houthi leader Abdul Malik al-Houthi, according to Israeli media. This is the individual right here that could be dead as of this very moment. We're trying to get confirmation of that. Right now, Israeli media suggesting that he likely is dead, and this is once again the longtime leader of the Houthi rebels, which has been causing a massive problem with U.S. shipping lanes and also with Israel as well. This individual might be dead as of this moment in a targeted assassination by Israel, and we're waiting for more confirmation that he is taken out. So I would say the odds of this guy being taken out is generally pretty fair. I would say 50-50 at this point. So we're just waiting for more confirmation from the Israeli sources. But that is a massive story right now coming out of Yemen.
And it appears that while the orb of judgment yesterday that was supposedly floating over Tehran, which we spoke about in great detail on this channel, may have never had any corroboration or evidence to the story, and it may have been a hoax by the people on the ground for some reason, it does appear that there is a figurative orb of judgment that is now traveling throughout the entirety of the Middle East and largely wiping out any enemies of the United States and the Western world at large, as it now appears that the leader of the Houthis, the namesake of the Houthis, Abdul Malik al-Houthi, may have possibly been assassinated by an Israeli airstrike only moments ago. Meanwhile, on top of that information coming out of western Yemen, we do understand that Israeli airstrikes are currently hitting some oil farms, at least presumably at this moment, within the area of northern Tehran, and we're also hearing a further damage at the oil refinery inside of Haifa. We actually have some additional video and picture evidence to show y'all, at least incredibly brief, showing us more damage that was clearly caused at the Haifa refinery just moments ago, which we can see in this clip right here, and we can also see in picture evidence in just a second. Moving on from that clip and on into our next one, we also got to see the fire damage. Once again, this fire is clearly inside of an oil refinery. We can see the usual kind of infrastructure and buildings that would be required to refine and process any kind of crude oil, and we can see a large amount of condenser towers, once again indicating to us that the information is verified. This hit is inside the refinery. Interestingly enough, though, we can actually see in this video that it appears that one of the fires is more central in the facility within the condensing towers itself, so we'll be putting down another mark for a second confirmed hit here in the middle of the refinery. And let me make sure to put this down. Sorry, everyone, it's really hard to type and talk at the same time, but we'll be putting that down right there and then putting our marker and our explosion icon and let everyone know that that was a dead-on impact inside of Haifa by the Iranian ballistic missiles. Meanwhile, we are still hearing that there is a great deal of developments and additional information still coming out of the area of Tehran at this moment, as Israeli airstrikes are still landing their marks throughout the entirety of the city. What do we got, Matthew?
All right, so we have our first confirmed picture evidence showing one of the strikes on the many gasoline depots that have been hit inside of Tehran. Right now, we are seeing it appears to be probably in that area where the enforcer just geolocated just a moment ago. It looks to be in that same general direction based on the photo we're seeing. And right now, it is confirmed a very large plume of smoke, and that would line up with the eyewitness reports saying that they saw a massive fireball that engulfed a large portion of northern Tehran when it was struck. And apparently, a very large depot that was hit. It held a lot of gasoline that just went up in blazes and is still burning right now. So that appears to be the case. We also did get more confirmation that not only was this one struck, but all the other fuel terminals across northern Tehran was also struck as well. But I don't have any more picture evidence rather than that one photo at this very moment. So that is the news coming out of Tehran.
Also, it appears that we actually got some additional information that apparently al-Houthi was not the target of the ongoing Israeli airstrike inside of Yemen, at least according to information that we have right now. The target of the Israeli strike in Yemen was Houthi military chief of staff Muhammad al-Gamari, according to Israeli officials. The results of the strike are still currently unknown, at least according to our official reports at the moment, and so we'll be putting it down that the Houthi, I believe it was the Houthi chief of staff, if I'm correct, and let's see, yes, it was the Houthi chief of staff, was targeted in the attack. So let me make sure to put that down, and so that way we can make sure that everyone's able to follow the story on our map. And so we'll be putting that down with a bugle to show a significant development that isn't saying that an airstrike happened, but giving more additional major information about that ongoing airstrike inside of Yemen at the moment. Right now we do...
Oh, I got a bit breaking news right now. We've got our first video evidence showing the humongous fireballs right now inside of northern Tehran. We're seeing multiple refineries burning, including also gasoline depots as well in northern Tehran, and it does match up with eyewitness reports. These are massive fireballs right now, and it's consuming a huge area of northern Tehran. So we have picture evidence and also video evidence as well. These are humongous fires happening right this second. Very devastating. So Enforcer, let's take a look, if we can, at that video and show the people what's going on, because it's crazy to see, really.
And as a matter of fact, really quickly before we get to that video, we were just able to confirm that this is the Shahran oil depot in western Tehran, and according to our geolocations, that is actually the oil depot that we had geolocated at quick eyeball glance only minutes ago, verifying the information that that is the specific oil depot that has been hit. We do have the videos of the fire, and it quite truly looks like Dante's Inferno to hell has opened up in Tehran just moments ago.
What is that sound in the background? Do you hear that?
It sounds like maracas. I don't know why someone's just back there like vibing with the maracas, but beyond that, it does appear that outside the oil depots are not necessarily vibing; they're on fire. It does seem as though, at least from this video right here, and we can also once again use this video and key landmarks being illuminated by this giant blaze to be able to make sure that this is the Shahran oil depot inside of western Tehran. We can see that behind the hill there is a large high voltage power line, which we can also see right here as well, and we can also see that that power line is straddling a small ridge that is followed by a second one behind it, which we can see right over here. We can even see in this video the small little buildings, which are just about right there, you can hardly see them, that also are on that second ridge line, once again confirming that it is the Shahran oil depot that is actually on fire within northern Tehran, confirming that our information earlier was accurate according to eyewitness reports, and it appears that citizens are most likely fleeing from the neighborhoods at the Qa'im 4 M4 and M3 streets that we're currently seeing just about a quarter to a half mile south of the ongoing burning refinery. As a matter of fact, we can actually get a specific location of where this person is filming from because they have a water tower in their clear view. And if we were to find that water tower here, we can actually see exactly where they were filming from. And so if we are looking around here and we're looking for a large cylindrical object, and that should give us a very clear giveaway as to exactly where this person was, and unfortunately we cannot find that water tower easily. That seems to be a little bit more elusive than everything else so far, but it does appear that this clip was filmed somewhere from the eastern side of the facility. So we'll be putting down that video marker somewhere near to the eastern side of the facility, right over here, and showing video of Shahran Depot on fire, so that way we can make sure that everyone is following along.
It does appear, though, that Israel said yesterday, and also Iran also said it themselves, that if Israel or Iran attacked each other's gas infrastructure or any of their energy infrastructure, then it would become an all-out energy battle, basically. They'd start striking each other's gas depots, refineries, and things like that, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. We're seeing right there in the video the humongous gas depot and refinery going up in smoke and flames, and we also saw the Iranians strike the Haifa refinery inside the major Israeli city of Haifa as well. So it appears to expand it to energy infrastructure as of today in this very attack. Also, by the way, we are hearing of a brand new wave of Iranian strikes. They're calling it the Sadek-3 drone missile being launched by the IRGC in response to these renewed attacks by the Israeli regime right now. So we do have videos of those being fired from Iran, and they're heading toward Israel. Not sure what the target is, but they're heading toward Israel right now.
And we can actually see the incoming missiles right here. Once again, an incredibly large number of them. They appear to be in the dozens at this moment, entering Israeli airspace. And it does appear that the Israeli interceptors are not largely seen, at least in the moment. We can see some interceptions being made almost right above their targets. And we can also see more Israeli interceptors being fired over the horizon, attempting to meet the Iranian missiles, but still not able to intercept all of them. A decent amount of them did make it through. It appears
it's kind of surprising to me that Iran still has the ability to respond the way they're responding right now, because Israel struck a lot of their radar systems. They've struck a lot of their missile launchers. We've seen video of the IDF striking literally individuals getting ready to launch ballistic missiles. So the fact they're able to still launch a retaliation like this is kind of surprising to me, at least, because it seems like a lot of their capabilities have been or should have been knocked out by now.
It does appear that it is quite interesting to see the kind of response that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps can give, and this is the response that they're giving actually in the midst of their group organization, for the large part, unraveling. We were able to get information earlier today that some Iranian officials are actually fleeing to Russia along with their families to practically live in exile at this point before the Islamic Republic of Iran has even collapsed. We also were able to hear later on that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps also gave a warning that any Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps members not showing up for duty will be considered a traitor, and this follows with the punishment in the Islamic Republic of Iran of execution on the spot for acts of treason or being a traitor. It does appear that this is also following along on the rumor that many IRGC members had disappeared, largely fleeing the country earlier today, and is starting to show us that in the midst of these ongoing responses by both sides, some IRGC officials have actually decided to pick up the carpet bag and start running off to the Russian Federation at the moment. But we do have more ongoing developments and information still coming out at this time, and I want to make sure that we keep these earlier developments of news that happened today at least in the back burner for now, while we're still watching all of the ongoing actions and military responses that are currently being conducted by the State of Israel and the Islamic Republic of Iran against each other at the moment. I do also have to keep in mind for all of you that we are hearing initial rumors and reports that the United States Delta Force of the U.S. Army is apparently preparing to make landfall deep inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the Fordo uranium enrichment plant, and it appears that information has actually had some corroboration to it, to the point that we were actually following that as a possible developing story at this moment. We are most likely expecting that U.S. involvement in the conflict will only happen once the Islamic Republic of Iran attacks U.S. facilities, which is something that we have not seen at this moment. The United States Armed Forces are on high alert throughout the region at this time, and we are able to hear that any armed base within the area is currently waiting and expecting some sort of an attack by the Islamic Republic Republic of Iran, and it appears that the United States and the State of Israel will not be alone for long, as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland has started to move their warplanes and warships into the Middle East at this moment, according to the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. This is also coming as significant developments are also being heard as the Islamic Republic of Iran is starting to get a little drastic and looking for actions that may be able to help them out, at least in the short term, as some Iranian parliamentary members have actually floated the idea of closing off the Strait of Hormuz to international traffic. The Strait of Hormuz is a small chokehold for the large part leading into the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, where a large amount of petroleum tankers and other kinds of crude oil tanker vessels are able to transit into the Persian Gulf and access the rich oil fields of Kuwait, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia, along with the United Arab Emirates and Qatar and Bahrain, to be able to access the oils that many countries around the world consider to be their lifeline. If the Islamic Republic of Iran attempted to close off this international waterway, which is used by dozens, if not really the entirety of the world's countries, this could start to cause massive shocks and after effects for the global oil markets, which could start to see skyrocketing prices due to the lack of availability of Middle Eastern oil. This will also lead to a spike in prices of American, Russian, and other foreign oils that are currently not inside the Middle East, which will start to absolutely crash global transportation markets and start to bring global economic activity pretty much to a complete halt at that point. While we are covering that ongoing information and development, I do understand that Matthew has been able to get even more information and news of the ongoing military situation. And Matthew, what do we have?
All right. So right now we're getting initial word from Israel that apparently the Home Front Command is allegedly saying that it's safe to exit the shelters inside of Israel. Once again, I want to always give this disclaimer. If you're watching from Israel right now, always adhere to your government instructions. Do not take our word as fact. I'm simply reporting what we're hearing through multiple different sources. So take our word with a grain of salt on that. Always adhere to your government instructions. But that's what we're hearing right now based on the Israel War Room's information. But also, by the way, we do have on-the-ground footage from the Sharon oil field in western Tehran. Actually, not western Tehran. I think they're confused there a little bit. But the Sharon oil field is now on fire, and we see a guy walking around the perimeter of it, showing us how large these are from the ground, which appear to be pretty massive.
Someone's vibing out back here. I respect it. But it does appear that most of the major oil tanks at Shahran have been blown up. Also, I just heard, was that Blip Kosher over there, Matthew, in the video? He just went, "What?" I was like, no way. I was like, he's here. Like, that's crazy. But we can't see
Also,
the
Enforcer, after this video right here, once again, that was the Sharon oil field in Tehran that's on fire. We have seen a couple different angles of that right now. So this is definitely a confirmed strong hit on the oil field right now in Tehran. We also have some more footage coming out of Yemen right now, apparently showing the strikes on the Houthi command structure. And once again, the confirmed target of these attacks was, let's see here, what was his name? I don't have it right off the bat here. It was like the second in the chain of command. It was the Houthi military chief of staff. Yeah, Muhammad al-Gamari was the target of these strikes in Yemen, and we do see some footage here coming out of Yemen. It appears to be in the capital right here, showing the strikes on multiple different buildings inside of the capital city. So, Enforcer, we do have that video to show people if you'd like to let them take a look.
All right, and we're going to be showing you all the clips and video evidence that we have of the Israeli precision airstrikes that are currently being conducted in Sana'a, the largely capital and stronghold of Yemeni Houthi forces within the western region of Yemen, still embroiled in civil war, where we can see the Israeli airstrikes being conducted against high-priority targets, including the chief of staff of the Houthi forces. We can see some smoke rising from the city after the strikes have already been conducted. We can see 3 clear plumes of smoke, showing that there were 3 specific pinpoint targets that the Israelis were attempting to hit. It will be a little while, folks, if the chief of staff was killed. We'll most likely hear about that in about 30 minutes to an hour.
That is some serious strikes. It looks like they were targeted, though. It looks like it was 2 specific areas or maybe 3 specific areas that they hit. So it does appear to be a targeted assassination attempt, at least from what I'm seeing on my end. But also, by the way, we've got some crazy footage coming out right now. I'm trying to repost it. Let's see here. So we do have footage here showing. Well, hold on. I got actually multiple different stories here I'm trying to cover at the same time. Let me grab a couple of more so I can try to hit them all in a row. Right now, we are getting footage showing some of the, this is not the first video, by the way, Enforcer. Go down to the third one, a ground level view showing the speed of the incoming ballistic missiles in terminal phase. Very rare footage here. We rarely get to see it from this angle, and this shows you just how fast these ballistic missiles are going when they reach this terminal phase of their flight. So let's take a look.
Jeez. That appears to have been going about Mach 3 or 4. These are not hypersonic missiles, mind you all. I know that hypersonic is the big buzzword of the day, but from what we largely understand, the Islamic Republic of Iran does not have the technology nor the ability to produce a hypersonic missile, although that technology is actually crude and about 80 years old. We understand that all Iranian ballistic missiles are largely conventional in form, but still, conventional ballistic missiles usually hit their target around Mach 4, which is still a significant speed. We also have some additional video evidence as well, but before we get to all of that, all of the video news that we have coming out of the Shahran Depot as well as Haifa, we actually have more breaking news that's going on at this moment that we want to get to. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so once again, we are seeing the state of Jordan shutting its airspace right now at this very moment, which indicates projectiles are about to be flying through their airspace. So they're shutting it down once again. As of right now, just about 30 seconds ago, they've closed their airspace. Also, by the way, we are now seeing apparently footage from Tehran's Sharon neighborhood, which is a high-end neighborhood in Tehran where government officials and leaders might live. Power has been cut in that entire neighborhood following the strikes on the gasoline and oil depots in the city. So that is also another massive event happening right now.
And this is once again footage of the same oil depot that we've seen on fire for a while, but it does appear that it's gathering a lot of attention from the Iranian public, and we are able to get a lot of different points of view of the ongoing fire at this moment. Also, in the meantime, we also got some additional footage showing the missile exchanges that were being conducted over Haifa that ended up seeing significant damage being conducted to the Haifa oil refinery just about 20 to 30 minutes ago. And here's that footage right here. You don't really see it like this ever, folks.
That's incredible, actually.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. You know, it almost looks like a lightning storm. And we can actually see some of the impacts off in the distance. And some of the interceptions above as well.
That's remarkable footage there. That's wild. Can we see that? Let's see that one more time, because I got to see this whole thing. That is wild. It's going through the top of the clouds. It's like, also there's a ton of interceptor missiles going up to hit them as well. This is wild. Also, look at that. Like, you could literally see the exact moment some of the missiles bypassed the interceptor. The interceptor did not hit them before it got past the trajectory of the interceptor. That's wild footage there. I've never seen anything like that.
This is absolutely crazy. I mean, this is truly insane stuff. And those appear to be the impacts on the Haifa oil refinery that we saw a little while ago. But this is just absolutely bizarre footage. And it is showing us the size and scale of the Israeli attempt to respond and intercept these incoming ballistic missiles. As a matter of fact, we can actually break down and almost have a play-by-play analysis here of the ongoing, the former air attack that is now ended against Haifa. As we are already hearing that Israeli officials, at least according to the information that we have on our end, are saying that the attack is over. So let's analyze a little bit of what we were seeing in this clip here, and let's talk about how the missile defense was conducted and also how the Iranian attack came in. We already know off of all the prior clips that y'all have all seen so far, there was around 20 to 30 individually identifiable visual missiles that the Islamic Republic of Iran had fired that were going into Israeli airspace. If we watch this clip here, and I wish that we do have a way to slow it down. We're going to slow it down to half speed. You can actually see all of the Israeli interceptors that have been fired trying to reach the Iranian swarm. We can actually see one make it through right there, not getting hit at all, actually making it entirely through the air defense. But here in a second, you'll actually see a couple of explosions. This is one of the most interesting parts here, and something that a lot of people don't know about missile interceptions. You can actually see one of these missiles actually exploded over one of those ballistic missiles, and it simply failed to intercept. Sometimes the shrapnel patterns that can be created by in-air interceptors like the Patriots, the THAADs, the Arrow 2s, and the David Sling, which are pretty much all of the air batteries that you would see engaging these incoming ballistic missiles, and right now we just know of the David Sling and the Arrow 2. Sometimes their shrapnel patterns are not effective enough to actually knock out the missile. And so while they can explode in proximity incredibly close to an incoming ballistic missile, it might not actually take it down. And we didn't see that just once here in this part of the clip. We actually saw that twice right there as well. So those actually were Israeli interceptors that did explode on their targets. It's just that the Iranian ballistic missiles pretty much just trucked their way through, right through the explosion, and still continued on pressing towards their target. And both of those missiles actually ended up being impacts in the clip. A very interesting kind of a look, a breakdown that we really don't get to see often of how these missile-based interceptions actually occur and how some of them can actually end up failing sometimes. But this is an incredibly interesting clip. Honestly, this should be a textbook example of what missile-on-missile warfare or missile interception warfare looks like, because usually these are the kinds of things that you would see are successful interceptions, unsuccessful interceptions, and some missiles that just make it entirely through the air defense ring and make it all the way to their target without even being attempted to be hit once. But meanwhile, we do have some more additional news and information and footage, as a matter of fact, of the ongoing situations inside of the area. As a matter of fact, Matthew's been able to find us probably some of the most in-depth footage of the actual strikes that Iranian missiles were making around the port of Haifa. We can actually see a large amount of impacts here.
A good amount of interceptions, though, at the same time. Like, I saw most of them appear to be intercepted. Oh, wow, a moving camera.
Yeah, actually, this appears to be oh, it's actually some sort of a movable security camera. That's wild.
It looks like the Israeli reports that they shot down most of the incoming missiles was accurate. It looks like most of the secondary missiles that we just saw in that beginning of the clip right there were shot down by interceptors. But it looks like at the initial 2 missiles that hit, they did strike the ground, though. So some made it through, but most didn't. So it looks like it was a pretty good success rate for the Israelis, but not totally all together. It looks like some did make it through.
If we can get a number of interceptors, either by a number of incoming ballistics, either from an Iranian report or an Israeli report, we can actually take that and then extrapolate with the missiles that made it through what the air defense interception percentage rate was by the Israelis, and then see if that's on par or not with other air defense interception rates that we've seen through this conflict so far, and also in the war in Ukraine. The Ukrainian air defense has also been able to conduct as well, and seeing if it matches up with other contemporary examples. We can still see even more footage coming from the Shahran oil depot. I originally was publishing a lot of this footage, and I'll actually show y'all once again where Shahran is. It's in this area near the Kushar Forest Park, which is exactly right here, and you can see the Shahran oil depot right here. That is the exact depot, and let me zoom out to show you where that is relative to Tehran. My mouse cursor is still sitting on it at this moment if you're looking at the screen. That's where the fire is coming from that we're watching in the clip, but due to the just sheer volume of videos that are coming out of this fire, I'm going to stop reposting them on the map because I have a feeling that a lot of y'all know exactly what is going on, at least at this point inside the area. Still, very significant fires. It does appear that they are still continuously getting hit incredibly hard, and this is also coming at the exact same time as heavy hits were being reported earlier today by Israeli armed forces throughout the entirety of Tehran. As a matter of fact, according to information that we have right now, Israel has stated that they have gained air superiority over the capital of Tehran, and we have been able to see that that's not something that they're just claiming. It appears to actually be reality, as Israeli drones have penetrated the Iranian airspace so deep, they are actually flying over Tehran at this moment and pinpointing further targets for later Israeli airstrikes that are still being planned at this moment. We can actually see this Israeli drone flying over the city, and not only that, finding several air defense vehicles on the ground and labeling them for later destruction by Israeli Air Force attacks. This kind of air supremacy, especially this deep inside of a contested airspace or a formerly contested airspace, is absolutely insane. We've never really seen anything like this before, at least in any ongoing contemporary conflict in this decade, and it does appear to be showing us that the state of Israel truly does have air supremacy, and not only that, it's also showing us a large amount of truck-based anti-aircraft gun systems that appear to be completely blind and mostly inactive while this drone is flying over. Also showing us once again, and further corroborating the details and information that we put out over prior days, that Iranian air defense systems appear to have absolutely no radar or telemetry guidance to work with, And so when these air defense guns are firing, they're firing at quite literally nothing because they don't even know where the incoming air target is or what to shoot at most of the time. And this drone is clearly proving that by quite literally flying over them and identifying them throughout Tehran. And with that, that's the end of that clip. And moving on from that and on into some more information, we actually have more news and developments that are currently coming at this moment out of Tehran, most likely from the Shahran Depot. But Matthew, what do we have?
All right, so right now we're seeing a large gathering of what appears to be Iranian civilians in the streets of Tehran. It looks like they are all looking out in the direction of one of the strikes. I assume that is the oil refinery inside of Tehran that we're looking at here, but it appears to be a lot of people in the streets right now gathered for some unknown reason, and we see that here in this video.
We see these people gathering around. That does not appear to be the Shahran Depot, actually. That appears to be, like you're saying, an oil refinery, most likely. And we can see that that may have actually been a developing explosion right there because it seems to have died off near to the end of the clip. Really quickly, we actually could try and take a quick gander around the city and see if we can find any active existing oil refineries throughout the city. They're very easy to spot. Oil refineries are very distinct in the kind of satellite profile that they give. And so we should be able to find one pretty easily if we look around enough. Generally, in most Western countries, you would never see an oil refinery within an urban area, but considering that the Islamic Republic of Iran most likely does not have the same kind of NIMBY laws that we have here in the United States and other Western countries, it's actually plausible that an oil refinery could be directly within the city of Iran itself. It doesn't actually appear that I was able to find one, at least at first glance. We do know of a larger oil refinery further south, down here, the Tehran oil refinery, and this may have been one of the targets, but we don't see a hill or a promontory large enough to actually show that that would be the specific refinery hit. So while it is a likely suspect for this hit, it is a little unlikely at the moment, and it may be another refinery that is somewhere on the outskirts of Tehran, most likely towards its western region, heading towards the city of Karaj. We'll be waiting for more video and picture evidence and also geolocations to help us get an idea of what specific refinery this is at the moment, but it does appear that this has caught the attention of a lot of people. I also understand that Matthew actually has more breaking news from Yemen, which I believe is this airstrike news right here.
All right, so we do have some big news coming out of Yemen right now. Apparently, we're getting some more details about the targeted assassination attempt on the Houthi leaders in Yemen. We're being told in the preliminary data that a covert Houthi command center housing 12 senior figures, including the chief of staff, who was the primary target, was struck using these missiles that Israel sent in from the air. So once again, the individual here, Mohammed al-Amri, who is the most important figure after Abdullah al-Houthi, who's the top leader of the Houthis. His name happens to also be al-Houthi, which is kind of comedic in itself. But apparently, it's being said that Mohammed al-Amri, the second in command, was killed a short time ago because he was inside that covert command center where other 12 senior figures of the Houthis were holed out and basically preparing for new operations. So that is what we're hearing right now. Super preliminary. We need some more confirmation of it, but it sounds like most likely, more likely than not, the second in command of the Houthis is confirmed dead as of right this moment until we hear something different. And also potentially 12 other senior figures as well, either severely injured or also dead at the same time.
And we are still waiting for additional information on actual hardcore confirmation of the deaths of these top officials inside of Yemen, but it does appear that it's likely that the Israelis have just conducted a decapitation attack against the Houthis' command abilities. If the Israelis are successful and these top 12 officials, or a large number of these top officials, have been killed as a result of this attack, we may see the Houthi abilities to command their forces or respond to ongoing developments may be greatly impeded, as they will have to start rapidly promoting people. They call them workplace promotions these days down in Yemen, due to the ongoing hazards of their workplace. We may also see that this will give the Israelis a little bit more breathing room while they're disoriented to continue to try and strike and destroy the Houthi command structure, as it appears that based off the precedent laid out by prior U.S. airstrikes, striking at the actual infrastructure of war that the Houthis are operating with is largely inefficient and produces negative results. We did not really see the prior U.S. airstrikes against the Houthis were deemed to be successful, really, by any party involved, and it does appear that the Israelis have decided, instead of trying to target and destroy those weapon systems, they're going to try and target and destroy the people who are commanding those weapon systems instead, possibly a lot more successfully. We're still going to be waiting for more developments on that at the moment, but I also understand that Matthew appears to have had even more breaking news at this moment and footage of ongoing developments. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're getting a bold claim, and once again, when you hear Axis power countries like Iran, Russia, etc., claim they're using hypersonic missiles, you got to take that with a grain of salt, and you got to double check that a lot because they like to claim things are hypersonic that truly aren't hypersonic. But right now, we're getting claims from Iranian officials that they use allegedly hypersonic missiles on Haifa, and we do have a video allegedly showing one of the hypersonics impacting in Haifa. Now, once again, I really have some questions about that, and I really question that quite a bit because, of course, in the terminal phase of flight, it doesn't necessarily mean hypersonic just because it's going fast. But Enforcer, let's see what you think.
I mean, that thing was pretty fast. Like, that thing was going well over Mach 3 or Mach 4 right there. Let's watch that again. I mean, that thing came in like a lightning bolt nearly. That thing was moving pretty quick. I would say that it is possible that it could be a hypersonic missile. It's not entirely out of the picture, but let's make sure that we get the technical definition of a hypersonic missile. Let me make sure that I go get that. Hypersonic missile, and we want to know what its speed will be near to impact at its terminal phase. So apparently they travel around Mach 5, at least according to the AI overview, but we want to know how fast the thing would be going at its terminal speed. And so let's see here. Let's see, weapons should be, let's see, subsonic, supersonic. Let's see here, characterization. Oh, dang, you got to be kidding me. So they're not going to tell us, how fast it would be going at their terminal phase. Let's see if, so Iran actually, oh yeah, Matthew, remember the FATA 1 and the FATA 2 that we showed here on the stream a while ago?
Oh, yeah, I remember those.
So I think those are still large. Yeah, they actually would generally be still inside of their developmental phases at the moment because they've only been in service or produced largely since 2022. So that means that the Iranians may be whipping out in their equivalent in missile form, the Fine China, to try and hit the Israelis at this point. That may be the reason why, if we're actually lining up these clips, that those two missiles had attempted interceptions on them and they just pretty much trucked on through. Let me go back to that clip really quickly that we had of the skies over Haifa right here. Let's watch, because there were two of them, from what we could see, at least in this clip, that had explosions near to them, and they pretty much just went fast enough right there, actually. Those may have actually been FATA 1 or FATA 2 hypersonic missiles right there that actually made it through the air defense. Because you notice the incoming interceptors actually did explode near to them, but they may have been going so fast that the explosion's timing was delayed, and it actually exploded almost directly behind the missile, where it was pretty much out of harm's way at that point from being intercepted.
So I am getting some information from a friend of the channel who is a missile expert, actually, apparently in real life. He's saying that hypersonic reentry vehicles are faster than a bullet. Obviously, that's hypersonic, and they glow from the atmospheric friction. That is one of the telltale signs that it is a hypersonic, is it does glow through the atmosphere as it's entering its terminal phase. So we did see in one of our last pieces of footage that we got from Fitux Network, it did appear that one of them, or actually a few of those missiles, were glowing on the way in, which would seem to be a telltale sign of a hypersonic. So that could be very telling.
That could be a hypersonic missile. It's possible that it actually was a FATA 1 or a FATA 2 missile. But while the Iranians may be hitting the Israelis with the FATA 1, it appears that the Israelis are going over there to Tehran and going, "Hello, FATA. Hello, Mutta." Like, you know, like it's they're not having a fun time in Iran at all at the moment. Just all jokes aside, it's going very badly for the Iranians. But outside of that, we are still waiting for more news and developments at this moment. To give you all a little bit of an overview of the situation that we're seeing right now, we do understand that there is still, there is actually a little bit of a lull in the strikes for now. We do know that the Israelis are staged inside of northern Iraq with the Air Force and are still conducting some airstrikes throughout Iran. It's just that we don't have any developments on those at the moment. A little while ago, they did hit the Shahran oil depot within northwestern Iran, and we also have now heard that they've hit an oil refinery as well. Both of those have been confirmed with video and picture evidence. At the beginning of our stream about 1 hour ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran actually fired a large missile volley at the port city of Haifa with several hypersonics, at least from what we're seeing right now, actually actually making landfall at the port of Haifa and hitting dead onto their targets. We have now been able to hear some additional information that Jordan has closed their airspace. The Israelis are also conducting an airstrike against the chief of staff and the general staff of the Yemeni Houthis within western Yemen. And we are also hearing at this moment still, although we have gotten no developments on this since we went live, that the U.S. Delta Force may be preparing to take control of some nuclear enrichment plants that have taken serious damage and may have been destroyed at this point inside the Islamic Republic of Iran. That story is at least falling to the wayside at this moment. We haven't gotten any further developments on that within the hour, but we also do understand that there has been a large amount of significant strikes and developments throughout the rest of Iran. For example, last night we were able to hear that the Iranians actually did lose another nuclear research site. They actually lost the one in Isfahan last night. Those were the reports of explosions that we were hearing during our stream the other day, and today we have been able to confirm through satellite imagery, as a matter of fact, that this nuclear enrichment site, or largely a nuclear fuel development site, has been destroyed. From what we generally understand, this is a mixed development site that was able to get enriched plutonium or uranium inside of Isfahan, and it does appear to have been destroyed. And this means at this point, out of all of the nuclear fuel producing facilities inside of Iran, which there were 5, 4 of them have been outright destroyed, with video and picture evidence to corroborate that. The only one that we have not been able to confirm the destruction of at this point is the research reactor inside of Tehran, which supposedly has the ability, much like any other research reactor, to produce a decent amount of weapons-grade plutonium from its normal operation, meaning that if that facility is not knocked out, Iran technically still has the ability to eventually produce a nuclear weapon. But we do believe that here in the future, or at least here in the near hours, we'll most likely be getting information about the destruction of that facility as well. We also are able to hear of some new videos of incoming an ongoing oil fire inside of Tehran from the Shahran oil depot, and incoming Iranian missiles on Haifa. We're still getting more video and picture evidence that is being published online from multiple sources. We'll actually be starting off with our first clip here from Lebanon, actually. Apparently, guests at a wedding in Lebanon watched a large amount of these Iranian ballistic missiles make their way over the horizon and into Haifa, just about a couple of dozen miles away. And we can actually see that in this clip right here. We're going to be muting the audio because we don't know if the music in that clip is going to be copyrighted later by someone out there on the internet, but we can see the missiles flying over and making their way into Haifa, an incredibly large number of them, mind you.
That'd be a bad sight to see at a wedding. That's it's not a good start to things, I don't think.
Yeah, the strobe lights really add to the whole theme.
Yeah, it was almost like a prison, not really a wedding. It's like prison spotlights right there.
Man, well, you know, when you're in Lebanon, you know, it's not far from the truth because Hezbollah runs the show. But we can also see another longer video here of the Shahran Depot fire currently ongoing in Tehran. And geez, it really does look like hell's opened wide over there.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a lot of attacks by Ukraine using drones on a bunch of Russian different oil refineries. But I'll be honest with you, I've never seen one quite this large that Ukraine's carried out. So once again, Israel, when they do something, they don't go light or minor. They go big every single time. This is no exception. They hit every part of that oil refinery. And as you can see, the whole thing, not just part of it, the entire thing is up in flames.
And this thing is absolutely boiling at this moment. It does appear that a lot of people have left the at least surrounding area around the depot, and the fire is still ongoing at this point, at least from video and picture evidence that we have right now. Really something to see right there. And of course, we're still waiting for more information about the ongoing airstrike on the Houthis. This is going to be a little bit of a slower developing story. It actually may be significant in its actual development news-wise, but once again, because we are already seeing that the airstrikes have been conducted, and that at this point, we're just waiting for heads to start rolling out of the rubble to see how many people got killed, we're going to have to be putting that one on a bit of a slower burner until we hear who actually ended up getting killed in that airstrike. I have a feeling that there's probably a decent amount of higher up Houthi officials that just got killed in that strike. But once again, we'll have to wait and see how many of them there were and who their names were and what positions they held inside of their government. Also, to recap.
So let's do this real quick, Enforcer. I just reposted another video showing what appears to be a hypersonic coming in and hitting a target. Let's take a look at this second piece of footage here and sort of study it for a second because I'm kind of curious about it. And let's see if we can spot anything that's unusual compared to the other missiles that we're seeing.
Dang. Let's watch that again.
I think that is hypersonic.
That definitely has to be hypersonic because a bullet travels pretty quickly, but at this distance away from a camera person, if you could actually see a bullet, they're not traveling that quickly. That is purely hypersonic right there. That thing is definitely traveling around Mach 5 or excess of Mach 5 when it hit its target. That is
Did you
actually
see it? Did you see that glow? It did have a glow coming in, which is the one telltale sign I was told about. It clearly had that. Also, when it hit the ground in like the next couple of frames here, or actually the next 1 or 2 frames, actually it was moving that fast. It created this little weird, very fast shockwave. Like you can see it for just a split second. Very fast shockwave that came off of that.
Well, you know what's interesting, and this is definitely telling us that it's hypersonic. Just listen to the clip and notice that there is no sound the entire time until the actual sound wave hits the viewer. Like let's listen to just the sound alone. That is definitely a hypersonic.
I think so. You know, what's disturbing about that, though, is we just literally read that the hypersonics are supposed to be in development still, or at least that's my understanding at the moment. So this means that they're functional right now. So Iran has apparently, based on what we're seeing in our speculation, functional hypersonic missiles. So I wonder if that is the Fatah missile, which is a homemade Iranian hypersonic, or if this is a hypersonic they've obtained from another country that already developed them in a more, like, I guess you could say, a stable phase. I wonder if they got them from somebody else.
I wonder. It's really interesting to see, though, and considering that the Fata 1 has been technically in production since 2022, it is possible that they have a couple of usable serial production variants of the Fata 1 currently in service at the moment. We actually could have seen one of these right here, but I generally assume that they have to be in a somewhat more limited number. But this is still absolutely wild. Just watch this. I mean, that kind of an impact right there. We've seen, just to put this out there, thousands of ballistic missile impacts in the war in Ukraine, and I have never seen a single one of them, except for possibly the Zircon, go that fast when they impacted a target. And the Zircons, we only get footage of the Zircons hitting a target in very rare instances, and even still, that's really crazy with how fast they will end up impacting. Other missiles like the Caliber, the Iskander, even the Kinzhal, which is technically by the Russians' definition a hypersonic, which everyone else in the world calls it not really a hypersonic, it's just a normal ballistic missile, really. But even it does not travel this fast. This is an insanely fast missile. So it is quite clearly hypersonic, at least from what we can visually see right here. Still, beyond that, though, it is just absolutely insane watching an actual hypersonic get used, because we've never actually seen a hypersonic used, at least in larger numbers. It appears the Iranians may be pulling out all of the ones that they have, because there is no way in hell at this point that the Russian Federation has less hypersonic missiles than the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a smaller economy, a smaller military budget, and for that reason, and also due to the lack of available resources, they would not be able to produce an insanely large number of hypersonics. So it is most likely the fact that these are pretty much all of the hypersonics that Iran has right now that are being fired, and it's in a desperate attempt to actually try and cause damage to the state of Israel, considering the rapidly devolving situation that's still ongoing inside of Iran. Also, since
And also, Enforcer, I'm beginning to wonder because we have seen flights leaving Iran, and they were allegedly carrying some government officials on board. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe Iran is being supplied with weapons, maybe right this moment. It's hard to tell. Once again, we have no clear evidence of that, so I can't say it for a fact. But it makes me wonder if Russia or maybe one of Iran's allies are actively helping them with weaponry, because it seems like they're getting a lot of munitions out of nowhere that Israel claims to have destroyed already. We've seen videos of them destroying multiple different rocket and missile launchers out of Iran, and also hitting stockpiles as well. So it makes you wonder where all these missiles are coming from, especially these more advanced missiles that we're seeing being launched at Israel. It seems like they're popping up out of nowhere, pretty much out of the woodwork right now.
Yeah, it's a really wild thing to see, honestly. I don't really know where in the world they got this from. Maybe there is a way. I'm not saying it's completely out of the picture that they developed these on their own. They've technically been in production since 2022, around the start of the war in Ukraine. So it's very possible that they finally just got some of them into serial production and were able to actually use them. So that is also likely as well. It's really hard to tell at this point, though, because the fact that they even have any kind of hypersonics is a little bit wild. But I also want to point out to y'all that hypersonic technology isn't exactly the newest and greatest thing. Hypersonic missiles have been researched and developed by the United States way back in the late 1960s and early 1970s. We abandoned the project because we said that there was really no actual realistic application for a hypersonic missile. But nevertheless, we do have more breaking news that is coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now we're getting reports coming out of Tehran. We're hearing that Iranian authorities, according to our sources and reporting right now, Iranian authorities fear that the Israeli attack on Iran's infrastructure that just took place might trigger public unrest in Tehran, the capital, and the demonstrations against the regime. So once again, we did see flights leaving earlier, which apparently carried some of the government officials out of Tehran and to an unknown location, presumably Russia. We did see that earlier today. So clearly there is some concerns right now amongst the Iranian regime that there might be maybe some type of uprising, even in a small way, against their government to basically throw them out of power if this keeps going on the way it's going. So we are hearing that right now. And also, by the way, we just got a tweet from the Israel defense minister who confirmed Tehran is burning. Of course, that's nothing new. We have been watching that on video here, but we do see that right now. Also, by the way, we are also getting reports also inside of Tehran, and we're getting video evidence showing the homes of the IRGC commanders, the Iranian military commanders, being targeted right this very moment. So we do have that video. It should be the next one down if you refresh our Twitter page.
Got you. And so let's see if we can find that really quickly. And it appears that we actually have that right here. And this is apparently Tehran's Mahalati neighborhood. Actually, I believe we actually know where this one is. It's somewhere up here. Yeah, here it is, the Shahrak-e Mahalati neighborhood. They're not getting hot lattes in this neighborhood. They're getting those little hot missiles. Take a look.
شهرک محلاتی شب 24 شنبه سمت سوهانک ترددهای زیاد موتورسوار ماشین امدادی
That's the end of the clip right there, but still showing us at least the rising plumes of smoke inside of this area of the city of Tehran. And once again, showing us here at least that there is some ongoing airstrikes once again against the Mahalati neighborhood in an attempt to knock out more top Iranian officials, which apparently didn't leave even after the Iranian officials had already been killed in Mahalati and Lavazan just yesterday. So we'll be waiting to see what's going on with that. It's a very interesting development nonetheless. It also does appear that at this point, we can pretty much assume that there is a permanent air presence by the Israelis within northern Iraq, as they're most likely using that as their staging area to be able to conduct these airstrikes against key cities like Tehran. While at the same time earlier, we actually got to hear that the Israelis were conducting an attack against Bandar Abbas as well, and we did get to see Iranian air defense firing up into the skies over the city, which we can see in this clip right here. That's the end of that clip, but we did understand that it appeared to be a larger part of an Israeli campaign to attempt to completely destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran's Navy while it was still important inside of Bandar Abbas. A large amount of significant corvettes and frigates of the Islamic Republic of Iranian Navy are actually found inside of Bandar Abbas almost exclusively, including some of these frigates, like the one you're seeing on the satellite picture right here. With the Israelis attempting an attack on this facility, we may be seeing that they are pretty much closing off Iran's ability to cause major international diplomatic pressure by forcing a closure of the Strait of Hormuz, an international waterway used by pretty much every country in the world to get access to Middle Eastern oil. Nevertheless, while we are also hearing that information, we've also been able to hear that a lot of people have been talking about the ongoing situation with Israel and the Iranians striking each other. And some people are wondering whether the Israelis would ever use a nuclear weapon if these retaliations continue on. And it seems as though a lot of people have had very interesting things to say about that. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So once again, this is a question that was put up pretty much at the audience's request. A lot of people were asking what the audience thought about this. So the question says, will Israel end up using nuclear weapons on Iran if these retaliatory attacks escalate any further? So 66% said no, it's a very low probability, while 22% said it's a very high probability of nukes being used, and only 13% were unsure. And honestly, on this one, I would say the odds of nukes being used by Israel on Iran in retaliation is probably little to nothing. It's probably 0 to none, actually. Probably no chance. I would say probably like maybe 1 or 2%. It's so low, it's not even worth really considering, in my opinion. There's no need to use nuclear weapons. Look at how effective the strikes are going so far that Israel's conducting just with their normal munitions. It's going extremely well. So they have no reason to use nukes. And once again, Israel does not officially acknowledge the fact that they use or have nuclear weapons. It's something that's like an open secret. People know it, but they don't really formally say that either, because of course there are treaties out there which prohibit countries from proliferating nuclear weapons, and Israel doesn't want to violate that. So I would say I'm with the 65%. It's an extremely low probability. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with a large majority as well. I do believe that the use of a nuclear weapon by the state of Israel against Iran is a very small possibility. In fact, the state of Israel has never officially confirmed that they are in possession of nuclear weapons, and so for them to whip out a nuclear weapon just to get one over on the Iranians would largely start to prove to everyone that the Israelis have clearly been in violation of the non-proliferation treaties for decades. That's something that could cause a massive amount of diplomatic fallout, considering that pretty much every single country in the world does not like a new one getting a nuclear weapon. And considering that once again, I got to make this clear, folks, everyone knows that the Israelis have nuclear weapons, but they never officially admitted that, and there's no official proof that they actually have any. So with that in mind, on an official diplomatic level, every country in the world looks at them as a non-nuclear power. If they whipped one out on Iran, now they're a nuclear power. It wasn't something that happened back in the 60s, it just happened today. And then everyone's going to have to start responding to that like they just became a nuclear power today. So I would say it's highly unlikely that they would use a nuclear weapon unless if it was a literal last resort for the survival of the state of Israel. So I'm thinking that it's very highly unlikely, at least at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that as best as I can, at least at this moment, in my opinion. And we also were able to hear of other major developments that were ongoing in the meantime around the rest of the Islamic Republic. We were able to hear that a major oil field, well, actually a gas field, that is actually shared by both Qatar and Iran has also been destroyed by Israeli airstrikes earlier today, and we were able to see major fires breaking out throughout this gas field. That's the end of that clip, and we also got to hear that apparently a major gas refinery that is able to refine around 125 million cubic meters of gas per day has also been damaged quite significantly by an Israeli airstrike earlier today. This is the Fatr Jam gas refinery, and it does appear that it may have been knocked out of action by an Israeli airstrike, once again showing us that energy infrastructure seems to be the serious activity of the Israeli Air Force today. And we also have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so right now we're getting some very interesting news out of Israel. Apparently, according to some very early reports, we are hearing that the head of the Shin Bet has just resigned. And the Shin Bet, I believe, is Israel's internal security service. Let me double check that real quick to make sure. And yes, that is the Israel Security Agency, also known as the Shin Bet, which is responsible for the internal security of Israel and also protecting the individuals inside of Israel from terrorist attacks. Right now, that individual appears to have just resigned, and it's unclear why that is. Some people are speculating that maybe due to some of the security failures and once again the strikes that occurred on some government places, perhaps, that maybe that's why he resigned. But right now, that's just speculation. We're really not sure why that is. But apparently, he has resigned according to early reports, so we'll have to keep up with that story. Also, by the way, we are seeing that the air defenses above Tehran in the Iranian capital city are active once again, as it does look like the Israelis are striking Tehran even right this minute. So we do have a video right here showing the air defense in action.
We see the air defense guns firing in the distance. It appears that once again, it is the same blind, uncoordinated fires that we've seen from prior nights. We hear someone kicking rocks as well, which is probably what the Iranian government's going to end up doing by the end of this whole thing.
Also, by the way, real quick, I want to clarify something real quick. The Shin Bet leader, he is resigning, but the catch is, though, here's the extra context that was not included in the news flash here. He was set to resign anyway on June 15th, which is tomorrow. So apparently he's resigned early, I guess. That's the story right now, but he was set to resign tomorrow anyway. So it's pretty much a nothing burger. So just take that with that context behind it. It's not like he resigned out of the blue. It was coming up, and he just did it a little bit early, about 24 hours early.
And we can also hear that apparently, at least according to information that we have right now, Iranian military officials were the target of the recent Israeli airstrike, which we've been able to record occurred in Mahalati tonight, along with the Shahran oil depot attack, according to the IDF military radio. We have gotten no word on the identities of these specific individuals that were targeted in this attack, but that information will most likely be coming out here within the next 30 minutes to an hour if we were to take Israeli intelligence on any other day as a consistent timetable. So we're going to be waiting for that information on who actually was targeted and who may have ended up getting wiped out in the course of this airstrike that the Israelis have once again conducted on the Mahalati neighborhood, or the Shiraki Mahalati neighborhood. But beyond that, it does appear that at this moment, we are seeing that there is still some decent developments that have been going on around the entirety of the Islamic Republic of Iran, including those inside of Kermanshah, as we were able to hear that Iranian government officials were targeted and killed, actually, while moving in a convoy from Kermanshah to Tehran earlier today in an Israeli airstrike, which we can see in this clip right here. The running idea or philosophy behind this convoy was that it would be a lot more difficult and fairly safe for the Iranian officials to be able to move around the highways, because the fact of the matter is that Israeli attacks may not be able to hit them with a great deal of efficiency, considering that Mossad officials or agents will not be able to coordinate exactly where they are and get an airstrike on them. That appears to not be the case, as this convoy was destroyed while on the move on a major interstate inside of Iran. Once again showing us that the Islamic Republic of Iran's officials are not safe wherever they are, if they're stationary in a bunker or on the move. We also get to see another clip as well, showing that the entire military garrison at Kermanshah was ablaze after a series of Israeli airstrikes that also occurred just a little while ago. And we also were able to hear, even more so than that even further north and inside of Tabriz, it appears that the Bunyan Energy Factory has been put into Tabriz, as it was also hit by an Israeli airstrike and destroyed only a few mere hours ago. Once again showing that the Israelis are going after anything that could be considered critical infrastructure. We also got to see that a major air defense facility at Tabriz, according to satellite footage, was also destroyed as well by a significant series of bombings that the Israeli Air Force conducted within the opening hours of the offensive. This largely means that Iranian air defense forces are pretty much without any eyes in the skies. Without radars, they are not able to see any incoming missiles or any incoming air targets, meaning that their air defense nowadays is alerted to incoming air attacks when the first impacts strike, meaning by then it's largely too late for Iranian air defense to actually do anything of any kind of significant note. Once again, this is all coming on the fact that a large amount of Iranian officials have already been killed at this moment, including some that were killed in the early hours of this morning. But we actually have more breaking news at this moment and ongoing developments that we've been able to hear of right now. So take it away.
All right. So right now we are getting some more word about what Iran used to target the Israeli cities, what type of missiles were used. We're being told that that Iran targeted Israel using the Imad, the Kadur, as well as the Kabar Shikan missile as well. So I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with every single missile that Iran has. So we're going to take a look here and see. Let's see. There's the Ahmad, which is one of their larger ones. There is the Imad is the second. The Gadar is the second. And also we see the Kabar Shikan. Do we see that on the list? I'm not seeing it right here.
Let's see here. The Kabar Shikan. I'm trying to look for it. I don't see that one, but I do see the Khorram Shar, which might be the one that this is trying to say, possibly. But we can't confirm the Imad and the Qadar were used, and we can see the Imad and Qadar here. And funnily enough, we actually had the analysis correct the other day when Iran was also firing other ballistic missiles at Israel, that these are the primary missiles being fired, as most of these are really the only ones to have enough range to hit Israel. We haven't heard of any Shahabs, which is the Wile E. Coyote rockets being fired at Israel so far. It appears that all of those have been held back for, killing the Roadrunner. And we also haven't heard of any Sejuls being used yet, but we'll most likely hear of a Sejul being used here in the future once they start to run out of their initial missiles, the Ghadar and the Emad, which appear to be the main bulk of their attacks right now at this moment. But we are also able to hear that there is even more breaking news that's coming out at this moment as well. So take it away, Matthew.
All right, so we are getting some more information about how Israel struck Tehran tonight. Right now, the attacks are still ongoing, but we're getting some early information as exactly what led to this and also who the targets were as well. So apparently, senior military leaders were once again the target of these strikes of Tehran. Also, we did see the energy strikes as well on the refineries and gasoline depots. And the operation involved dozens of fighter jets that flew directly over Tehran, pretty much unopposed, actually. The air defense is very, very sparse in Tehran, and Israel actually declared air superiority earlier this morning when it came to the airspace over Tehran. So that's not to say that there still isn't air defense. There still is air defense in Tehran, but it's very sparse, it's very isolated, and it's not very well protecting the skies at all, actually, because Israel pretty much has control of the skies right now. So that was the targets, and we are seeing in this picture right here some more fires from these targeted attacks.
And we are able to see here that once again the Israelis did land multiple successful hits throughout the area, most likely once again targeting key officials inside the Islamic Republic of Iran's government. Considering the danger that is posed to these officials, we do understand that a large amount of them have actually already fled the country and are almost pretty much living in exile already inside the Russian Federation, while the country they fled from still exists at the moment. This is a situation that is starting to show us a critical detail inside the Iranian government, that much like any other despotic regime or dictatorship, there really isn't a lot of people who want to hang around and wait until that final moment and then hop off the ship then. A lot of people are hopping off the ship early from what we're hearing right now, and it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran may have greater issues of loyalty or fear gripping their ranks that may make the situation far more difficult for them in the longer strategic picture. We may see that, as a matter of fact, the government is starting to become so destabilized at this moment that actual organized resistance may start to fall apart here within days or weeks if this kind of continued action keeps going on. Not only that, but Iranian air defense is completely ineffective. With most of the Iranians' air forces knocked out that could have defended their skies, at least to some limited capacity, along with their air defense systems, or at least their larger, more critical ones, also being almost completely destroyed as well, this leaves Iran's skies completely open for the Israelis to do really whatever they want. And in a modern warfare, without controlling your skies, you really control nothing, as the enemy can literally just hover right over you and blast you to pieces, and there's really not a lot you can do to respond. So with that in mind, it does appear that the Islamic Republic of Iran is in a losing situation at this moment. While the Israelis are also seeing some hits on their country, we are understanding that they have a significant amount of foreign support, which is something the Iranians do not have, from the United States, the United Kingdom, and multiple other countries around the world. Not only that, they also have a significant and robust air defense system, which still is operating, at least according to the last bits of video and picture evidence that we had, meaning that at this moment the Israelis are in a far better position strategically than the Islamic Republic of Iran, and the Islamic Republic of Iran may be on the way out. We may actually see a collapse of the government here within the next few days or weeks based off of what we're starting to see as of today. But still, with that, we are going to be waiting for more news and developments to be coming out at this moment, and considering the frequency of the information that we're getting right now, I have a feeling it will probably only be a matter of a few minutes, maybe a minute or a couple, before we get some more breaking news developments that are coming out of the country. And what do you know, folks? We actually have a little bit of a moment here to actually take a bit of a breather and a break to get to talk to all of y'all about what's going on right now. And I got to tell y'all, folks, that it's been a absolutely crazy piece of news that we've been covering at the moment. So far, we've only been live for about an hour and a half, and we had a peak viewership of 33,000 163,000 people, making it one of the largest live streams that we've run recently, and probably putting us back up in the ratings as the top 20, or in the top 20 largest live streams on YouTube, at least here in the United States recently. I have to thank everyone so far who's been here for watching. We're still waiting for more breaking news to come out, but while we have a little bit of a free moment, I do want to thank y'all greatly for being here so far and enjoying our news. If y'all are enjoying it so far, I would like to see that y'all subscribe. Y'all don't have to, it's not voluntary. But beyond that, well, it's not involuntary, it's voluntary. But so far, we've actually ended up getting up to 373,400 subscribers or so. And I got to think about the 6,000 or so people who have subscribed to the channel fresh today for joining us, because we absolutely put our heart and souls into this kind of news coverage. I know that Matthew and me sound a little bit more monotone today and not really that energetic, or maybe we do, I don't really know. But Matthew and me have been covering this practically 24 hours a day for the past 3 days since it started. The only time we ever get a break is when we're sleeping, and then once we get back on air, we're right back at this again. We are like this whenever there's any kind of a major breaking news segment that develops anywhere around the world, whether it be inside of Eastern Europe, the Middle East, or East Asia. You can always guarantee that we will be on air at the moment that incident happens, and we will be covering it as much as we can. We also make daily short war videos as well, whenever there is enough news on major developments going on around the world, which we actually made today. And I've got to thank everyone so much for watching it, because crazily enough, it's actually gotten 250,000 views so far, and it's only been up for about an hour and a half. So I got to thank everyone for watching that as well. And also, we run nightly live streams. Now, I will have to say we're not running one tonight. These streams right now in the middle of the day are a very large and laborious task, and for that reason, we can only run about one stream a day. But if there isn't a major breaking news development like we're seeing right now, where we have to go live at the moment, we run nightly war news streams every single night, covering major foreign policy and global developments around the world on a 24-hour news cycle, meaning that if you're watching this channel, you are not missing a single hour of major foreign policy and diplomatic and military developments that are currently ongoing around the world in any given region. So I hope that y'all do subscribe. We would love to have y'all here, and of course, we love to see new people joining our amazing channel and our great community of the channel, which is called the Lee Spring Army, or the LSA. So if you see an LSA in the chat, that's what it is. It's the community of this channel, which is a pro-American and pro-Western community. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And actually, as a matter of fact, since we have a little bit of a lull in our news here and we're still waiting for more developments, I actually want to see what y'all are thinking right now about a big question. Where do you see this Israel-Iran war ending? And what are people thinking about that, Matthew? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so this is a big speculatory question right now. A lot of people are wondering, even the analysts are a little bit confused about where the situation is going to end right now, because it is a bit chaotic and it's really hard to tell where it's going. So let's see what y'all think about where this war is going to end between Israel and Iran. So about 36% believe that an internal Iranian overthrow is going to take place, which will bring the Iranian regime to an end and end the entire war between Israel. And about 31% said the Iran regime will flee to Russia and therefore abandon their country, and it will be naturally taken over by a new leader. And 28% said it'll end with U.S. and allied involvement in the war, meaning the U.S. is going to get dragged in and have to fight against Iran, and probably all of Iran's friends as well, while 5% said with Israel taking over the Iranian territory. And I would say probably the most likely option is an eternal Iranian overthrow. I think we are looking at that as a high probability right now. I do agree with most of the audience here. I think that is a very high possibility. I doubt the Iranian regime is going to simply just flee and abandon Iran. That is not the way of their ideology. It's very extremist. Once again, they believe in becoming martyrs if they can't win the war. So I doubt they're going to totally flee. Now, there will be some cowards that run off. That's a certainty. They're already doing that now. But the entire government is not going to leave. That's just not going to happen. Also, by the way, U.S. or allied involvement in the war, I would say that is on the table, but not the highest probability. I would still say an eternal Iranian overthrow is the highest possibility. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I would say that I believe an internal Iranian overthrow is most likely, considering that a lot of government officials are already escaping the country at this moment. It's very similar, to put it that way, to the collapse of the Bashar al-Assad regime inside of Syria's final days. And with that in mind, we could see that while there are power vacuums being formed by the fleeing of the Iranian government, that new people try and come up and take their place. possibly political opponents inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran who have not necessarily been the biggest fans of the current regime may try and fill the power vacuum with their own beliefs and ideals. I think that is incredibly likely at this point, and I'd also say that I'd have to combine that with the Iranian regime fleeing to Russia. I'd have to take the internal overthrow and the officials fleeing to Russia as pretty much the two answers I'd go with if I could combine the two, because those both seem to be pretty much going hand in hand at this point, that while these officials are fleeing, they're starting to leave power vacuums that could be filled in by other people inside of the country. I would say that a U.S. or allied involvement in the war is still seeming like it's a little ways away at this point. Not entirely out of the picture anymore, but still a little ways away. And so it's not as likely as an internal Iranian government overthrow, at least based off of today's news and the prior few days of news. And so with that, I hope that does address that at least the best I can, in my opinion. And in the meantime, folks, I want to make sure that we also get to chit-chat with y'all a little bit, because a lot of y'all have been here. There are still 26,000 of y'all who are on this stream right now live, and I gotta say, it's just absolutely unbelievable, folks. We've actually almost gotten up to 374,000 subscribers right now. Y'all are subscribing in mass, like an army almost. And I got to thank y'all for that, because we are honored to know that so many people are wanting to be here and hear the news from this channel every single day. But before we get on into the remainder of our news, which there is a little bit of it left, and we're still waiting for the major breaking news developments to keep on rolling in, we do want to make sure to get to chit-chat with you all a little bit in the meantime. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our first super chat, while we're waiting on our next big piece of breaking news to come out, which it will come out, so stay tuned, folks. It's about to happen here probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes, I would guess. So it's about to pop back off. But in the meantime, we are going to answer some questions, and our first one from the super chats goes to the Fat Man, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, for that $50 support. And he said, I have people in Jordan, and they have sirens going off a lot right now in Jordan. And how much of the back and forth do you think that's going to travel over Jordanian airspace?
A decent amount of it, actually, the Fat Man. There's a large amount of ongoing missile fires that are being conducted by the Jordanians. Well, actually, sorry, by the Iranians that are flying over Jordanian airspace. We do know that at least recently, the last attack that hit Haifa actually skirted over Jordanian airspace and ended up landing on Haifa. It actually was visible, at least from the area of Lebanon. And if we were to trace that over the map, there is an area, at least near to the At-Tanf garrison perimeter, where those missiles flew directly over, but they didn't fly over the major populated centers of Jordan on its western borders, like the city of Amman, Erbil, or elsewhere. It got close, but not quite. In other instances, however, whenever an Iranian attack is fired at a city like Tel Aviv, those missiles are pretty much flying in a straight trajectory right over the city of Amman itself, especially if these missiles are being fired from the southern area of Iran, close to Desful. That actually does align the trajectory directly over Amman. Luckily, the risk of damage to the citizens on the ground in Jordan is low, and these missiles are usually almost exo-atmospheric or exo-atmospheric when they're flying over the country of Jordan almost entirely. So that means that the actual risk to your family members there on the ground and your friends inside of Jordan is incredibly low. The only thing that actually could pose any issue of harm or injury to citizens on the ground inside of Jordan would be that of falling debris from missile interceptions, but those missile interceptions and their falling debris usually ends up causing no significant injuries or casualties. So generally, the answer to your question is, while there is a large amount of missile traffic volume currently going over Jordan on any given day right now, the actual risk to your family members on the ground is incredibly low. And so I hope that helps to deal with some of the fears or stress that you're having at the moment on that, the Fat Man, because I know that it has to be an incredibly concerning thing to know that you have family members who are living in a country looking up at the skies above them, and while their country is largely neutral, the skies above them are embroiled in war. I'm sure that has to be an incredibly concerning thing, but for them, it largely is just that, a concern and not an actual realistic threat. At least, hopefully, it never will be. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support, that Fat Man, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here right now, and I hope that that was a decent, a very good answer to your question. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next one here. Our next super chat goes to Susan L. UK, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much to Susan as well for that support and also being a longtime channel legend. And Susan said, take a question from the chat.
And I thank you so much for that massive support and helping this channel to keep on running, Susan L. And we will make sure to take one from the chat in your honor. And so what do we got, Matthew, from the live chat in honor of Susan L. UK?
All right, so that live chat question goes to David Tablet, and he said, "Do we know if Khamenei is still in Tehran or if he has fled the country?" And right now, David, I think he's still in the country. We're pretty sure that he is. We just got a report from one of our sources here claiming that Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is not off limits from targeting from Israel as they proceed with their massive air campaign in Iran. So apparently, based on that statement, Khamenei is somewhere inside of Iran right now, presumably in a very hardened shelter or bunker somewhere probably outside of Tehran is my guess, but we don't know for certain. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that he's most likely still inside of Iran. If he left, we would mostly be getting the same rumors that we started to hear when Assad left Syria. Because when Assad left Syria, there was reports coming out on the ground that he had already departed, which were actually true. Because the lack of a leader like that is very noticeable, especially within a government circle. And people are going to start mentioning that he's gone, he's missing, and then they'll start to spread out into the public through the leaks that'll happen because it'll be a frantic realization that their leader is gone. And so at the moment, we haven't heard anything like that so far. So it seems highly likely that Khamenei is still inside the country at this point, most likely trying to hide within some sort of a secured facility or a bunker somewhere, or he may have moved into the most eastern extremities of the country, like the city of Mashhad, which largely has not come under attack at this point. Pretty much there's almost a sheet that has been laid over western Iran, which is open to attacks, and everything east of it is not open to attacks. So Bandar Abbas, Shiraz, Isfahan, and Tehran, if you drew a line through those cities and just pretty much said everything left of that can be attacked, and that's how it's looked so far by the Israelis. We haven't seen anything east of that area being attacked yet, and so if there were any government officials in Iran like Khamenei who wanted to try and avoid getting killed by the Israelis, you just travel further eastwards into Iran, and it seems like you can largely avoid getting killed, at least for right now, from the Israelis. Although the Israelis are flying over Tehran at this moment, so that might not really mean much of anything in the coming days. But with that, I hope that does address that question well, and I got to thank you massively once again for support and sponsoring a live chat and helping this channel to keep on running Susan L. UK, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $100 support from VL Kolak. Hey! And thank you very much, VL, for that support. And that is massive. Once again, the largest super chat of the day, actually. And we do appreciate that. And he said, how did you come up with LSA?
That's an interesting story, actually. It's one that happened years ago, actually 3 years ago, just about at this point. But in the war in Ukraine, because if you don't know the story of this channel, we actually started as, funnily enough, like, I'll give a little bit of a short story of it. So I didn't have a job at the time because it was the Wuhan whirlybird time, and it was the second wave of Wuhan whirlybird, and I was at my home with my parents, and they didn't want me to get a job. So I had to stay home, and I wanted something to do because, you know, I like to work. So I created a YouTube channel and was supposed to cover world news. I originally made a video on the fall of Afghanistan when that happened. That's how long ago the channel was founded. And also on the ongoing riots inside of Hong Kong. And then those videos went practically nowhere. They actually did incredibly well for the size of my channel. I only had 10 subscribers, and they got like 150 and 300 views each. But I thought that was really bad at the time. I didn't know any better. So then I switched to being a gaming channel, which is where the Enforcer name comes from, that we still use to this day. And then once the war in Ukraine started, we started covering the Ukraine war. Well, actually, we didn't start covering the Ukraine war. I started covering the Ukraine war because it was only me at that point. The channel hadn't grown to include Enforcer Matt yet. But once Enforcer Matt was on the channel, there was a massive mistake that I made on air. I said that leaf spring suspension is obsolete. And is not used on modern vehicles, which is just completely factually false. And people just absolutely grilled me for that in the chat. So I said, oh, well, you know, like, you know, oh, man, that was a complete mistake. Sorry, everyone. People just kept grilling me for it, and they grilled me so bad for it, it was hilarious. So we were like, dang, y'all are like an army of, like, leaf spring people. And then someone in the chat said leaf spring army, and then that just stuck. So that's actually where we got the name, the leaf spring army, or the LSA. But since then, while the name is pretty much started from a joke for the large part, or pretty much just accepting a massive failure we made on air, the name largely denotes a pro-American, pro-Western community supporting the interests of the United States and our allies around the world. But with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But we'll actually have to take a break from this question segment here because we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So I did allude to this earlier, but just to elaborate a little bit right now, Israel is saying that they have not yet tried to target the supreme leader of Iran, Ali Khamenei. But they're also saying that he is not off limits and that he is an upcoming target if they choose to do so. Apparently, they're saying that they know his location as of right now. They're not making that location public, obviously, so that way he doesn't flee from it. But they're claiming to know his location and that they will target him in the future if they decide to do so. Now, once again, they've already threatened to target Khamenei. So far, they have not done that, which is kind of interesting. But I think they're keeping Khamenei as somewhat of a leverage or a bargaining chip and not taking him out just yet. Or maybe it could be that they actually can't reach Khamenei just yet. So we're a little bit confused on that at the moment. Not really sure, but Israel is saying that he is not off limits. He is on the menu as of right now.
And so we'll still be waiting to see what kind of developments happen with that information. We'll possibly see that there's an airstrike on Khamenei later in the day, or like Matthew was saying, he could be held as leverage. So with that, I hope we were able to cover that breaking news development right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next support, while we're waiting on more breaking news to come out, we are getting one from Jocelyn, who threw in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, Jocelyn, as well, for that $50 support. And they said, is it possible that those hypersonic missiles could be Oreshnik missiles sent from Russia?
It is possible, but I still largely consider it to be unlikely because of the Islamic Republic of Iran was using Russian-based missiles like the Oreshnik. That usually requires a specific kind of a launcher, or largely, well, actually, an Oreshnik missile would be an IRBM. I would highly doubt that because we would see a specific kind of an IRBM MIRV warhead spread onto its target, and we're not seeing that at the moment. So I'd highly doubt that they've been provided any Oreshniks by the Russian Federation. If they've been provided anything, it would most likely be a Kinzhal or a Zircon hypersonic missile. But a Oreshnik being provided to the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would consider that to be wildly unlikely because those missiles are incredibly expensive for the Russian Federation, and considering that it appears that they have very few of them that are actually in an operational standard, we would generally have to assume that they probably do not have enough of those to really give around or really share with the Islamic Republic of Iran, if we wanted to put it that way. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this channel possible, Jocelyn. I got to thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, we are getting some side news here. This is outside of Iran, by the way, outside the Middle East. Today is apparently the Army's 250th birthday, and so far it looks like thunderstorms are going to rain this situation out in Washington, and the F-22 flyover and some other events are apparently being canceled as of right now. So it looks like that little event is not going to be as big as they thought it was going to be. So just to report on that real quick. But jumping into our next one here, also, hold on just a minute. I actually got some breaking news coming in right now from the Middle East. Okay, so we're getting some breaking news here. Give me just a second to sort of compile this. 10 more seconds here. Reposting two things. And yes, that should be all of our breaking news for right now. So I can report that a second wave of ballistic missiles from Iran is expected to be launched within the next few hours at Israel. So right now, there is apparently an end to the Iranian strikes on Israel. There's also seeming to be a winding down of the Israeli attacks on Tehran and across Iran at the moment. So we are entering a period of lull right now. There is no major attacks happening. There are some finishing attacks that are taking place that Israel's carrying out on Tehran. But rather than that, it appears to be winding down for this very brief moment. So we will be waiting for more breaking news. Also, by the way, we are hearing from an Israeli source that Israel has identified preparations for launches from Iran in the near future, and they do know where they're going to be launching from. So we can expect probably some preemptive strikes on these locations in which Iran is going to launch these ballistics from. So that is the current breaking news at the moment.
And so with that, we will be waiting to see if we get any additional developments at this moment, but it does appear that it will be multiple hours until the next Iranian ballistic missiles launch is conducted. We most likely expect that the target will be different. It most likely will be a city like Tel Aviv or Ashdod. I can say that at this point, folks, I am starting to feel, I don't know about Matthew, but I'm starting to feel the wear of doing multiple hours marathon streams over the past few days and also making a video early this morning, which literally took up all like we've been joking. All we do is work. Like we work all the time, and we have very little free time. But over the past few days, it quite literally has been absolutely no free time for us at all, even just to breathe, or really even try and find food or get some water or take a restroom break or anything like that. So we want to make sure to have a little bit of time for that. And considering that that is hours away, I think we will most likely be considering. We will still be covering any breaking news developments that happen during our stream right now, but we will pretty much be taking a break, probably for the rest of the day, most likely, because if that second attack occurs, these attacks are happening all the time. There was actually an attack that happened while we were sleeping, as a matter of fact, and there was another attack that happened while I was making the short war video today, where the Israelis were attacking the Iranian Navy in Bandar Abbas. So there are so many attacks going on. I believe that we can only kind of catch one here and there and then try and cover everything that's been going on in between. So we're going to try and conserve our streams for the absolutely massive attacks that are either being conducted by the Israelis or by the Iranians against one or the other. So with that, I hope that does kind of give you a little bit of an idea of what our erratic schedule will most likely be looking like here over the next few days, because we're kind of just having to react to the situation as it comes. And at the same time, we're also trying to make sure that we're trying to pace ourselves as well, because another big thing that I have to tell y'all is that other news networks, they have a lot of flexibility with being able to cover things like this. Like the mainstream news has us beat in one small way, that they have like 100 or several hundred people working for them. Here on our channel, it's just me and Enforcer Matt, and there's absolutely no supporting staff or employees that we have working for us behind the scenes. So if we're doing anything, it has to be one of us. So it starts to get a little bit tiresome after so many days of doing that, because we have to pretty much be on top of everything as just the two of us for the large part. Like that Billy Withers song, just the two of us. It's pretty much like that. But anyways, with that in mind, we are going to be getting on into the rest of the questions, and then probably rounding this thing out for the moment. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, since we still have 22,000 people here, if you haven't subscribed already, go ahead and smack the subscribe button, because we're going to cover this news anytime it is breaking out, when it's obviously massive news like today. So be sure to subscribe. We also run usual night live streams at night, usually at 10 p.m. Eastern, for Ukraine coverage and also other global war coverage as well. So if you want usual coverage like this, you can subscribe and get notified of it when we go live every single time. So we are now going to jump back into our super chat questions while we wait for more breaking news. And this one goes to Goratorium Gaming, who threw in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Goratorium, for that support. And he said, damn, another emergency stream, and don't forget to eat, guys, and feel free to take a question from the chat.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support. We didn't forget to eat today. I ate first thing in the morning. Well, actually, I ate after I made the video today, because I didn't know what was going to be going on, and I was like, I do not want to be caught lacking today and starving on stream. So I made sure to eat today. And I got to thank you for the support and the kind words, because folks like you help this channel to keep on running and make this thing possible for us to keep going each and every single day. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is a very generous $50 support that just came in from Long This, a channel legend as well. And thank you very much, Long This, for that generous support. They said, guys, your jobs are like many. Extensive boredom, broken by moments of sheer insanity, panic, and terror. I'll be honest with you, Long Dose. I actually find the job enjoyable at any time, actually. I enjoy covering the news along with the Enforcer as well. And I like it during the exciting moments and also during the moments that are considered, I guess you could say, more of a news lull as well. I take it all in stride. I like all of it. But thank you very much for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I have to agree. I absolutely love everything about this job. These are actually incredibly fun shows to run, but I was telling someone before I actually came on air, it was actually a friend of mine, I was like, man, I gotta tell you, they're just not doing it like they used to, because Matthew knows what I'm talking about here. Big things usually come in little bits. Like, Matthew, you know what I'm talking about, right? Because you're here with me. We'll do a major event. Like, we'll cover it. You'll cover it on a video, or I'll cover it on a video, or we'll do a breaking news stream. And then it's like 2 or 3 days until the next big thing happens. Or it's like 2 days, or it's the next day. So it gives us time to react. Right now, what's going on inside of Iran and what's going on inside of Israel, there are things that we could make entire videos about that are happening every hour. Like, it's an incredibly fast kind of a pace that this is going at right now. In fact, it's faster than anything we've seen so far, because the death of a single Iranian official at a high level like we've seen right now would be huge news for any normal day. And we're hearing about one of these guys getting killed every 2 hours or so at this point. It is a lot to cover. And because of that kind of a pace, it gets to where we kind of get exhausted a little bit. But still, I thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And we have to take a break for the moment, because we actually do have more breaking news coming out of this moment right now.
All right, so we are getting a sudden breaking news. I was not expecting this to happen this quick, and I don't think anybody was, actually. Israel's kind of caught off guard as well. Right now, Iran has sped up dramatically their plans to launch ballistic missiles back at Israel once again, and they're launching them right this second. So they said it was going to be hours. Even Israel said it was going to be hours. Iran has sped that up to literally right this second. They're already firing a massive wave of ballistics at Israel once again, and they're also launching drones as well this time. So it's a combo of drones and ballistics. And right now, we're being told it is just the IRGC and the Iranian military conducting this, but there is the possibility that this could expand to the proxy forces once again. And we're hearing that this is happening right now, this very second. So we take back the statements about having a news lull. We are right back in the thick of it right this very second, which was not expected. So we probably will be on air for a while longer since this is breaking out right this second. So big news to cover. I'm waiting for footage to start coming out.
And we're going to be waiting to see these incoming ballistic missiles flying over the territory of Iraq, Syria, and Jordan as they're making their way towards the state of Israel. We just got breaking news and a major development at this moment that there is now a massive wave of additional cruise and ballistic missiles making their way towards the state of Israel at this time. While we have this a little bit of a moment right now, Matthew, to wait for the ballistic missiles to make their way to Israel, could you filibuster for just a short moment so I can get myself a glass of water really quickly? Would that be?
Yes.
Thank you, man. I'll be right back.
In the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and answer a couple more super chat questions that we have while we're waiting, because we do have those while we're waiting on our big breaking news to come in. So our next super chat here goes to August West, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, August West, for that $20 support and also helping to keep our work live on the air. And they said, keep up the good work. And you guys are by far the best at what you do and climb to glory. And also, thank you very much for the kind words as well. We try to be the best at it. We try to cover it minute by minute. And I'll be honest with you, without two people here on the show, it would be nearly impossible to do that. So a one-man show, they're putting in the overtime. I can tell you that for certain, because between the two of us, it's a lot of responsibilities to keep up to date and also report it live here on the air without, stuttering and stammering all through our coverage if we're trying to handle so much stuff. So it's really works out for the better. It's really a good teamwork effort here, and we do appreciate that support very much, August West. And also, while we're at it, big shout out to Chris Carey and also Shaky Jake 117, who each put in a $20 donation as well. And we appreciate you, Chris and Shaky, for that support. I did not see comments attached to it, but we do, of course, appreciate that very much. In the meantime, though, we need to do another scan for breaking news, because obviously we are getting reports of explosions right now. And in fact, we're seeing apparently some new explosions happening in Iran right this very second. And I just reposted, Enforcer, some footage of that attack. It looks like it's a different area. It's not in Tehran this time. It is actually in a different city. Yeah, so let's see what's happening there.
Let me go find Karaj really quickly, because we probably want to know where this is exactly. Karaj. So, this is actually in western Tehran. This is like a suburb of Tehran. So let me go put this down on the map really quickly. It's actually covered up by all the bulletins that we have. Hits in Karaj. This is just happening right now, folks. We are getting reports of impacts inside of Karaj, inside of Iran. So let's go take a gander at what we're seeing here inside the city. I actually hear the missiles coming in and then impacting.
Was that a fighter jet that I heard in the background, or was that just a missile?
I think that's just a missile.
Okay.
I know we hear police sirens. And that's the end of the clip right there. But still, very interesting to see. But moving on from that, we are waiting to see any more additional information that we can get from the strikes in Karaj at the moment, because it does appear that there are some significant actions that are still ongoing by Israeli airstrikes, at least within that area at this moment. We'll be waiting for more developments on that, at least at this time right now, because there are a lot of things going on. We are still hearing of another strike or another launch of Iranian ballistic missiles from their western territory, which is now flying into the area of Iraq at this moment. We'll mostly be hearing that those missiles will be entering Jordanian airspace within the minutes, and we'll also be hearing most likely of more details of the strikes on Karaj almost identically, simultaneously at the very same time as we're still hearing more details and information coming out. But it does appear that at this moment, we are still seeing that there is a little bit of a wait, but we actually have more news right here. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news here. Don't play that first one, by the way. That was actually accidental repost right there. We do have a live view of Khamenei right now after the Israelis said that he is not off limits. It's the second post right there. We have a live view of him looking around. He is now paranoid, effectively, right this second. He is clearly disturbed here. And once again, this is a joke, by the way. This is old footage. But just to make a quick joke real quick, Khamenei is obviously scared. He's hiding in a bunker somewhere. And I was just trying to repeat the story that Israel is looking for him, and he's not off limits, according to the report. But so we do have some more breaking news as well that just came out a second ago. Apparently, the photo which we saw earlier, this is the third post down on the Twitter. Apparently, the photo we saw right here, that was showing the Israeli aircraft strike on the Iranian Ministry of Defense HQ in Tehran. That's the HQ right there that was burning. That is not a house. That is the Iranian Ministry of Defense that we saw burning right here in this photo. So that was a bigger hit than we even thought. When we saw this photo, we were not sure what was hit. But now we know that is the headquarters of the Iranian military right there that was hit.
That is absolutely wild, actually, to hear that that's what we're looking at. I wish that we could get some location on that. Let me go pull up the Iranian Ministry of Defense, and let me go see if I can find it. Ministry of Defense. Apparently that's not found on Google Maps. So unfortunately, we will not be able to see exactly where that was inside of Tehran, but hopefully we'll be able to geolocate that sometime around the future and be able to find a specific address inside the city of Tehran. We're not going to be mailing them any letters or anything. We're just going to be making sure to figure out exactly where they're at. But beyond that, we are still going to be hearing most likely more breaking news coming out at this moment, because as the minutes are passing, the Iranian missiles just fired in western Iran are getting closer and closer to the state of Israel and closer to the air defense perimeter. Oddly enough, though, I have not heard of any significant air defense activity being conducted by the United States of America. Also, Matthew, are we going to undo the repost of the IAI committee on our Twitter? Or
yeah, let me get rid of him. I wish we could show that, because I love that. It's hilarious, but I think it might be a little too foul for the stream. But yeah, it's unposted right now.
Got you. Yeah, I was just wanting to make sure, because if I keep scrolling over that, it's going to mute at some point, and he's going to go, man, I would like that Bibi, like, and then we're gonna have that live on the air. So I was like, man, we might want that thing off. But still, beyond that, we are still waiting for more news of the incoming missile defenses near Israel. But oddly enough, while we're still waiting for that, I have been able to note that there's not really been a lot of heavy U.S. Air Force air defense activity, at least at this moment, at all really involved in any of the Israeli defenses. But once again, it would be really hard for them to do that, because most of these missiles are apparently exo-atmospheric in trajectory, and the U.S. Air Force can only do so much in those kinds of instances. But still, do we have any other breaking news or developments at this point, Matthew, that we can cover about the attacks in Karaj or the ongoing firing of missiles from western Iran?
So right now, we are seeing that there appears to be, let's see here. There appears to be a strike on Eilat inside of Israel. There appears to be right now, based on footage we're seeing. Also, by the way, the U.S. State Department has reissued a urgent warning to U.S. citizens that they should depart Iran immediately if they haven't already done so. Once again, that should be common knowledge. I get the fact they have to put those alerts out, but there are people that are sort of a little bit daft on that front, and they will stay in Iran despite the fact that Iran's going to war with the West, and then they'll want the State Department to rescue them, which is always a bit irritating, because of course they were warned. So hopefully the people that are left get out and use their common sense. But yeah, that is another warning from the State Department right now. But we do see a video here, Enforcer, of apparently Eilat getting struck. But let's see what we have here and see if we can figure out what's happening.
All right, so let's take a look really quickly. And you see the interceptors being fired. We can now see them flying over the horizon. Was just shot down, possibly. That seems to be what we can make the most sense of, but we can't really tell exactly. I'm also hearing that apparently we're going through a little bit of lag at the moment. And we are back. So how much did they miss, Matthew?
So it was about 10 seconds of lag. Also, by the way, folks, I think there might be some cyber attacks going on right now at the moment. X is currently having a bit of an outage right now, according to the down reports that we're getting right now. So we're not getting live minute-by-minute updates like we were getting. And also, I'm having to rely on my secondary information right now to try to get reports. And also, we just had a momentary internet problem as well. So I think there's currently some issues maybe with servers in the United States, perhaps. It's not really clear, but we're having some momentary system issues right now. And also X is as well, according to reports.
And so hopefully we'll be able to see those pass over. In the meantime, we'll try and show this video to y'all in its entirety again, at least from what we can show right here. So here's the clip for a second time.
יציאות באילת, יציאות.
למה נזקה?
תכף יהיה הזקה, הנה זה יורד, זה יורד, זה יורד, זה ייפול על הכטב"מים. בום, שתיים. להירגע, לאט, רומי, סגרו אותנו פה.
From what we can tell, it appears to be some sort of an interception of a low-lying threat, either a slow-flying drone or a missile that was coming in over the bay, and it does appear that it was successfully shot down by Israeli air defense forces, at least in the clip that we saw right there. We are still waiting for more breaking news and developments at this point, and we can actually see here that apparently there are some outages happening on X now in large amounts at this very moment in time, and we also were able to hear that apparently Hezbollah is dancing in the streets in Lebanon, nothing new here, for what the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has supposedly done to Israel, which they are claiming to be an absolute victory. So here's the clip. Oh, is this Chicago? No less? Oh, heavens.
Gunfire right in the streets. That's terrible.
Dude, it's Chirac up in here. No way. Man, I feel at home. It's like Detroit.
Here's my question. Why is Hezbollah here celebrating if they could be helping their buddies in Iran attack Israel? I don't understand that. Hezbollah's out. It almost seems like the proxy forces are intentionally staying out of this for some reason. Like they know that it could get nasty and they don't want to be the target of U.S. Airstrikes if they get involved.
Yeah, it almost is kind of like that, you know? But at the same time, though, you know, it's like, man, it's like, look at all these Hezbollah forces here in the middle of this block. It's kind of like they're not really spacing out a lot. You know, one airstrike could wipe them out. Maybe the Israelis need to take a little note here, but they're still celebrating out there, honking all those horns. They're going wild. Oh, there it goes again. Oh, well, what do you know? Call that an air defense battery, the way they be lighting that street up. But nevertheless, it does appear that they are celebrating, at least in the moment, and it doesn't even appear that anything's over with. Like, it's like, you know, that's like celebrating before the game's over. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But anyways, we're still waiting for more news and information, and considering that there is an ongoing Twitter outage and a lot of outages throughout the internet right now here in the United States, it is a little bit more difficult for us to be able to gather the news right now. So we're actually going to return to answering a couple of questions at the moment until we are able to try and get some more information on what's happening right now.
All right, so jumping back to our super chat questions in the meantime, we do have a $30 super chat from X Matrix, who just threw in that nice, generous $30 support. We do appreciate that. And he said, a heart from Israel.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support, and a big heart to Israel. We're glad to know that everyone's doing fairly well. Hopefully no more worse for wear inside of Israel at the moment. And it is great to see that Israel is pretty much dismantling an enemy of the United States free of charge. We're not really having to do a lot at the moment to get involved in that. And it was actually a lot easier to take care of the Iranians than a lot of people were assuming at this point. And it looks like it's going to be going easy, very easy from here. So big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Trollfire D80, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Trollfire, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. They said, does the value of breaking Iran factor in to math of the USA getting involved, or is it simply cheaper to restock Israel, politically speaking?
Politically speaking, it's actually just cheaper to restock other countries. Like, for example, instead of getting involved in the war in Ukraine, we just provide Ukraine with the weapons to beat the Russians. Technically, that's a lot cheaper in a lot of ways, at least from what I could see. So with that, a big thanks to you for the support, and I hope that does address that well, because from what we always know, it's always easier to support a country than it is to actively get involved, at least from a political public view standpoint. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you so much once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Flash One. And thank you very much, Flash, as well, for that support. They said, hello, enforcers, and it's great to see you both. And you have been very busy, and also great reporting. And live chat question, please. And also, hello to the LSA.
And a big hello to the LSA, and a big thanks to you for enjoying our coverage and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep it running right now. We're absolutely honored and appreciative to know that so many people continue to enjoy this channel and continue to support it, so that way we can continue to make our news operations possible each and every single day. We're massively thankful, and I've got to thank you greatly for your support in helping this channel to keep on rolling. I also got to say a big thanks to everyone as well for continuing to subscribe, because we are gaining subscribers faster than we can count them at the moment, and we've almost made it up to 375,000 subscribers on this single stream, meaning that we've gained nearly 9,000 subscribers over the course of today already. So a big thanks to y'all for that. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best we can right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and that live chat question in honor of that super chat goes to Bo Capiella, who said, were the F-35 shot down, or is that false news from Iran?
That appears to be false news. We have no indications, video or picture evidence of a shoot down of an F-35 anywhere, so that appears to be completely false. I also like that that was after the fact that Iran claimed that they had a radar that could detect and easily shoot down an F-35. It's like they wish. They can't even detect and shoot down a bomb flying into their capital to kill one of their top guys, much less they actually detect an F-35. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running and sponsoring a live chat question, because it appears that that claim was false by the Iranians, along with the claim that they were going to test a nuclear bomb last night. That was also false as well. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here, while I still scan for more breaking news, right now we're still not seeing anything at the moment. By the way, it appears to be that X on the web is currently active. It's functioning normally, but X on the mobile app is not functioning normally, because I've been trying to test it and figure that out. It looks like we're good to go on the internet, which is what I'm currently using, but not good on mobile right now. So apparently a little temporary short outage there. But jumping on to our next super chat, this one goes to Tom Kababos. And thank you very much, Tom, for that $10 support. He said, thanks for the great work, and you always are welcome to come back to the UK.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. We would love to come back to the United Kingdom someday. It's a really cool country. We'd really like to take a little trip around Europe, literally everywhere if we could. And I got to thank you so much for the support and the kind words, and we'd be happy to come back to Britain someday, hopefully in the future. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Blaze Gamer, who puts in a 10. And he said, all right, good evening, folks. And I just finished the video, and another day, another emergency stream. And thanks for the coverage. And let's see here. And Hiram Slava.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and thank you greatly for also enjoying the little video that was put out today. It was a little video in the sense that in its first 3 hours, it's ended up getting about 300,000 views. So it's been a really crazy video, actually. I was actually thinking for a little bit that the live stream here that we were running might actually impede that video. Oddly enough, the video actually did better once we started going live. So actually, funnily enough, I don't know what it was with how the videos work and live streams work, because yesterday when we started running a stream, it killed Matthew's video. When we started running a live stream today, the video actually did for a little while actually a lot better than it was before. So it's a little bit weird with how that works. I guess some days YouTube likes to support just a stream and not a video, and then other days they like to support a stream and a video. It's a little bit weird with that. But I do thank you so much for enjoying both of them, Blaze Gaming, because that was our update that we had before that we went live, and then about 40 minutes after that video went out, then we went live. So pretty much that is all of the news from the past 12 hours, and then the news from right now here on the stream. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, we are hearing even more warnings from the State Department telling U.S. citizens to leave Iran. Apparently, they've gotten some information that we're not aware of just yet about how the actual risk is actually being imposed on U.S. citizens right now. Now, obviously, the risk is already bad because Iran's obviously hostile against the United States quite badly. It must mean, though, that either Iran's going to start targeting U.S. civilians specifically and doing horrible things to them, or maybe Iran's about to target U.S. bases and the U.S. might have to start maybe attacking Iran themselves. That could also be what that means. But right now we're getting more iterations from the U.S. State Department warning desperately to U.S. citizens to leave Iran immediately. They're also saying that those unable to depart should prepare to shelter in place. Also, the U.S. says it has no diplomatic or consular presence in Iran, and the Swiss embassy in Tehran represents U.S. interests. And as of June 14th, which is today, Iran's airspace remains closed, and travelers seeking to leave Iran should leave by air and confirm their flight status with the airlines. So it looks like there is something about to happen here. That is an indication that something's about to go down. Most likely, I would imagine that probably means that Iran's about to attack U.S. bases. That is my speculation. But Enforcer, what do you think? Is Iran about to start targeting U.S. civilians inside of Iran domestically, or does that mean that Iran's about to attack U.S. bases?
I think they're not going to be really targeting them as in like assassinating them. They're most likely going to be trying to arrest them and hold them as hostages, because that would be a very good thing for them to do because it gives them some sort of leverage. But as far as it goes, I think that it's going to be happening both at once. They're probably going to start arresting U.S. citizens inside of Iran and holding them hostage, and they're also probably going to start moving forward with conducting airstrikes against U.S. Bases and facilities throughout the region, or largely just attacks in some way, shape, or form. So I think it's actually going to be a mixture of both of them that are going to be coming around the corner.
Interesting. Yeah, that would be terrible if they started doing that. Obviously, even if they're not using good common sense, that would be bad if they became hostages all of a sudden. So hopefully the people that are left, I'm not really sure how many Americans are actually left in Iran right now. It would seem to be that, obviously it would make sense to get them out of there a lot sooner than now. But sometimes people don't use good sense. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with that. But I do believe that is a clear indication from intel sources that something is about to go down. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. But moving back into our super chat questions, once again, we do have a $10 support from Michael Button. And Michael puts in that 10, and we do appreciate that. He said, Enforcer, Iron Dome only intercepts missiles that will hit military or civilian areas. And if the incoming missile falls outside of these areas, then the Iron Dome ignores it.
I thank you for the support, and that from what I understand, might be technically true, but the Iron Dome also doesn't intercept missiles like these. The Iron Dome is a specialized missile system meant to intercept mortars and MLRS fire from proxy forces inside of the Gaza Strip or Lebanon. It's not really made necessarily to be able to intercept the largest caliber intermediate range ballistic missiles or ballistic missiles in general. That is just something that the Iron Dome is not designed to do. That's why you'll see that the Patriot air defense system, the David Sling, or the Arrow anti-ballistic missile systems are the ones that actually conduct those interceptions. So that generally wouldn't necessarily apply to what happened in Haifa. It hit a populated area. Someone actually ended up getting killed from what we heard in a report just a little while ago inside of Haifa. And the Iron Dome just wasn't involved in the defense because, quite simply, it's too small a caliber of an air defense system to deal with the size of the incoming threats. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next super chat, this one goes to Thaddeus Jones, who puts in a 10, and he said, do you think Pakistan is going to assist Iran?
Pakistan is not going to assist Iran. It was actually not that long ago that they got into a small border skirmish with each other due to some, it was some sort of a small border situation or claim that one had over the other. They got into a fight over it. I don't think Pakistan will ever come and support Iran because the truth is that they both hate each other. India hates Iran. India hates Pakistan. Pakistan hates India and Iran. Iran hates Pakistan and India. Everyone hates everyone around here. So I would have a feeling that Pakistan's probably not going to be coming to their aid or helping them out in any way. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Pine, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Pine, for that $10 support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a $10 support from Rye Guy SR, who said, smash that like button for the best news channel on YouTube, and long live the Republic. And also, do you think this conflict will lead to a bigger conflict, possibly between Russia or China? And keep up the good work.
And I thank you for the support, Right Guy SR, and I'm doubting that this conflict is going to break out to be anything more than a regional conflict. It appears to be regional at the max at this point, and we're not really seeing any appetite by the Russians or the Chinese to get involved and create this as a larger conflict. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A huge thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would have never been able to make this thing possible, Right Guy SR. And of course, I hope people do smash the like. We've gotten 8.3 thousand likes so far on this stream, and we still have 20,000 people here live, which is just absolutely shocking to think that there's that many people here right now. A big thanks to you all for watching so far. We're still, rolling. We're still going. We're still going strong, folks. 2 hours and 20 minutes in, and crazy enough, 340,000 people have already watched this stream in just about 2.5 hours, which is actually crazy. We're getting more than 100,000 views an hour right now. So a big thanks to all of you all so much once again, and I hope that has addressed that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So right now, I'm trying to get some more information on these U.S. State Department urgent alerts because they're issuing multiple urgent alerts for people to leave Iran right this second, and they're multiple and they're extremely urgently worded. So that's obviously making me very fascinated about why that is, because it's obviously dangerous in Iran right now because they're at war with the West, but there appears to be something else behind the scenes that is going on as well. I'm reading here on the U.S. State Department's website. They do have some reasons they're putting this out. They said, do not travel to Iran due to the risk of specifically terrorism, civil unrest, kidnapping, arbitrary arrest of U.S. citizens, and wrongful detention. Those are the reasons they're citing officially. And they're also saying that there are other reasons as well that they should leave. They're saying, be warned that the Iranian regime has been known to subject citizens to psychological torture and even sentence them to death arbitrarily. And apparently that risk is extremely high right now. And apparently it might start imminently, according to what we're hearing on the State Department's website. So that is what we're hearing right now. And also, let's see here. We're also hearing some other things as well. I'm going to leave that sort of unspoken. It seems a little bit too graphic. I'm not going to repeat that. But some bad things that could be happening inside of Iran, but I think it could be even worse than that. That we're hearing right now. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Corium, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Corium, as well. They said, God bless the UK, ex-Royal Navy, and also thank you for everything you do, my friends, and love to the USA.
And a big thanks to you, Corium, for being one of our members of the Royal Navy. That's a part of the Lee Spring Navy now. I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, thank you so much for enjoying everything that we do here, covering the news. We do it for all of y'all every single day to make sure that y'all are hearing all of the major developments that are going on around the world all the time. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Noah Atzer, who puts in a 10. And he said, you would think that with all these donations sent out to support streams like these, that the LSA would have its own logistical squadron, but they don't yet, LOL.
And I thank you for the support, Noah. And you would think we would, but we still haven't gotten around to that yet. And we probably won't, because the Lee Spring Army is only an army in name. It's really just a community of pro-Western, pro-American folks. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 10 from Rad Doctor, who said, Israel is putting the Will Smith on Iran. And I love praying mantises, LSA.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth. But beyond that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And it's a shame, man, because she divorced him right after that. It's like, he like made himself a fool, and then he got divorced. And it's like, man, that's unfortunate for him. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Rad Doctor. And I gotta say, the praying mantises are pretty neat. They're a pretty cool little insect. And I gotta thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we would not be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to be here right now. So a huge, massive thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one. And man, I don't know if you see this, man, but there are I don't even think these people are pro-Iran bots. These people are just crazy. But there's some people coming in here saying some very anti-Semitic things in the live chat. I just saw two of them at the same time. I banned one, and I think the other got had by Nightbot. But man, some crazy stuff going on in the chat. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to, also, let me repost a couple of things, and we'll get back to that here in a minute. But going back to our next super chat, this one goes to Demoyo360, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, Demoyo, for that support. They said, hola, amigos, from the Dominican Republic, and your next vacationing should be here, and everyone's welcome.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And the Dominican Republic is known as a vacationing hotspot these days. Really neat place, actually. And maybe one day we'll come down there to the Dominican Republic and have a little vacation down there and get to wander around and see the place. That'd be pretty neat. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that quite well. And with that, it is time for us to move on back into some breaking news developments. What do we have, Matthew?
All right. So right now we are hearing, according to some reports we're getting, that Israeli warplanes have struck several sites in Tehran related to Iran's nuclear program, including experimental laboratories, according to 2 Israeli defense officials. That is what we're hearing right this very second, according to the New York Times. So that is also some pretty big claims right there. Also, my God, I've got some video here showing the Tehran fuel terminal on fire, which is extremely up close. Someone is walking up to the fuel terminal and filming it. Brave and kind of a bit interesting choice to do that. But I've reposted it just now, Enforcer, so it should be at the very top if you refresh.
And let's see here. Is this the clip?
Yes.
All right, so let's take a look at this. Oof. Bro, they got a crowd up here. It's like an attraction nearly.
Yeah, that's wild. It looks like they've got some fire department out there. That little water stream's not stopping that. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that right now.
No, that's not stopping that. No, that's out of control at this point. I'm like that guy at the beginning. Oof. But still, that is one hell of a fire right there at the Shahran oil depot. And also, it does appear that they have hit the nuclear sites inside of Tehran. What do you know, folks? We actually got that down earlier. I said pretty much all the nuclear sites were knocked out, but the ones in Tehran, and I said we'll probably be hearing about those getting knocked out in a couple of hours. And believe it or not, folks, we did. So now people are going to be saying that we work for Mossad, which people are already saying now in the chat, because we're getting things a little bit too correct sometimes. But beyond that, still very interesting developments, and a big thanks to Enforcer Matt for finding those developments and sharing them with us. And so with that, it is time for us to move on back into our questions, at least while we're still waiting for more news to come out. And so what do we got, Matthew?
In the meantime, big shout out to Bert Frank II for putting in a 10, along with TMBC for also putting in a 5. And we appreciate both of you, TMBC and Bert, for that support. We also have a $10 super chat from Matt Hepler, not Helper, Matt Hepler. Sorry about that. And he put in a $10 donation. He said, "Do you think Fox is told not to cover the strikes?"
I think Fox and CNN just suck. They're terrible news organizations. They don't do news. They do political commentary, and it's not at all news related whatsoever. I'm not trying to diss on specific people on that platform or program, because we actually have folks that we know and have talked to a little bit on Fox and CNN. But as a actual network and a business as a whole, I do not like their business models. I think they're absolutely terrible. And not only that, they are not at all flexible to the kind of modern age and period that we're in right now, where news is developing at the minute. And if you are smart enough and have, smart enough actual main anchors, you can actually cover the stuff live like we're doing right now. Those people just don't. And I think that one of the best arguments against mainstream news organizations like Fox or CNN is a channel like ours, because we do not have to have a multi-$100 million budget to be able to cover this stuff like we are right now. And yet we are still able, just the two of us, to cover news at a much more rapid and fast pace than either Fox, CNN, CBS, NBC, or any of the other major news networks can cover it. Not to toot our own whistle here, but we are just better than all of them. Like for example, yesterday, and it's unfortunate because sometimes we fall victim to it. We had already covered the Kiryat government facility getting hit literally at the beginning of the stream, and then 5 hours later, while we were still on air, Fox News finally covered that the building got hit, and for a moment we actually thought that was new breaking news, and then I realized that we had actually covered that 5 hours earlier, because that's just how behind the times these news organizations are. It's not like you have to wait for double and triple confirmation to say a building's been hit. If you have a smoldering picture of one of these burning buildings, it's been hit. That's the proof you need to be able to cover that story. They just don't know how to do it. And so that would be my answer to you. It's not that Fox is told not to cover the strikes. It's just that they're incredibly bad at covering news, which is a little bit of a shame, because that's their whole business, is to cover the supposed news. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Breaking news right this second. We've got very big breaking news happening right now. This is about the United States and Israel potentially collaborating on future strikes on Iran. Right now, we're getting word that, according to Phytex Network on Twitter, that an Israeli official has claimed to Axios that the U.S. might join the operation against Iran. We're also hearing as well that Israel is actively urging the United States to join the war against Iran. And that comes right after the U.S. State Department issued multiple urgent security alerts to all U.S. citizens to leave Iran immediately. So it looks like my hunch might actually be somewhat correct. It looks like that could be a strong reason in which the U.S. State Department is suddenly urging the U.S. citizens to leave Iran, is because it looks like there is a real possibility the U.S. might join the strikes against Iran with Israel. So that appears to be the current situation right now. So it appears, at least in my speculation, that if Iran keeps up this retaliation escalation ladder right now, then the U.S. might end up stepping in. So that is real right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
It sounds as though the United States may be getting involved. We did hear those reports earlier that Delta Force in the U.S. Army was supposedly being told to make preparations to take one of the uranium enrichment plants that's been destroyed, and it is also adding in more credence and corroboration of that claim that U.S. forces may get involved here in the future on dealing with the Islamic Republic of Iran here in the Middle East. So with that, we'll be waiting to see what's going on. It's still a very interesting and ongoing development, and we might hear some more major information about that here in the next day or so at this point. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to EX Matrix, who puts in a $20 donation. And they said to the citizens of Iran, this was in their words, they said, know that 100% of Israelis stand with you, and we hope your freedom is imminent.
And I would hope so as well. They've been going through a lot, at least under this current Islamic regime, and hopefully they'll be able to find themselves free and liberated from such an insane, radical, and illogical sort of a government that they have in Iran currently. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, I see a lot of people in the chat pointing out that we probably would never hear about Delta Force deployments. I did see those reports earlier that the Enforcer is referencing, by the way. I really have a lot of doubts about those because Delta Force is a force which is generally not spoken about in the public. Also, any developments or deployments for that force, which is, I don't even think it's officially recognized by the United States, actually. It's more of a secretive force. We would probably definitely not hear about those in the public until after something would happen. And then even at that, we probably wouldn't even know who carried out the strike or the whatever it is that they were carrying out. So I really doubt the efficacy or the validity of those reports. But I did see them earlier, so I know what the Enforcer is citing. But I would tend to doubt it. But Enforcer, what is your assessment on that? Do you think that it's likely a true story, or is that likely just hype coming out?
I mean, it's likely a true story. It's not like Delta Force is really a secret. It's a recognized U.S. Army unit. It's the first Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta. So it's not really like it's like, super secret. It's from like the back alley of the CIA sort of a thing. We won't ever know what they're doing anywhere, anything, anyhow. Like, there's a lot of documented information about what Delta Force has done over the decades, and it's highly likely that they could be involved in a situation where they would take a facility like that and hold it, because a operation like this, where you have to land inside of enemy territory, deep inside of it, and then wait until relief later, is something that usually wouldn't be done by the National Guard or just a regular army. That would have to be done by special forces that are trained to be able to endure a very difficult situation where they could be cut off from resupply, and they have to be able to live in absolutely horrendous conditions for days or weeks on end until relief comes and be able to defend their position. So with that in mind, they could be sent to either take the Natanz facility or they could be sent to take Fordo. It isn't really like a Call of Duty mission, where they get sent in to go kill Khamenei. That's not really what Delta Force would do. We just hit that guy with a missile. But what they would do is actually go and try and take a physical facility like one of these. But you could really send in any force for that. You could send in the Green Berets, Delta Force, the Navy SEALs, really any special operations force, because just about any of them could do that. They're generally designed, at least by original doctrinal theory, to operate behind enemy lines with practically no supplies and to be able to pretty much live off the land or be able to make sure that their operations are sustained for an incredibly long period of time without any real contact with a higher chain of command, so that way they can pretty much operate autonomously with their general mission parameters given to them before the operation commences. So with that in mind,
I personally highly doubt we'd ever hear about it. Also, by the way, Delta Force has never been confirmed by the U.S. government. I just pulled that up to verify that. The United States does not publicly acknowledge the fact that Delta Force exists. Anything we know about it has been through former members of it. And it appears to be, let's see here. Yeah, everything we know, according to what I'm reading here, is apparently through former members. But the U.S. government itself, as the government, does not recognize the fact that Delta exists.
Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. Trying to look here. I'm pretty sure they'd have to recognize that they'd exist because they're actually a part of the First Special Forces Operational Detachment, which has a patch. So I mean, if they have a patch, it has to exist. Like it exists. Like, not like trying to like get into like a whole like back and forth thing about it. I'm pretty sure they do exist because they're a part of a specific unit that we actually know the name of. Like that's the actual name of the unit that they're a part of. So it would like it,
So
that was,
I'm seeing that according to Britannica, the unit's existence had never been confirmed by the U.S. government. Also, I'm seeing here as well. Let's see, the commander of it's classified as well. If you look on the Twitter page there and you scroll down, the size is classified. Everything's classified about it. Like we don't know anything about Delta. So this force here, like according to everything I've ever known, this is a very secretive force that we don't know anything about. Just a side note, by the way, I'm not trying to like pinpoint a fact. I'm just saying that's what I've heard about it. I've heard that it's very secretive, and I would say that lends into the idea that we wouldn't really know what this unit was being deployed to do. If it's doing something, we would definitely not hear about it before the fact. We'd hear about it maybe after the fact, rumors about it, but I doubt we would hear about it before the fact, at least in my opinion.
well, I mean, you would think that's the case, but I mean, we almost heard about the VDV, which is also supposed to be, super secretive elite airborne people in Russia landing at Hostomel before they even really landed at Hostomel. I mean, the helicopters were, I think, flying over the border at that point, and everyone's like, they're going for Hostomel, and everyone's like, oh, that can't be it. No one would know that. And then they actually landed at Hostomel, and CNN had arrived at that airport pretty much just in time to say, oh, here comes the VDV, and then they ended up actually accidentally talking to the VDV, and they're like, so are y'all preparing to defend against the VDV? We are the VDV. And they were like, oh, okay, well, we're in the wrong place now. I think that might be the case, but while a lot might not be known about the size or force that Delta Force is, the fact that we know that they're based out of Fort Bragg, and they're also a part of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, and that this is their patch, and their unit is called the 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment, Delta, I would generally assume that while they say that the unit doesn't exist, the unit exists, because we have pretty much enough details to say that this is an existent unit on paper in the military. It's not like a backrooms kind of a thing like Call of Duty, would make it out to be, at least from what I know.
Yeah, I mean you can think that if you want, but me personally, I would say that they're secretive. But whatever the case is, Delta, we know it exists now through what the former members have told us. But it is what it is. But anyways, moving on here from that real quick, we do have some more breaking news coming out right now of a targeted attempt of a senior Iranian figure in the Narmak neighborhood of Tehran. Apparently, we're seeing some on the ground footage here. I'm going to repost that right now so that we can show it. It looks like we've got some first responders showing up or something's going on here, but let's take a look at the video and see what we can spot.
This guy's walking through like it's a party or something. Like he's just trying to figure out what's going on. Look at him. Bro, he's walking like he doesn't even know what's up at all.
Yeah, he's like confused looking. He's almost acting so weird. It's almost odd in itself.
Bro, he's the Mossad agent. Like he's the Mossad agent out there. Look at this guy. Bro, he is walking in such a weird way. There's no way he's not like doing something suspicious out there. But still, it appears that there was some sort of debris in the distance. There's first responders there, which is showing that a strike had happened, and this appears to be a recovery process afterwards. So I don't really think we'll be able to get a lot of additional information, at least at the moment, about what's going on there, but it appears to be another attempted assassination target that was hit, and we're now going to probably figure out here soon if they were or were not knocked out. So with that, I hope we were able to address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so it is now time to move on here to our next super chat. Also, by the way, I'm trying to figure something out. We have some incredible footage. We might have our first confirmed footage of Mossad agents on the ground in Tehran firing what appears to be a projectile at maybe another missile, maybe a spike missile, perhaps. Let's take a look for us here. It appears to be a spot on the ground in Tehran this was launched from in another building. What is that?
It could have been a couple of things. It could have been an air defense missile, but we haven't seen any that so far, so that's highly unlikely. That failed, but that's still unlikely. It could have been a spike, but like, let me go pull up a spike really quickly. A spike ATGM. So this is the spike. I'm doubting that this would be something that the Mossad would use, because you have to actually set these things up on a tripod and then launch them. So I'm doubting that they would have used this spike. I'm not really sure, but that's a little bit bizarre. We've never seen anything like that so far, and it looks like it actually was some sort of like a rocket-assisted projectile of some kind, but I don't know what it was. Like, let's look at this again.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying failed air defense. Maybe that's the case. I would tend to go with the most simplistic opinion of it, which probably would be a misfire. The title there on the tweet though, it caught my attention. It did look like it was being launched at another building, like on the ground from Tehran. I mean, anything's possible, but it probably is the most simplistic answer, which is probably just a misfire. But we'll have to wait and see. It's possible that maybe it was maybe a Mossad agent, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's what it seems to me to possibly be, is possibly failed air defense. Although we've never seen missile-based air defense in Tehran so far, so maybe that's why they haven't been used, is because a lot of the missiles are old and possibly have faulty propellant. Possibly that may be what we're seeing right there. But man, people are out here imagining like Call of Duty scenarios at this point where they're like, Mason, get on that rocket launcher and kill Abdul Mini, and then you get up there and like fire it into a building or something. People are seeing some crazy stuff. I mean, maybe that was the case. Maybe that was what was happening there. But I still feel like it will be something simple, like a failed air defense missile launch, most likely, because we've seen those before in Russia, and they kind of look similar. So with that,
Indeed. Also, by the way, Enforcer, I think we have here, I was trying to check, there's a guy in our chat here. He appears to be, have served as an Army lieutenant in the 1st Special Forces Group Airborne, who seems to be backing you up on what you're saying about Delta Force. He said Delta is real. They openly recruit on military bases. Not a secret they exist, only a secret what they do, from a former 1st Group guy. So according to Shane here in our live chat, also thank you for that information, by the way, because I'm definitely not an expert on it. I'm going off of what I know and also what I read online. So it appears to be that he's backing up what you're saying as well, which is quite interesting. So thank you for that information, Shane.
well, yeah, I think I wasn't conveying it well earlier, but what I was trying to say, Matthew, I think this is where we were getting hung up on, is that Delta Force clearly does exist. We don't know what they do, because we don't know what MARSOC or SEAL Team or the Green Berets are doing most of the time either, ever, really, unless if it's published after the fact. But we do know that the unit does exist, because it has a specific patch, and if it has a patch, then it's pretty much publicly recognized at that point as a unit that does exist. Because it's like the U.S. government can't go, this unit doesn't exist, but here's their patch. Like, because then that's saying this thing does exist because we even have a patch for the specific unit they're in. So that's what I was trying to say. I don't think I was getting that across too well. But Delta Force does exist, like on paper. It's something everyone knows about. But what they do, much like SEAL Team and other groups, nobody really knows, unless if they want to publish that later as a specific sort of a Department of Defense press release or something along those lines. But anyways.
Very interesting. Well, yeah, it's good to know, though. I knew they existed based on what we had heard from former members, but I didn't know, like, it seems to be kind of like a little bit on your side, a little bit on my side at the same time. So just an interesting clarification right there. Also, Ms. Disa said LSA has a patch, so we exist. We do have a patch, by the way, and we do have patches. Some members did get those patches when they were in a merch store a while back. But anyways, we are now going to move on from that because we don't have breaking news right now at the moment, and we're moving on to our next super chat here, which goes to Interstate Chief. Or Interstate Chef, that is, excuse me, not Chief, Interstate Chef, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Interstate Chef, for that support. They said, I've been with the LSA for over a year, and I appreciate your very informative information, and y'all are very professional and keep to the news. And also, I look forward every day to the short war videos, and keep it up, and LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words. And thank you for the support and help of this channel to keep running. We're always happy to know that people have been a member of the LSA for a really long time. Some folks have been members for years. Some folks have been members for about a year. And like you, Interstate Chef, you've been a member for a little over a year. And thank you so much for enjoying the information. We put in a lot of effort and a lot of time into making sure that this news can go out to everyone every day, and especially in major breaking news events like these. And I got to thank you so much for really appreciating the time and the effort and the attention to detail that we put into trying to cover this news and making sure that we geolocate our information. We try and have the most well-informed kind of commentary that we can have. Beyond that, I got to thank you massively once again, because we love to know that people look forward every day to the videos and the streams that Enforcer Matt and me run. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm going to read off this next super chat, Enforcer, and then I'm going to go grab some water and also something to eat, because I'm over here like just going through it right now. So yes, fiending, literally. So let me reorganize the spreadsheet real quick and put this one here. And actually, I'm going to let you go ahead and start reading off the next one. I'm going to go ahead and put this next one in the spreadsheet. I'm going to take a brief break here, and I'll be right back in just a second.
All right, got you. And we'll be waiting for Enforcer Matt to come back. He'll probably be back in maybe 5 to 7 minutes or so, because he's got to take 5. We don't get breaks, folks, here on this thing. We got to form a union, but form a union against who? I don't know. Like, we form a union against ourselves? I don't know. But beyond that, we do have a $50 super chat from Sonny Schreiner. I believe is how I say your name, and I thank you for the support. And Sony said, hit us all with a good-ass joke. And what is your take on the possible reason why the jet crashed in India? And who doesn't love the Philippines? You guys are doing an awesome job, and thank you ever so kindly. And thank you so much for enjoying the jokes. We try and throw out a little joke here and there to make it a little bit lighter than the news is. And I got to thank you for appreciating that and helping it to keep on running as well, so we can keep covering the news the way we do. As far as the jet crashing in India, if we're talking about the crash of the Rafale, as some people like to call it, or the Rafale, which is what they call it in French, and I largely call it the Rafale, which is kind of like an American bastardized French pronunciation of it. Really, really stupid thing to do, I know, but I just cannot stop myself. But beyond that, the reason why all of the Indian aircraft crashed back in the day, it actually was because the Pakistani air defense, either aircraft or air defense batteries, were able to directly shoot those aircraft down. We do understand that they lost apparently one Rafale, one MiG-29, and one Su-30 MKI. We weren't able to confirm the loss of a second Rafale ever, actually, as a matter of fact, so it appears that they only lost 3 aircraft as opposed to the Pakistanis' claims that they lost 5. But nevertheless, I hope that does address that question well, and everyone loves the Philippines. I mean, who doesn't like the Philippines? And on top of that, they're an ally of the United States, and generally have been ever since they were made an independent nation outside of being a U.S. territory in 1946. So I got to thank you massively for the support and help of this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep it running. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $20 super chat from MSC Thumped. And MSC Thumped said, with the attacks on the nuke site, should we be worried about radiation leaks, and how far could it be carried by the winds? Generally, radiation leaks have been confirmed at practically all nuclear sites that have been hit at this point, especially the Natanz nuclear facility, which actually has had some sort of a larger radiological incident within the parameters of the facility. But from what we're generally hearing, it appears that the radiation is being held inside of the underground subterranean facility, inside the Natanz nuclear facility. And so it does appear that at this point, we're not hearing of any significant radiological threats or damage that could be caused to individuals within the area near to the facility. We did see, however, large billows of smoke that were coming out of the facility, which may suggest that initial IAEA reports may be incorrect, and that smoke may be carrying radioactive debris and pretty much particulates into the open atmosphere, which could end up causing a decent amount of radiological contamination within the surrounding area, although it does not appear to be a significantly major event, at least from what we can see right now. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that also kind of puts out the, puts down the fear that there could be a major Chernobyl-like incident coming from any of the strikes that have happened inside of Iran. From what we can generally hear, doesn't really seem that that'll be the case. There will be radiological incidents, yes, and there will be radiological cleanups that have to be conducted, but on a disaster scale, it's most likely a disaster level 3, which is a very low ranking on the scale. Disaster level, I believe it's a disaster level 9 was the disaster level that Chernobyl and Fukushima Daiichi were at. This is going to be more so around the 3, so it's not going to be incredibly severe, and the cleanup will be fairly easy. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we also have a $20 super chat from Milford Weeks, and Milford Weeks said Delta was used in Iran during the hostage crisis and got sold out and had several members killed. That's actually true, Milford Weeks. From what we know, Delta Force actually was sent in with a modified C-130 Hercules to land outside of Tehran and to attempt a extraction of the hostages and get them back to the aircraft. Turns out, I believe the C-130 ended up crashing, or there was some sort of a failure on the landing that ended up damaging the C-130 Hercules to the point it was no longer usable, and Delta Force had to be extracted by helicopters out of the Islamic Republic of Iran after that. So I believe that is actually a true story. I don't know all the exact details about that mission and operation, but I do understand that it was not exactly a successful mission as far as we would view it in really any sense of the matter. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can, in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from EwFisher89. And EwFisher89 said, I've only been following you guys for a month or so, but you've quickly become my go-to source for conflict news. And keep up the great work. And a big thanks to you for the support, EwFisher, and helping this channel to keep running. We try and make sure that our information is well researched and well thought out, and I hope that we are definitely meeting that criteria here on the channel. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this news possible on a day-to-day basis, so that we can keep people informed like you. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a £10 super chat from ProConsul. And ProConsul said, any indications whether any of the old Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force Tomcats have been deployed or destroyed since the beginning of this conflict on Friday? At the moment, we have not heard of any destructions of Islamic Republic of Iran Air Force F-14s. From what we generally understand, most if not all of these F-14s are actually based out of the Isfahan International Airport, as satellite footage is able to corroborate the existence of F-14 aircraft at this airport, and we have never seen any kind of satellite corroboration to confirm existence of F-14s at any other airbase inside of Iran. It also appears that their publicly based their public basing is inside of Isfahan as well, which also adds a lot of credence to the fact that they're most likely in Isfahan alone. Considering that at this moment we have not been able to confirm the fact that the Isfahan International Airport has been targeted or suffered any serious damage, it does appear that we are not able to say that any of the F-14s have actually been knocked out. However, we have also not heard of any F-14s being involved in air defense operations over the Islamic Republic of Iran, possibly suggesting that these aircraft have been attempted to move further eastwards, where they may be out of danger of being hit and destroyed by Israeli airstrikes here in the future, meaning that they may not even really be within the operational theater of the western area of Iran at this point. But nevertheless, we still have not heard of the confirmed destruction of any of those aircraft at this point. So from what we know, those F-14s are still at large, but it's not really a major thing that we're trying to go after and get, either the United States or the Israelis. F-14s are incredibly old and outdated, and I know that they're a crowd pleaser and a big favorite of many people, because they sure as hell look great. I mean, you know, no one can even deny it now. These things still really stand to the test of time and look like beautiful aircraft, but the truth is that just technologically, these things are so far behind the times, they're just not that good anymore. And yes, I know a lot of people are going to say their radars were really good. Yes, but for the time. They're not great now. They're incredibly old and antiquated. These things have a very large radar cross-section. They're generally slower accelerating, actually, than most modern aircraft. They can get up to a higher top speed, that is true, but still slower accelerating. They also are a little bit more sluggish in the dogfight. The dogfights don't really matter, though, these days. It really matters about the armament of the missiles that they're able to carry. And the F-14s in Iranian service were actually modified to pretty much primarily carry the R-27ER, which is a Soviet kind of a radar-guided missile, which I'll show you all a picture of right here. This is the R-27ER, or really, yeah, that actually is the R-27ER. I think this is the R-27M, if I'm correct, but it doesn't really matter. That's the minutiae of the details. But nevertheless, they've been modified to carry these, and we've so far seen in the war in Ukraine that R-27ERs don't really stand up to the test of time. They're an incredibly old missile used by both the Russian Federation and the state of Ukraine, and so far their in-air performance, even against largely slower static targets, have been incredibly, there's been lots left to be desired in the performance of those missiles. So if with the F-14s using those, and they're not even using AIM-7s or an AIM-120, these aircraft are woefully undergunned and underpowered in the modern day, and generally are not a threat to the Israeli Air Force or the U.S. Air Force if we were to begin air operations within the region. So I hope that answers the question well. I hope that answers whether they exist or not, and then also tells you whether they're really a threat or not, even if they did exist. But if they were knocked out, it's good. If they're not knocked out, it doesn't really matter anyways, because they could be easily dealt with in the meantime. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we actually got Enforcer Matt back. We got him back! And so we're going to be continuing on through the questions and getting on and knocking them out. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so I am back. 3 pieces of toast and a little bit of strawberry jelly later. I am back. So we now have breaking news to cover right this very minute. Right now, we are seeing on Twitter, Arab networks are reporting that a drone strike might have occurred on the American embassy in Baghdad. And right now, we have a video showing something going on there, but it is very preliminary. So take this with a grain of salt. But let's take a look and see what's happening inside of Iraq.
We see some anti-air gun-based defense fire.
It's hard to tell what this location is, though. That's the hard part.
Yeah, you can't really tell much of anything from this. That scene in that clip, we really cannot tell anything from this clip. Actually, it just looks like air defense fire. So we'll be waiting to see what this is or if the embassy got hit. Hopefully, we'll be able to get video or picture evidence of the embassy smoking or on fire. That will confirm the hit without a doubt. But right now, it looks like there may be some air defense fire over Baghdad, but that's about it at this point. So with that, I hope that does address that at least the best we can for now, from what we know. And with that, I believe we're going to be getting back on into the questions.
All right. Also, I see some people saying that maybe it looked like some CRAM or CWAS fire. I think CRAM's the land-based version of that, the air defense system the U.S. uses. I didn't really recognize it as such. We'd have to go back and look at the video a second time to see if that was the case, but it didn't look like it to me. It looked like just a normal air defense fire of a different sort, but we might go take a look at that here in a second. But anyways, in the meantime, though, we're moving on to our next super chat, and this one is going to go to Mark the Kinetic Possum, who threw in a very generous $100 donation.
Dang.
And thank you very much, Mark, for the second largest super chat of the night. And he said, any thoughts on Israel's ability to sustain operation rates based on airframe availability, also pilot capacity, etc.? And what about the inventory of Iron Dome, David Sling and Arrow, and also Iran's missile stock, etc.? And when do they simply run out?
A lot of that stuff is not really publicly known too well, but I'll give you all the information that we have right now, and we might be able to come up with a somewhat semi-reliable answer to the question, but there's a lot of different moving parts there that isn't really known for the public, because that would give a lot of enemy forces an idea of replenishment rates, combat sustainment, the intensity or tempo of operations, those sorts of things. At least according to U.S. intelligence, the Islamic Republic of Iran does have several thousand missiles available to be launched to the state of Israel at any given moment. We already know that they've launched several hundred of them, so we're to take the number of 2,500 as a ballpark average of the missiles that they would have had. They now have about 2,200 left. However, they only have a limited number of transport erector launchers that actually could fire off those missiles, which generally range somewhere around 100 to 200. So we'll average that out at 150. So in every single attack, they can launch about 150 ballistic missiles at a time, considering that they have enough vehicles for those, and then they can reload those vehicles to have about 10 more or 12 more of those salvos until they completely run out of ballistic missiles. As far as the Israelis are concerned, however, their situation is a little bit more difficult. As far as the Iron Dome doesn't really factor into the air defense picture at the moment, because the Iron Dome is a specialized system to only deal with rocket and mortar fire from the Gaza Strip and Lebanon, which are a lot smaller in caliber and usually travel at a much slower speed than any average ballistic missile or even a hypersonic missile, which we're also seeing now as an emerging threat from the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Israelis have several hundred interceptors in terms of missiles, but they also have a limited number of launchers. So while they may have hundreds and hundreds of interceptors per type, these interceptors are incredibly expensive, and it also takes time to reload these launchers once they fire. With that in mind, it is possible that if the Iranians were able to increase the fires that they are conducting right now on the state of Israel, they may be able to overwhelm the interceptors, and they may be able to ensure that one of their waves is able to get get through without facing really any to no resistance at that point, and that means they will largely have to rely on the Israeli Air Force and also coalition air forces in the region to start taking on a little bit more of the weight for the air defense. Otherwise, the Israeli air defenses are going to be easily overwhelmed here in the future. As far as the airframe availability, we always assume that around 10% of all airframes to 15% are not operational due to repair or maintenance. So that means if we were to take a look at the standard Israeli Air Force size at the moment, and we can go look at that here really quickly. And let me go here. And let me go down here. Let me make sure to get our publicly available numbers of aircraft that the Israeli Air Force would have. So if we were to take a look at these numbers here, because these are these combat aircraft are the only ones that are going to be used at the moment. If we were to look at all of them, and let's just add them all together and then figure out what 10 to 15% of all the aircraft being down would look like, we have 66 F-15s of all types. We also have 174 F-16s, and then we have about 45 F-35I Adirs, meaning that there are about 285 combat aircraft in the Israeli Air Force. If we were to take that number in total, which is what they have available to work with right now, and we were to multiply that by 0.9, which will take as our running average of actual available aircraft, they actually have about 256.5 aircraft available. This means that they have a large variety of aircraft to use. We generally understand that they do have some additional backup pilots as well, although we don't have the exact staffing of pilots inside of the Israeli Air Force. We can assume that they probably have about 15% more than they would need to, most likely as backup pilots, or they can take training pilots that have been moved to training aircraft, such as these down here, and they could transfer them back up into being combat aircraft pilots, meaning that some of their training operations for now may be stopped, but they still will be able to make sure that they are able to keep their combat operations and their tempo running. So really, you can take any of your training aircraft pilots, especially your F-16 and F-15 training aircraft and their pilots, and you can pretty much just take those and throw them right back into a combat role, because they already generally were combat pilots or combat pilot trained to be able to be combat trainer certified on these aircraft. So they have about probably at least 60 or so pilots that are trainers that could be thrown right back into an F-16 or F-15 to keep those aircraft flying. That means that they can keep up an incredibly consistent tempo at the moment of their airstrikes, and we've been seeing that over the past few days for sure. Also, there is a likelihood that the Israelis may be supplying their pilots with amphetamines. That is a little bit unlikely. That's generally frowned upon in the modern Western world, and I believe that the Israelis may be a country that frowns upon that. But if we were to take prior historical examples, for instance, we could see that some of these pilots are given go pills, which is just the equivalent of methamphetamine in a pill form. This will be able to keep them going just a little bit longer before they crash once the drugs wear off. Or they'll be able to make sure to continue their air operations inside of northern Iraq with a very high tempo of operations. You can also keep aircraft loitering for a good bit. I do believe that the Israelis do have several fueling tankers, including Boeing 707s and KC-130 Hercules, and we've already seen KC-130 Hercules in the past, which means that your air superiority aircraft, or your defending air defense aircraft, can pretty much loiter in the air for a much longer period of time without having to take those aircraft out of the theater or of operations, which means they're still able to maintain an incredibly high tempo of air operations. Pretty much compared to the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, it does appear that the Israelis will be able to keep up a high tempo of operations for practically an indefinite period based off of how long this is going to last. So if this lasts several days or even a couple of weeks, the Israelis will be able to ensure that they are able to keep their aircraft in the sky at pretty much 100% efficiency the entire time, from what we can tell at the moment. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support, Mark. I hope that does address that question incredibly well. And with that, it is time for us to move on into some more breaking news. We actually just got some. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so right now we're getting some breaking news out of Iran. Right now we're getting word from locals on the ground that there are violent explosions happening in the middle of Tehran right this very minute. It's not sure exactly where the target is of this strike, but it is very violent explosions, more so than the last ones that we just saw a short while ago. So it's unclear what is being hit, but we're currently waiting for footage to come out. Also, by the way, we are currently hearing a clarification from U.S. officials. The U.S. is not considering direct involvement in Israel's attacks on Iran. Iran, according to Axios. That is the latest reporting so far. So far, the Trump administration is not considering getting involved in the campaign against Iran. That is the current statement, and that is what we're going to run with for the moment. So apparently the the State Department statements for the U.S. citizens to get out of Iran, that is simply a precaution, and that is simply for that reason, according to what we're hearing right now. But that is currently what we're hearing on that front. Also, by the way, we are also seeing that in northern Israel, there are sirens being activated due to a hostile aircraft infiltration, most likely a drone attack of sorts in northern Israel. So that is also some big news on that front. But right now, that is the breaking news.
And so we'll be waiting to see if we get any additional video or picture evidence of those strikes that are currently being conducted in Tehran, again by the Israeli Air Force. And following off of Mark's super chat there and the answer I gave, it's once again showing, at least over the past 72 hours since hostile actions began by the Israelis, that they are still keeping up pretty much an indefinite tempo, and it largely lays to the claim of all the things that I laid out, at least from what we can get from public information, that the Israeli Air Force is well equipped and capable of being able to conduct sustained 24-hour operations on a daily basis against the Islamic Republic of Iran until the conclusion of hostilities, which is a very good position for the Israeli Air Force to be in at the moment. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least off of the information that I have right now. And you know something, folks? Everyone always knew me as someone who was really big into trains. And you know something crazy, folks? With an answer as deep as that, I think you can tell I just got problems. Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Long This once again. It puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Long This, for that support as well. And it said, "Whoa, guys, did you see Top Gun 2?"
I never saw Top Gun 2. I never actually saw Top Gun 1, as a matter of fact. I never saw that one either. I've never seen any of the Top Guns, so unfortunately, I can't really speak to their quality. But I do remember hearing that apparently Top Gun 2 had like a fictional aircraft in it. Top Gun 2 plane. Let me go pull that up. Because there was a plane in there, the Dark Star, I think is what it was called. Yeah, it was this one. And it was a prop that was actually made by Lockheed Martin for the movie. I don't know if this is the one that he flies in the movie. Hell if I know. But it does look cool, that I will say. So that thing is absolutely goated. And also, someone's like, why? You didn't get a watch? You know, like it's a whole thing. We grew up in a really weird kind of in a way, you know, to just be frank. But anyways, with that, hope we addressed that well. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one. But I hope that does address that well. And I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running.
Yes, indeed. And our next one goes to World War III in Our Time, who puts in a $10 donation. And they said, what if Russia gave Iran a nuke for demo over the Persian Gulf?
I would say that probably would not happen because, once again, the state of Israel would be showing that they are nuclear armed at that point. And on a diplomatic level, considering that they have never officially recognized the existence of nuclear weapons within their possession, that means they just became a nuclearized power today if Israel did something.
Oh, no. He said, what if Russia gave Iran a nuke for a demo over the Persian Gulf?
Oh, I'm sorry. I completely misheard that. I would doubt it. The Russians probably don't have a lot of operational nuclear warheads already. We're already seeing that a lot of their attempted provocative actions against Ukraine or escalatory measures have failed because a lot of their IRBMs and ICBMs don't seem to have the ability to actually launch. So there's some sort of a failure just with the rocket as a base system. So with that in mind, we also have to question the efficacy of their nuclear warheads as well. And with that in mind, considering the Russians probably also have that in the back of their heads, they're probably not wanting to give away one of the few operational nuclear weapons they have for the Iranians to just blast it over the Persian Gulf and then try and send a message to everyone. Because it wouldn't really send a message. It probably would get everyone even more overboard on the Iranians, because then the Mossad would probably start flinging freaking like switchblades through the windows of Khomeini's house trying to get them at that point. So I think they probably wouldn't do that too much, at least in my opinion, because nobody really wants to give the Iranians a nuclear weapon. Really, no one actually wants them to have a nuclear weapon, but Russia and China will idly sit by and let them get one, and won't get in the way of them doing that. But we will. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I think you once again for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we're getting some breaking news coming out right now. We are being told through a statement through Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, that they are warning that Tehran's attacks on Israel will only become heavier and more extensive if Israel continues to strike nuclear and military targets across Iran. So breaking news, Israel just decided to launch massive strikes on Isfahan and northern Isfahan after they made that statement. So right now there are intensive airstrikes by the Israeli Air Force over northern Isfahan right now, following the IRGC statement threatening them once again.
And so it does appear that the IRGC is going to be firing off more missiles. I'm not really sure if they're going to have anyone around to fire off those missiles before the next time they can, but we'll probably see. We'll see. I'll put this down as another government threat. So we'll put threat to Israel as the title of that right there, so that we all can go and find that and cross-reference that later if you all would like to. There is a link to in the description to the map that we have here on the stream, so in case you don't know. Also, by the way, I got to give another big thanks to everyone that's been watching so far. We've been live for 3 hours and 10 minutes now, and we've actually had 410,000 people watching the stream so far. We got to thank you all so much for that. There's a huge crowd that we're getting here every single night. Yesterday, actually, as a matter of fact, folks, I also have to thank y'all massively as well, because we're about to break 376,000 subscribers on top of that. But I got to give a huge thanks to everyone because the stream that we ran last on the first day of the operations got 560,000 views. Yesterday's stream got 410,000 views. Well, actually, this one's the one that's got 410,000 views so far. And then the one before that, the day before that, got 310. So we thank you all so much for being here in such large numbers and watching our streams and our news. We're very honored at that. And also, if you would like to subscribe, please do. We're about to hit 376,000 subscribers, and that would be kind of just crazy to see that we hit that here in just a moment, because it's taken us a long time to build up this channel, and it's crazy to think that it's exploding as we're continuing to cover this news. So a huge thanks to you all so much once again. But with that, I hope we were able to address that news right there, and also give you all a huge thanks for watching so far. And with that, we're going to be moving back into the questions in the meantime until we get more breaking news that's coming out.
All right, so our next one goes to Robert Tilden, who puts in a 10, and he said, thanks for all the good work.
And thank you so much for enjoying our good work, Robert, because we absolutely love to do it, and we appreciate and really care to know that a lot of people really do enjoy it. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And Ash C puts in a 10 and says, why isn't Iran firing everything they can at the airfields, and those F-35s aren't coming from a suburb?
Well, I don't know why they're not. That's a great question. The Islamic Republic of Iran is much like the Russian Federation. Really, all of the enemies of the state here in the United States are much like each other. They generally consider acts of terror to be more effective than actual precision strikes against one's ability to manage their economy or to manage their armed forces. And that's what leads them to fail, is that they're more so driven by pure anger and hatred than they are by calculated, methodical actions like we do here in the West. So that's generally the only real explanation I can give, because why haven't they hit Nevatim Air Base? I have no clue. I don't know why. It generally, to me, would just be summed up to nothing less than just sheer incompetence on their end. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from E.W. Fisher 89. And thank you very much, E.W. Fisher, for that support. He said, I've been following you guys for about a month or so, but you've become my go-to source for conflict news, and keep up the great work.
Actually, we covered E.W. Fisher. Sorry, I forgot to mention that, I think, when you came back. We covered E.W. Fisher's proconsuls, and also... yeah, those were the two that we covered. But a big thanks to E.W. Fisher, or as I said, Edu Fisher on stream, and Proconsul for y'all support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Kurta Drake, who puts in the 10 and says, I've been hanging around off and on since day 19, and first time sending you a bit of real support, and keep up the good work on the reporting, and take care of yourselves.
And thank you so much for the support, Kurta Drake. And thank you so much for hanging around since day 19. You're actually an old guard by reformed definition. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep rolling, and for the kind words as well and supporting it. Because folks like you are helping us to make this thing a reality each and every single day, and to be able to cover the news for hundreds of thousands of people while it's happening live. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Naoma Maid, who puts in a 10 and says LSA, and also Alan McMillan, who put in a 5, along with Jason Carney, who also put in a 5 as well. And thank you very much, Alan, Jason, and Naoma Maid, for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. And we also have a 10 from Blood Potato, who said, any information on the embassy attack last night in Iraq?
It appears to have turned into a nothing burger. There was some sort of missile threat around the facility, but it didn't directly hit. So it ended up being a false alarm for the large part. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, we're currently getting breaking news right now that the Iranian attack against Israel is expected shortly. Another one, that is, a brand new one. We're currently expecting that imminently right this very minute. So we will be keeping an eye out for that. The Israeli authorities have sent out alerts to all the civilians to get ready to take shelter. So apparently it is a valid threat. So it is coming up very soon. So we'll keep an eye on it. But jumping into our next one here, this one goes to Broken, who puts in the 7 and said, thanks for the stream. And while I have 2 tornadoes on both sides of my town, also be careful out there, sheltering in the basement with the pets, you guys are great and informative.
I got to thank you for the support, Broken. I hope you stay safe out there, though. Tornadoes are nasty business. And if you want to know about those tornadoes, I can only suggest Ryan Hall, who's a really great news channel, well, weather channel, actually, on YouTube. And we were joking around the other day that our channel, Agenda Free TV, and Ryan Hall is like the trinity of like the news channels. Of course, we're biased. We're one of those channels. But like us for world news, Agenda Free TV for domestic and world news, and then Ryan Hall for the weather. So you pretty much have the greatest combination. You don't ever have to watch Fox or CNN again if you used a trio like that. It's a pretty decent one. But I do thank you so much for the support. I hope you stay safe out there, though. And it's good to know that we're able to keep you company while you're having to deal with tornadoes literally circling you like a bunch of ravenous dogs right now. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Galatian, who puts in the 5 and said, they said, I had heard that they were prioritizing incoming threats. Possible hit on the refinery was let through if trajectory was into dead on the ground. And thoughts, and NZLUV.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it does appear that, let's see. Was it into dead ground? Well, the hit in the refinery wasn't hit to dead ground. We saw that there was a significant fire that was created afterwards, which did confirm that it was a pretty significant hit to the refinery. And so it appears that the Israelis tried to intercept. I mean, we actually had a live play-by-play of the attempt to defend from those hypersonics, and the interceptors did explode on the hypersonics. It's just that they didn't actually destroy them because they were just going too fast. By the time the explosion went off, it was timed incorrectly for a conventional missile. So the missile had actually passed right underneath the interceptor, and so the interceptor exploded just right behind it, meaning the shrapnel field was projected harmlessly behind the missile, and then the hypersonics continued forward and pressed on to hit their target. So generally, it wasn't that the Israelis let those through, it was that the air defense wasn't able to get them. But from what we generally have to say about that, though, because, you know, some people don't think with sense. Air defense systems are not perfect. Like, and I'm not saying that to you, by the way. I'm just saying that because some people are going to react to my statements here and go, what? You know, and then they're going to go crazy. Israeli air defense systems and any air defense system in the world is not 100% effective. Just because they are great weapon systems does not mean that they are perfect and they could shoot down everything. And so that's just what happened. I mean, the air defense system couldn't intercept them. They went through, they hit their target, and that is what it is. The air defense interception rate was still pretty high from what we know. It was at least 80% or higher, but in that particular instance, they just didn't get him. So to answer your question, it generally seems as though they tried to intercept them, but there was a failure and they made it through anyways. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Ryan S., who puts in a 5. And he said, how many missile barrages will Israel take before they just simply nuke Iran? And Iran's missiles seem to be mostly indiscriminate, and Israel can't do ground troops.
I would say that as far as I know, the Israelis will probably take an unlimited amount of missile attacks and not nuke the Islamic Republic of Iran unless if it starts to appear that they have run out of interceptors and the Iranians start causing serious damage to Israel. If they do that, then they might nuke them, because that'll be a last resort, kind of a survival sort of a thing. But beyond that, if they are able to defend against all of them successfully, there's going to be no nuke ever thrown at Iran. That would be my answer to it. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Julie Jules, who puts in the 5 and said, "You two are my go-to channel for world affairs and very knowledgeable." And thank you for that.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Julie Jules, and thank you for the very kind words. We try and be as knowledgeable as we can be. We don't know everything, but we try to know as much as we can. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $20 super chat from Alan Ferguson. And thank you very much, Alan, for the support. He said, "Thanks in part of your channel, I canceled my Sling TV subscription yesterday. And why pay for something I haven't watched in months? So here's the thanks."
Hey, and I thank you so much for the support, Alan Ferguson. And I got to say, good on you for getting rid of your Sling TV subscription. I hope that a lot of people start to show mainstream news that it's just not mainstream anymore and it's getting a little behind the times by making sure to hit them where it counts, which is their wallets. Mainstream news just doesn't deserve the kind of attention or the credibility that it gets these days. It's highly incredible. It's very dated information by the time they get it out. It's just generally yesterday's news. And I hope to see that people continue to support channels like ours and help us to keep on growing and running so we can make sure to actually put mainstream news back where it belongs or force it to improve. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again, and a big thanks to you for the compliment and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Murray Escott, who put in a 5, along with Daisy, who also put in a 5 as well. And we appreciate both of you, Murray and Daisy, for that support. We also have a $5 super chat from WF2U, who put in a 5 and said, "The missile didn't hit the Haifa refinery, but the Arab town of Tamra, a suburb of Haifa, and one woman was killed."
And I thank you for the support. One other missile did hit there, but we were able to confirm the refinery was hit. We did all the geolocations for that on stream, WF2U. I thank you for the support, but saying that the missiles didn't hit the refinery when we have multiple geolocated pictures and evidence of a hit on the refinery, we can simply just go down there and show it really quickly. This tower right here and this off in the distance, you'll see it pans over. You see a clear array of condensing towers, and if we go and zoom in on that specific area, you can see that very same clear array of condensing towers. So that is exactly where those hits made it. Yes, there was another hit elsewhere, but that doesn't mean that that was the only hit, and all of these hits didn't exist. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible, and help us to keep this thing on air every single day, so that we can try and make sure that their news is as accurate as possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we currently have breaking news right now. Iran has launched more ballistic missiles, this time about 50 to 60 ballistic missiles, and it appears to be targeting Tel Aviv, also Jerusalem, and also sort of to the north of Tel Aviv as well. That's currently the location, and there's visual confirmation that Iranian missiles have been launched as of right this moment. We do have pictures showing the launches as well, and actually the number could be as high as 70, according to the current estimates that we have right this very minute. So we're also hearing some sporadic reports of drones as well heading toward Israel, but that is not totally confirmed as of the moment. But Enforcer, we do have some pictures to show, showing them taking off, and also a general area showing where these are going, allegedly.
All right, and so our first picture here is actually showing the Tehran area in Iran as the missile launches are being conducted by the Islamic Republic of Iran against the state of Israel. At the moment, we are expecting that these missiles will most likely take 15 minutes to reach their impact sites inside of Israel, and we also are able to see that a large blanket area has been covered, and it appears to be covering the area of Tel Aviv, Ashdod, which is the major port down here in the south, Jerusalem, a significant area of the West Bank, including Jenin, which is largely in the center here, and it also appears to be in air raid warning that is also expanding as far north as Netanya, north of Tel Aviv. And we can see that that is a very significant area for an air warning, and it is showing us that it's going to be an air attack similar to the one that we saw yesterday, as a matter of fact, when we were live on air. We also were able to see more video and picture evidence showing the launch of these ballistic missiles from Iran towards Israel, and we are able to get enough confirmation at this point that this is going to be a severe and evident threat to the largest metropolis inside of the country, which is the city of Tel Aviv. And we'll have to see how the interceptors are performing. We do know that there are 50 to 60, and possibly even, at the highest accounts, 70 ballistic missiles that have been launched into this attack at this moment, and those will most likely be making it into the airspace in about 12 minutes once I've gotten to this point and speaking about the current information that we have right now. So we will be trying to wait and see. Well, of course, we will be waiting and seeing what's going to be happening as a result of these strikes at the moment, because it does appear that they are going to be hitting incredibly soon. So in the meantime, Matthew, do we have any additional information about these attacks at the moment, or are we just largely waiting for them right now?
So right now we are getting word that the Iranian airspace closure has been extended until 3 p.m. on Sunday. So clearly they're expecting a back and forth in Iran for quite some time. We're also hearing as well that in parallel to the incoming missile attack on apparently Tel Aviv and Jerusalem right now, we are also getting confirmation that drone alerts are coming into northern Israel right now. That is in parallel to the missile attack. So we're seeing a combination of both drones and missiles heading toward Israel right this very second. So that apparently is all the news we have at the moment, and we're currently waiting for video evidence to come out showing these missiles coming in.
And so we'll be waiting for the missiles to enter. It does appear that there's also some sort of a drone threat that may have just materialized inside of Israeli airspace. We'll be trying to take great attention to cover both of those stories as they are developing right now. We are hearing that sirens are apparently going off around the area of Tel Aviv at the moment, but those sirens are in preparation for the incoming ballistic missile attack that is coming in the moment. They don't start sounding those sirens once the missiles are overhead and striking, and they sound those early so that way people have time to get into the air raid shelters. So we are going to still be waiting for that incoming air attack that could be arriving at any minute now over the area of Tel Aviv. We'll start to get reports of that and small video clips and evidence here in just moments, and we'll start to be able to tell you all how the air defense is doing and where the impacts may have possibly hit, if there are any that hit at all. So with that in mind, we will be waiting, and in the meantime, we're going to gather a few more questions while we're still waiting for those Iranian ballistic missiles to make their way into Israeli airspace.
All right, so our next super chat goes to Hawk, who puts in a massive $200 donation,
Damn.
the largest super chat of the day. And thank you very much, Hawk, for that support. And once again, helping to keep our channel running in a massive way. And we do appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a huge thanks to you for the unbelievable support, Hawk. You didn't throw in a comment, but that support is unbelievable and massive. And I got to thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running, because you're helping us to make this news possible, and you're helping us to be on air and get to cover all of this. So big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to be a $20 super chat from Jeff G. And thank you, Jeff, as well, for the $20 support. He said, what will be the position of Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt? And will they stay at arm's length, and can they?
And that is a great question. Saudi Arabia will remain neutral. They're a part of the American security sharing sphere, so they won't do anything either against Iran or against Israel, because they just kind of want to sit back and take it a little easy. Egypt will do the same, and Jordan is involved in the air defense of the Israelis. So that is pretty much the disposition of all three of them at the moment right now. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a big thanks to you once again. And we are on to the next one.
All right, so we are getting some more breaking news right now this very moment. We are hearing that there has been visually confirmed interceptors in Tel Aviv, as well as sirens going off all over the city of Tel Aviv right now. So apparently some of the missiles have already arrived in Tel Aviv right now. We do have confirmation the Iron Dome is working right now, along with all the other air defense systems that Israel uses in that area. So we are hearing that. Also, it does appear that the majority of the ballistic missile alerts are in central Tel Aviv. That appears to be the location. So this is a pretty big attack here, a massive double whammy of drones and ballistic missiles coming in right this second. So currently waiting on video evidence showing the interceptions. And with that, we will go right back into our super chats while we're waiting for that video footage. This next one here goes to Spontaneous Synthesis, who puts in a $20 donation. And they said, I have not watched news for 10 years until now and stumbled into you guys on YouTube, and you are delivering near real-time news in a way that delivers the greatest value to the viewers. And thank you.
Hey, and a big thanks to you so much for the support, Spontaneous Synthesis. And I got to thank you massively for appreciating our news. I love to know that we were actually able to get people back into news because we actually make it palatable and tolerable. It's a little crazy to think that once you remove all the political dogma that a lot of these channels are putting out there and you actually just cover the news, people actually want to know what's going on around the world. I think that's a great thing. And I got to thank you very much for appreciating that and supporting this channel so that way we can keep running it and keep making this thing possible, to keep putting out news for more folks like you who may not want to hear any of that kind of stuff and just get the news and nothing else. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, folks, we cannot show the live stream coming out of Tel Aviv right now. We simply don't have the ability to show that live on the air, but I am watching on a second screen to sort of double check our information. That's sort of our way to confirm what's happening right now in Tel Aviv. So we will let you know when we do see something. But jumping into our next post, or excuse me, our next super chat here, this one goes to Elizabeth MC, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that $10 support and also helping to keep the channel running. We also have a $5 super chat from Ryan S. He said, a friend of mine is stationed near Iran, and he was stuck in a bunker for hours. And he also stated that we're in the shit now, and unsure if he meant missile defense.
And thank you for the support, Ryan S. I actually wouldn't know either. We haven't heard of the U.S. being involved in any missile defense actions yet, at least publicly. So if he did say that, he may have just meant that, you know, the world's, like, the war is going down, or he may have meant that they were involved in air defense. I'm not entirely sure. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Galatians, who puts in a 5 once again. He said, sir, if you need a rabbit hole for a moment, I just watched a doco on the 7-star Japanese train trip. It's amazing, and take a look sometime.
And I thank you so much for the support. I would do rabbit holes tonight, and of course everyone knows that I do like trains and, you know, everything else, planes, ships, all that stuff. But tonight I want to make sure that we are able to have a little bit of time to keep covering the news, because this is a major breaking news development. I do appreciate you, though, massively for trying to give me a chance to do a rabbit hole, and that is a really cool train trip. But sadly, I can't talk about it too much tonight. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so Enforcer, we've got our first video evidence coming out of the launches from Iranian territory toward Israel right now. The ballistic missiles are still taking off, and we do have this video and also one more showing them taking off.
And we can see that this is, of course, an incredibly large volume of missiles. It appears that they're actually coming in a staggered formation, at least from their launches. And we can also see another video published by Flytux News showing dozens of Iranian ballistic missiles all being fired simultaneously at the same time.
Also, by the way, I can confirm I am now seeing interceptions over the skies of Tel Aviv, heavy interceptions right now on the live cam that we unfortunately cannot show here on the stream, but I can confirm it looks like the Iron Dome is currently shooting down several ballistic missiles, and it looks like a few might have made it through once again. So that is the current situation. We're currently waiting on the ground footage to come out of these interceptions right now.
We have been able to hear so far that there have been 3 hits inside of Tel Aviv from missiles that were able to make it through the air defense systems. We are going to be waiting for more additional video and picture evidence. Unfortunately, everyone, I do have to apologize that we're not able to have a live camera at the moment. Unfortunately, you have to pay a pretty expensive license to be able to get a hold of those cameras, and that's something that we have not been able to do, at least recently. So we do not have access to those cameras at the moment, and we are going to be waiting to get video and picture evidence of those impacts that should be coming out here incredibly soon. But it does appear that at this moment, Iranian missiles have actually made it into the airspace of Tel Aviv as well as Jerusalem and are now impacting targets throughout the area of central Israel. We have been able to hear that there is heavy air defense activity by the Israelis. We are hearing that the David Sling, the Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 anti-ballistic missile systems, and possibly some other larger caliber air defense systems have been involved in the air defense around the area. There is the possibility that a U.S. THAAD launcher may also be involved in the defense, although we have not been able to get any additional information about that at this moment. It does appear that we are also starting to hear that there are still multiple hits actually hitting Tel Aviv. There's now more than 3. There's at least a score of hits that have now hit Tel Aviv, and we are still waiting to get some video and picture evidence of these impacts that are happening at this moment right now. Do we have any video or picture evidence of those hits, Matthew?
So right now we do not, still just textual information right now at the moment, but I am seeing here, like it's clearly a mess right now over Tel Aviv. It is a heavy amount of incoming ballistic missiles right this second. So we are about to get some footage here. It's going to be probably the next 5 minutes or so when we get some more footage, but this is a big one. This is another heavy attack.
It sounds as though the Islamic Republic of Iran is conducting a very atypical attack for the large part. It sounds as though they are targeting the cities of Tel Aviv and Jerusalem and attempting to attack and kill as many Israeli citizens as they can in direct retaliation for what the state of Israel has done against the Islamic Republic of Iran in their airstrikes recently. These attacks are not going to achieve much, at least on a strategic level, but they will attempt to try and enact a reign of terror over the Israeli people and attempt to just put them into a raw state of fear as the conflict continues going on. So we are going to be waiting and seeing for any video or picture evidence, but these attacks will not have a lot of strategic substance substance to speak on, considering that it does appear that they are once again attempting to attack civilian centers inside of the major cities in Israel. So let's see. I see a lot of people are saying that there is definitely a large amount of impacts being made this time, and it does appear that the air defense interceptors may have been slightly overrun as some missiles are making their way through and to their targets. We are also starting to hear that there has been some additional information going on. It does appear that a lot of people are talking about the live cameras, and I once again want to point out to folks that the licensing fees on that are incredibly expensive, and considering that our channel doesn't cover live breaking news like this where it would necessitate live cameras, incredibly often we do not have access to those at this moment. Unfortunately, I do know. But nevertheless, we are still waiting for more video and picture evidence. The attack is ongoing. We are hearing that there are several impacts inside of Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and we are expecting that there will mostly be casualties and unlikely, but still in low number, fatalities that may have resulted from this major Iranian missile attack that has just occurred at this moment. It also appears that many people are saying that a lot of the missiles actually were intercepted. Only a few of them made it through. But beyond that, we will be trying to get more video and picture evidence of that here in a second.
And we do have footage right this very minute coming out showing us the interceptions over Tel Aviv right now on our Twitter page. And we also see missiles over the skies of Jerusalem as well. And there's also confirmed blasts on the ground inside of Tel Aviv. So here we go. This is the video right here.
And we can see the interceptors being fired and attempting to intercept the incoming Iranian ballistics. And we can see it's an incredibly large, voluminous number of incoming Iranian missiles and Israeli interceptors that are now battling it out over the skies. It actually appears that that interceptor may have missed, and it was going for a secondary target after it missed. We were also able to get another clip here, once again showing the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles over Israel. That's the end of that clip right there. And moving on from that, actually, those are all the clips that we have at the moment right now of the air defense or the attack on Tel Aviv that's happening right now by the Islamic Republic of Iran. We are going to be waiting for more video and picture evidence, which should be forthcoming very quickly here, and we should be able to show you all exactly what was going on over the skies of the city of Tel Aviv. It does appear that
we've got one more. We've got one more, actually two more coming in right this second. Let's see here. Yeah, two more. So we have some more footage right now.
All right, and here's another clip that we have at the moment of the interceptors firing in Tel Aviv and the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. We can see that one was successfully intercepted. And there was also another one that was successfully intercepted higher up. We also have an additional clip. Let me refresh my page really quickly to get a hold of that one. Actually, that appears to be the launch of the Iranian ballistic missiles, and it doesn't appear that
that would be all of our footage then.
Okay, yeah, that's all of our footage for now. We're still waiting for more video and picture evidence, but it does appear that the Israeli air defense was firing off a great deal of interceptors at this point. We were able to confirm multiple interceptions over the city by video and picture evidence alone. It does appear that the Israelis may have taken several hits within Tel Aviv and Jerusalem at this time, but we'll be trying to wait for further video and picture evidence to be able to confirm those impacts here in a very short moment. I do once again want to remind you all that this is a currently developing situation, and we are trying to make sure to keep up with this live as fast as we can. However, there's been a small break in our video coverage at this moment due to us trying to gather more of it so we can show y'all. Nevertheless, we are going to most likely be seeing that this is the end of the attack. It does sound as though all of the 60 or 70 ballistic missiles have already made it into Israeli airspace and have been shot down or hit their targets at this point, and we'll now most likely be seeing that the continued news throughout the rest of the stream will possibly be of the sporadic Israeli airstrikes that are still occurring throughout Iran at this moment, as they are currently moving air assets into northern Iraq once more to begin more air operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran and to strike at military officials and key infrastructure sites. Matthew, do we have any additional video or picture evidence at this moment of the air defense of Tel Aviv?
So at this very moment, we do not. I'm currently watching the live camera. It does appear that at the very moment we're looking at it right now, there appears to be a bit of a lull above the skies over Tel Aviv. So it's not clear if this attack is over yet. We've not gotten the all clear yet from the Israeli authorities. But right now it appears to be a small lull that we're looking at in Tel Aviv. So there were confirmed impacts, by the way. I want to make that clear. There were impacts on the ground in Tel Aviv, so clearly there's probably some damage on some locations. But right now we simply do not know. It's still too early.
And so we'll be waiting for more video and picture evidence. And in the meantime, since we are seeing that there's a little bit of a lull in the air activity at the moment, we are going to be going back to getting some questions. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and our next one here goes to Bill Cody, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you, Bill, as well, for that support. He said, is it the American stance to let Israel do the dirty work, and then the U.S. does the cleanup?
It may possibly be the case. I didn't really think that initially, but it does sound like the United States is now getting openly involved in supporting the Israelis publicly, so that actually could be a likelihood at this point. So with that, I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, real quick, we are getting some more drone alerts coming out of northern Israel right now. Apparently, it is in the area above to the north of Jerusalem, actually. So we're getting some active drone alerts there, some hostile aircraft intrusions toward that part of Israel. But right now, once again, it appears to be quiet over the skies of Tel Aviv, at least for the very moment right now. But I don't believe I saw 70 missiles being intercepted. So we're not sure exactly if this is the end of the attack just yet. But moving on to our next super chat here, this one is going to go to the Motorcycle Zero Show, who just threw in a massive $200 donation.
Dang.
And thank you very much to the Motorcycle Zero Show for the massive support and really supporting our work in a massive way. And he said, I've always valued unbiased news, and Breaking Points was that for me until Crystal went sideways. Even as a lifetime member, I stopped listening to them, and I really enjoy your work, and think you should consider monetizing with the Daily News Brief like the PDB with Mike Baker, and I'll subscribe and pay.
Thank you so much for the massive support, the motorcycle fella. I can't see your full name. Let me go to the spreadsheet and get your full name, because it only showed me the first part. It's like the motorcycle something. But I do thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I actually do not see you in the spreadsheet yet, so I'm just going to call you the motorcycle fellow for now because I can't see your full name. The Motorcycle Zero Show. There we go. Thank you so much for the massive support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And we always try and make sure that we are as politically neutral here as possible and just cover the news. We say no thanks to the politics, just the news, and we hope that we provide on that every single day. It is an honor and a great privilege to know that a lot of people enjoy it that much that y'all would like to have like a pay to subscribe service for news, but we always like to make sure that while we could, as the folks say out on the streets, cash in on covering the news, which we generally do make a fine living as it is right now, I don't really want to put news or good news behind a paywall. I think that not only does our channel do a great deal to help us have a job and to be able to get all of y'all the great news, but it helps to actually change the kind of news coverage atmosphere that we have here in the United States of America, which is mostly emotionally and politically driven and not really factually driven by a great deal of information or technical knowledge on the specific subjects or developments that are going on around the world. We'd like to try and make sure that we are as accessible as possible, and that's why we don't really try and push channel memberships. We actually don't even have channel memberships, and we do everything through super chats only. It's because we want to make sure that people actually can, whether they want to throw in money or not, hear actual good news out there and hopefully become a more discerning news listener or reader out there. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again for the massive support and that high praise, and thank you for the kind words all around. We are happy to know that people enjoy this channel that greatly. But I do understand, before we move on to our next questions, that we actually have more breaking news developments coming out of Israel. And so what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so we do have some breaking news right now. Right now, we are hearing that apparently the Iran oil ministry is telling the New York Times that oil depots inside of Iran are exploding one after the other, and that's how frequent these attacks are on the oil depots and energy infrastructure inside of Iran. We're also hearing as well and getting new footage coming out of Jerusalem right now of missiles being intercepted and also fired over Jerusalem. And we're also getting confirmation of a hit right in the middle of Tel Aviv and Beit Yam, right in the middle. Apparently it was hit. We do see a confirmed hit on the ground. So let's take a look at all that new footage.
Here in Beit Yam, we were able to confirm an Iranian ballistic missile did impact. We also were able to see air defense action over the city of Jerusalem just minutes ago. A very large amount of ballistic missiles and attempted air interceptions.
Also, Enforcer, more breaking news. Right now, we are hearing more missile alerts are now activated in Tel Aviv. So that was not the end of the attack. I suspected it probably was not. So we're hearing right now more missile alerts and sirens going off in Tel Aviv right this very second, and also the nearby towns as well. We do have another video showing Iranian missiles over Tel Aviv that's live right this second that you can show on our Twitter page, second post down. And we're also getting word as well that the U.S. military is actively operating in the air, on land, and at sea to shoot down Iranian missiles fired at Israel. So the U.S. military is involved in shooting these down using all of our multiple different assets in the region. So let's take a look.
Yeah. هنا دخل هنا وای 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 يا خشبون نخون باين وای هنا زكوت لما هنا زكوت وای واو واو ليل يو واو 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 די תרגי.
Well, that's the end of that clip, but it is showing us the active air defense situation once again happening over Tel Aviv at this moment, as we are hearing that there is a new wave of Iranian ballistic missiles that entered minutes just after the last one and are now once again engaging the Israeli air defense forces as they attempt to hit their targets throughout the city. We are waiting for more additional information on that at the moment. We do understand, however, that that is an ongoing developing situation, and it does appear that the 60 to 70 missiles fired from Iran has actually arrived in two waves. The first wave consisting of around 30 ballistic missiles. The second wave possibly made up of 30 to 40 ballistic missiles as well, largely confirming that the number was on the high end, close to 60 or 70 ballistic missiles fired in the last attack by the Iranians. We are still waiting for more additional information and video evidence at this moment of the ongoing situation developing on the ground inside of Tel Aviv. But Matthew, do we have any additional information at this moment about the air defense, or better yet, the impacts that the Iranians may have been able to unfortunately make inside of the city?
So Beit Yam in Tel Aviv is currently the only confirmed impact that we have at the moment. But of course, Tel Aviv is still under an active attack. But we do have this footage right here that you're looking at showing the incoming missiles from North Israel that were just fired a moment ago. And these were the interceptions and also some of the hits that we saw here over North Israel.
And we can see here more interceptions being conducted around the Tel Aviv area as these missiles were coming in over the city. And it does appear that the Israelis may have taken some hits within the cities, but it does seem as though a large amount of the missiles may have been intercepted at the literal last moment. That's the end of that clip, but nevertheless, it does seem that the Iranian air attacks are still ongoing right now. This is the first attack where we've ever seen a secondary follow-up within minutes, largely showing that they may be developing a new missile strategy or deploying a new missile strategy where they fire off a first wave, which is then followed in minutes after a second wave, when many people may have believed that the original attack was over, possibly trying to catch more people coming out of their houses where more casualties could be inflicted by the missiles that make it through. It does appear that once again, though, the Iranians are largely being hindered by the fact that they do not have a large enough number of transport-erector launchers to launch a large enough decisive attack against the Israelis to overrun their interceptors. We keep noticing that their attacks are much smaller in size, usually around 100 ballistic missiles or less at a time, which is enough that the Israelis can actually deal with that one piece at a time. And especially considering that Israeli attacks are targeting and destroying more transport-erector launchers used to fire these ballistic missiles, it is highly possible that these attacks could continue to shrink in size and become incredibly manageable for the coalition air defense forces of the United States, Israel, and the United Kingdom that are currently operating around the area of the state of Israel at this time. So we will most likely be seeing that these attacks, while still making it through in some limited instances and hitting their targets, will not be as grand or as significant in damage as we originally believed they would be over the passing days. With that, it does appear that we are waiting for more video and picture evidence at this moment. We will be trying to make sure that we can get that to all of y'all as soon as we get some additional video and picture evidence. And let me really quickly check Twitter to see if Enforcer Matt's been able to find any. And it doesn't appear that we have been able to. Actually,
I've got some crazy footage right now coming out of central Israel. We see a confirmed impact on the ground. This is crazy footage. Show this real quick. Let's take a look. A humongous shockwave off of this one. Oh my God.
Actually, that's 2 impacts that we were able to confirm right there. That is crazy. Let's watch this again, because I've never seen one where we almost get like a front-facing view of an impact of a ballistic missile. So let's take a look at this again.
Holy crap.
That's absolutely crazy.
That's wild. That was the terminal phase, wasn't it? That we just saw right there. Literally, it was right in front of our eyes, wasn't it?
Yeah, the terminal phase is right ahead of the impact. Well, it's a little ways ahead of the impact. It's when it starts tilting downwards onto a negative glide slope to start aiming towards its target. So this was the terminal phase of one of these larger caliber Iranian intermediate range ballistic missiles that just hit its target. That is actually crazy to see. I have never seen anything like that. Let's watch this with the audio off, just that way we can look at the actual impact itself and focus on that. So we can see these 2 missiles, by the way, this one up here that my mouse cursor's on, and this one, both appear to have hit Tel Aviv. So this confirms that there is a second hit that we have not seen video or picture evidence of individually from the one that we saw earlier. But we can see this missile come in, and it slams down, and it actually immediately compresses the air and shoves it out in a shockwave from the force of the explosion. It appears that the explosive yield on this missile is several thousand pounds. I would say maybe 2,000 pounds possibly, because that is a absolutely massive explosion right there. Once the explosion ended, it already was about 20 stories tall. So the explosive mass here is huge.
Also, by the way, I've just gotten word that apparently Israeli air defenses just intercepted a missile launched from Yemen. So now there are confirmed missiles apparently coming from Yemen right now at this time too, that have generally not been reported on. So we're hearing of interceptions. We're not sure exactly how many have been fired from Yemen, but now it looks like the Houthis are also getting involved in this as well. So drones and missiles right now coming from Iran and Yemen at this very moment. So right now, we're hearing preliminary reports of over 10 injuries in central Israel, and that number is expected to rise. Apparently, these impacts are right in the center. As we just saw, there's one right there on camera. We also saw another one in Beit Yam as well, in Tel Aviv. These are some serious impacts that are happening right now. So trying to find some more footage right now, but just insane footage we're seeing here, especially that last clip was insane. Also, by the way, let's see here. Okay, that's the same footage we just watched a moment ago. Let me see if I can spot another one real quick. There are also more red alerts coming across Tel Aviv right this second, so this is definitely not over with, and we've got confirmed impacts, so we'll have to keep an eye out.
And we are going to be keeping an eye out as best we can at the moment, as we are hearing about continued impacts throughout the entirety of the city of Tel Aviv, as it does appear that the Iranian ballistic missile attacks may not be over at this moment. Also, I really quickly wanted to say something. Someone said, the animal kingdom doesn't behave like this towards each other, only humans. I guess you don't know about chimps then, because chimps go to war with each other, and they'll rip apart each other's children and eat them alive, you know, like as a sign of dominance when they beat each other in a war that they have. Like, that's the thing that happens, by the way. Like, this isn't something that's specific to humans. The world is just a very chaotic and dangerous place. So, no, it's not people or parasites. It's just this is the nature of the world. It's a violent and unpredictable kind of a place. But with that, we do understand that there is still incoming missiles possibly over Tel Aviv, and we are going to be waiting to see if anything like that continues to develop. We do understand that there has been a significant number, or really a handful of hits inside of Tel Aviv and possibly Jerusalem at this moment from the ongoing air attack by the Iranians, and we may see that even more developments are coming here within the near future. So with that, we are going to be waiting to see what's going to be going on. And in the meantime, I think we have a little bit of a free moment to maybe gather a question or two in this moment.
All right, so jumping back to our super chats real quick while we're still searching for breaking news, because it will be coming out here in probably the next minute or so. So let's grab a couple more super chats while we have some time. This one goes to Gary Davis, who puts in a 25, and thank you very much, Gary, for that $25 support. He said, first super chat donation, I've been following for years, and thank you both, and power on LSA.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we will make sure to power on, Gary, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Fantasy Star who said, how involved do you think Israel and Iran's navies will get? And we were watching your stream in our naval science class and got in trouble by our lieutenant for not paying attention, LOL. And us midshipmen from the main maritime appreciate you.
And we appreciate the midshipmen because y'all make up a very important part of the merchant marine and also the great naval force that the United States makes up around the world. But a great question right there. And I would have to say that the involvement of the Israeli and Iranian navies directly against each other is going to be greatly limited. We'll most likely see that the Iranian Navy will only be engaging the Israeli Air Force into the future. We already have been able to confirm that the Israelis have conducted airstrikes on Bandar Abbas. We have not been able to confirm any damage to the Iranian Navy yet. So that's kind of one of the running issues that we have right now, is that there's no confirmation of damage coming from Bandar Abbas and the larger part of the Iranian Navy. But the Israeli and Iranian navies are greatly limited in their range, and we generally would believe that both of them are not what we would consider to be full-on blue water forces. They're kind of like a brackish water forces. They're not really in the rivers per se or inside of the gulfs or out in the open sea entirely. It's more so they kind of do a little bit of a hybrid of both. Israel's navy is mostly structured around coastal defense, and so is Iran's as well. Iran's is pretty much made for a limited power projection just in the Persian Gulf alone, and it hardly can even make it out into the Arabian Sea. So any kind of engagements or interactions between the Israeli Navy and the Iranian Navy, we are believing at this point, is going to be slim to absolutely none. And if anything, it's going to be them having to engage incoming air threats and targets either by Iranian ballistic missile attacks or by the Israeli Air Force, depending on which side is being attacked at that time. And so with that, I hope that does address it well. And Asya and Fresh said brown water. Brown water is what is like a very, very coastal force. But that's why I said brackish water, because it's not really brown water. It's not really blue water. It's almost a hybrid of the two. It's not, and I think Russell Vaughn put it better, the littoral navy. That's really what it is. It's more so closer in. It's not made for larger ocean-going ventures. The U.S. Navy certainly could engage the Iranian Navy and pretty much destroy it outright. But the Israeli Navy would have a really hard time pulling something like that off. But still, a huge thanks to you so much once again. Great to know that we have folks getting in trouble in naval science class. What a neat thing. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Fantasy Star, and helping us to keep this thing rolling. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we got some more breaking news. So let's listen up on this one. Right now, we're seeing more footage coming out, apparently showing a hit on central Tel Aviv at the very, very top, Enforcers, the very, very top post. Go up to the top, and this one right here. So that was another confirmed hit in Tel Aviv right here on camera.
And it does appear that we've also been able to get some pictures of the damage that was caused by one of the explosions a little bit further down, which I'll show y'all right here. And
yeah, that's a bad hit right there. That's a high-rise apartment building, by the way, not a military target. That's an apartment building with people in it. So, once again, Iran's back to the terrorism again, as you can tell.
Yeah, it does appear so. And it does appear that there's been a great deal of damage. It appears that the building was stripped bare of its outer superficial walls from this explosion. It appears that the foundations or the main support structure of the building is intact still, but this building has taken significant damage, and if there was anyone inside of it, which considering that there are a large amount of lights on, I'm assuming that there probably was, there could be a great deal of casualties and fatalities that came out of this attack and this missile impact here in this video, or picture more so.
So also, Enforcer, we're told that, believe it or not, after you see that really bad impact right there in Bet Yam, so far only about 12 lightly wounded Israeli civilians out of that really bad impact you see right there on that apartment building, which is miraculous, actually. And I'm kind of surprised there's not a fatality out of that because it looks that severe on the building. We're also told that apparently a shopping center in coastal plain was also hit, and there's been 5 to 6 confirmed impacts in central Israel. So a lot of confirmed impacts, actually, a lot of interceptions as well, but nonetheless, the air defense system simply can't get them all. Also, we do have a video, if you go down a little further, showing a fire in the central Tel Aviv area, apparently right in the middle of the city.
And we can see that fire. It appears to be blazing heavily right there. And that is, once again, confirming another impact. We have been able to confirm about 5 or 6 impacts. We were able to visually identify 2 or 3 of them on film just a moment ago. So we have been able to confirm about 60% of all of the impacts that have occurred so far in Tel Aviv, at least visually. We are still waiting for more information at this point about the attacks in Tel Aviv, but it does appear that the damage has been pretty heavy, and it does appear that we'll most likely be having to sit around and wait a little while to see what else is going to be happening as a result of this attack. In the meantime, however, I do want to make sure that we continue to get some questions and continue to stay diligent in our duties to get the chit chat with all of y'all, and thank y'all for helping us to keep this channel running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so this one goes to Joe Murray, who put in a very generous $50 donation, and thank you very much, Joe, for that massive support as well, and we do appreciate that very much. And Joe said, thank you for all you do, and would you agree with me that the U.S. president's clear statement that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and Israel being pounded with what appears to be hypersonic missiles, perhaps, that the U.S. will soon enter the conflict?
I have a feeling that the United States may soon enter the conflict due to the fact that the Iranians are threatening U.S. forces and assets within the region. I don't think we'll ever justify it as in we are responding to defend Israel. I believe that our justification at this moment is going to be that we were responding to Iranian aggression and attacks on U.S. forces within the region. But it's starting to become a lot more likely, at least to me, that the U.S. is going to be getting involved in this in some way, shape, or form here in the very near future. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on here to our next one. Also, real quick, we do have some more footage coming out right this second showing the damage in Beit Yam inside of Tel Aviv. The damage is bad. Go to the second post, by the way, and you'll see it. And then we also have another post at the very top showing some more damage in Rehovot in central Israel. But this right here is Beit Yam. This is the area that was struck by the Iranian ballistic missile. So far, only 12 lightly injured Israelis out of this horrible attack right here, which is crazy. Like I said earlier, I thought there'd be casualties, but look at that. That is some bad damage right there in that apartment building.
Also, Matthew, by the way, when while I'm showing the next clip, could you disconnect and reconnect to Discord, because there are some call issues, like it's getting a little robotic sounding, and I think we might need to reset the call. But moving on from this clip and on into the next one, in the meantime, we have been able to see some damage to a ballistic missile center, a ballistic missile impact scene in Rehovot in central Israel. And Matthew, could you give us some commentary on this to let us know what we're seeing, and also to make sure that the microphone is hopefully reset?
Yeah, it's just a really bad hit there on that apartment building. As you can see, also this is in Rehovot right here, I believe. So see a fire right there on the top of the building as well in that video.
Your microphone's coming through fine. I don't know why the Discord call does that sometimes. It's really weird. But anyways, we have been able to see that there was some decent damage that was caused inside of Rehovot, as well as the area of Bat Yam in Tel Aviv. I believe both of these areas, and let me go make sure. Let's make sure and check that all of these are in Tel Aviv. This is actually in the southern area of Tel Aviv. This would almost be considered a suburb of the city, and really, honestly, closer to Ashdod than it was to Tel Aviv. So it does appear that Iranian ballistic missiles did impact in a wide range of areas, all the way down from Rehovot and all the way up to, let's see here, I'm trying to see if I can find the name of the other location. Unfortunately, I'm having a hard time thinking of it. So we will just go with going back and looking straight at it. Bat Yam. So let me go put that in. Now let's see where this was. This was pretty much directly along the shoreline. But it actually appears that this attack in particular, at least based off of the spread we're seeing right now, pretty much hit all in the southern regions of Tel Aviv, from Rehovot up here to the area of Bat Yam, which is right along the beach. So the attack was significant. There was some missiles that made it through. The Israeli air defense did successfully intercept most, if not all, of the missiles, except for about 5 of them. But the 5 that did hit appears to have caused some decent damage in the surrounding areas. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from the information that we have at the moment. And we are going to be waiting for more additional details and information at this time about what's going on inside of the area. But Matthew, I do understand that we have some additional questions to answer in the meantime.
Yes, we do. Also, by the way, before we move on, we do have a little bit more news here. It looks like Iranian state media is out here saying, as loud as they possibly can, they're declaring that tonight the world will see Israel's arrogance brought to an end. That's what the Iranian media is saying right this second. So obviously some big, bad, bold words out of Iran once again. Also, we do have some more footage here. Let me go back and make sure we've got it. It looks like Twitter's having a bit of a problem once again. So let me make sure I've reposted it. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see. Reposted that one, reposted this one. Let's see if it popped up now on our profile. And this time it It did not. So I don't know what's up with that. We'll have to find out in just a minute. But we do have some more footage on a different side of news here, allegedly showing the nuclear power plant in the Iranian city of Karaj currently under attack, according to emerging reports and videos. Let's take a look and see. I've not had a chance to corroborate this footage, so let's see if it looks accurate.
Actually, this footage, we've seen this prior, actually, a good while ago, because this is the same
I
scaffold.
was wondering.
Yeah, this is the same scaffold that guy was on. So we cannot confirm what this is yet. So saying it's like a nuclear reactor or something, at least from the original poster, might be a little bit too presumptuous. We don't really know yet. So we'll have to wait and see for more picture and video evidence, but it appears that we've already seen this one before. So if you don't mind, Matthew, I'm going to undo that repost so that we're not having
I already took it away.
Oh, good. I did it on my screen as well. But with that, I hope we were able to at least address that well, or debunk that really quickly that came out for a moment. And with that, we are going to be moving back into our questions in the meantime. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Weasel Acres, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much for that support as well, good sir. He said, amazing job, guys, and thank you.
And a big thank you, Weasel Acres, for the support. And we'd love to do great work for all of y'all. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support from Long This. And they said, to be clear, guys, the Iranian missile hit a target, not the target. These are mass terror attacks.
I would agree. These are definitely mass terror attacks. The Iranians are hitting civilian targets without really any need, and there's no proof of any military activity being conducted around them. It is truly an act of terror that the Iranians are conducting right now. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $20 support from 49er Rob. And thank you, Rob, as well for that $20 support. He said, any thoughts on how to manage the power vacuum in Iran after the war is over?
I believe we should largely just kind of leave it to the Iranians and just kind of put down the radicals. Like, if we see any kind of ISIS cells popping up in Iran, I think we should get involved to put those down. But beyond that, I don't really think we should get involved in nation building in Iran, because the Iranian culture and people are much different than us. As long as it's not some sort of a radical Islamic regime, I mean, it could be like an Islamic emirate, like the UAE or Qatar, and that'd be fine. I think that'd be perfectly okay. But I don't really think we want to get into nation building in there and pretty much try and transplant federal republic style government like we have right into Iran, because I don't think that's really going to work. And so with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can. And I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to be another nice, very generous support here. So I'll scroll up to the top of the spreadsheet right now, trying to balance this news and trying to find as well. This one goes to Kirk Davis, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Kirk, for that support. He said, I love this channel and keep up the amazing work.
And thank you so much, Kirk Davis, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to keep up the amazing work thanks to support from folks like you. Kind of like PBS, the viewers who support this channel make it possible. So a huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than the Motorcycle Zero Show once again, who puts in a $12 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, once again for that support. He said, this isn't just about monetization. It's about the message and the importance of sharing it with the people. And isn't that the reason you started your channel? And go Bertadas and go from Justin.
Oh, and absolutely. That's why we make sure that there's no paywalls at all to our show. It's not a pay-to-play system. People can ask questions. We try and answer them the best we can. And if people want to, they can support, but they don't have to. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Wrench Guru, who puts in a $12 donation. And thank you very much, good sir. He said, as an Iranian, loving Israel for trying to get rid of the extremist government, and although the collateral damage on both sides is heartbreaking.
I would have to agree. The damage is, of course, unfortunate, and it's sad to see. But for the greater goal of dealing with a radical extremist government that was about to become nuclear armed, I think this is a very good outcome that we've seen so far, actually, compared to the alternative of what it could have turned into. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 support from Fortiker. Fortiker puts in a 10 and says, do you think if Iran targeted Haifa first to deplete Israel's Iron Dome so it can't respond to the attack on Tel Aviv?
I don't think so. I think the attack on Haifa actually was a specific attack to try and hit strategic targets throughout the city. I'm pretty sure that they weren't just going for the refinery. They were probably going after the port as well, because inside of these intermodal ports like these, there are these specialized container cranes that if you knock out, you pretty much knock out the entire port. And I think they were trying to go after that, but none of those missiles made it through, and they got shot down before they could make it into the port. And I think that's largely what was happening up in Haifa. I don't think it was an attempt to run out the interceptors. I think it was an actual attempt to try and knock out strategic targets inside the city. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Tyler Durden, who puts in a 10. And he said, can you guys ponder how many anti-air missiles the good guys have versus the 2,200 predicted Iranian rockets that they have, maybe based on the known assets in the area?
They probably have several thousand interceptor rockets available of all calibers and types inside of Israel right now. The thing is, though, is that there's only a limited availability to fire them. Just because you have those rockets doesn't mean they're fireable, because you have to load them into a launcher, find the targets with a radar, and then fire at them. And with that in mind, while the Israelis may have more interceptors than the Iranians have ballistic missiles, if the Iranians fire off enough ballistic missiles at a single time, the Israelis will run out of interceptors just because they will not have enough of them loaded into launchers to be able to fire because they have a limited number of launchers. As far as kind of the limit from what we know, the limit for the Israelis to deal with would be somewhere in excess of about 150 missiles coming in at a single time. If there was more than that or near to that, they'd pretty much be overrun. But if there's less than that, like we're seeing right now, they're not really being overrun. It's just that some of them are making it through because the interception rates are never 100%. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Roni B, who puts in a 10 and says, please don't show the impact shots. It sharpens the IRGC's aim, and my aunt lives in Bat Yam, real peoples and real lives, and appreciate what you're doing, and may the Persian people be free. And also, Roni, all the footage we show is all open source. None of it is stuff that is not already published on the internet. We simply have a really good knack for finding it a lot quicker than other people. So we do not show anything that would possibly violate OPSEC for any of the allied countries. We never do that. We've never done it with Ukraine or Israel. So whatever footage we're showing, it's already well publicized pretty much amongst various different sources. So I can assure you that it is not having any effect. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to agree with that. We make sure that our videos are not violating operational security, and also due to the fact that there are open running live cameras at this moment inside of Israel, especially around that area, even if we didn't show that footage, the Islamic Republic of Iran could easily still see the impact sites whether we were showing it or not. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and we always have operational security with our open source intelligence in mind. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kidon Israel, who puts in a 10 and says, this is going to be a repeat of 67, and the enemy is celebrating propaganda claiming victory, while Israel is actually wiping out the IRGC.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be a repeat. I would agree with you. And I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And I'm seeing that band hammer swinging. Like I'm watching the live chat, and the band hammer is swinging. I got to appreciate you, man. You're all not only helping us to find the news, really you're the one finding the news, because if I look for it, then it just cancels it out for both of us. You're also showing in that band hammer. I love to see it. But with that, big thanks to you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dev Bites, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Dev, for that $10 support. And we also appreciate that very much. And moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to none other than Noah Ater, who puts in a 5. He said, to my knowledge, the only known and confirmed failure of the F-35 have been due to non-combat related engine failure.
And yes, that is true. The only confirmed failures that we know of F-35s are mechanical failures where their engines may fail or something similar may fail, like a landing gear failure. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ernest Cowart, who puts into 5. And they said, what is the latest updates on the supposed attack on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad? And I have personal interest in the info. Sadly, we don't have any information that's new about it. We saw a video earlier, which was unconfirmed, alleging to show maybe some type of attack near the embassy, but we simply don't know. We also heard last night reports that the embassy was under some type of attack as well, but never got any real corroboration of it. So we're not really sure what those reports are about. Eyewitnesses were saying they saw something happening near the embassy, but it was not enough to confirm it, sadly. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's pretty much the same thing that I know. We don't really know a lot about what's going on at the embassy currently. There's been a lot of lack of detail about that, but it does appear that the embassy is secure and safe at the moment. I cannot guarantee that that will be the picture for long, though. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $5 super chat from Mitharanwadu Alvis. And I'm sorry for butchering your name. Your name is extremely complicated, but thank you very much for that $5 support. They said Shalom from Israel, or Shalom from Israel. Thank you for the coverage. And about Fox News, there is an IDF request not to record the strike areas as to not give the regime in Iran a way to calibrate their strikes better.
Oh, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But if that is the case, then I don't know why they would allow for the live cameras to be running in Tel Aviv right now. And I know that probably
that's directed at civilians. That's directed at civilians. It's not directed to like people like us. That's directed to the people on the ground inside of Israel. What the problem is, though, once it gets uploaded to the internet, it's forever. Like people are going to see it.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of OSINT scrapers out there from every country around the world right now, including Iran, that once they see that footage on Twitter, they are immediately scooping it out. So whether we're showing it or not is not really helping out a great deal at this point to not show the footage, because the scrapers have already gotten a hold of it, and they already have the open source intelligence available for the Iranians right now. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is a $20 super chat from Joe Aragana. And thank you very much, Joe, for that $20 support. He said, any worries about China supporting Iran since Iran supplies China with 90% of their oil?
I would say it's unlikely. We haven't even heard a statement from the Chinese Foreign Ministry yet about what's going on in Iran. So I would have a feeling that their support for the Islamic Republic of Iran is near to non-existent right now. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 20 from Terrence Custer, and he said, it's been a while since I donated, but I'm back now. And also, welcome back, Terrence.
Welcome back.
He said, have any Israeli fighters been shot down in LSA?
From what we've heard, there's been no Israeli fighters shot down, and the Iranians have never given confirmation for the loss of those 2 aircraft or the supposed capture of a singular pilot. So we have absolutely no information to confirm the loss of 2 Israeli F-35s. So with that, sorry, I'm like choking over here. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, moving on to our next one here. Excuse me, goodness. Our next one here is going to go to none other than, while I'm trying to scroll through this very long spreadsheet at this point, this one goes to VIII. And sadly, I do not know all the Roman numerals. That is way too high above my pay grade. But thank you very much for that $10 support, and we appreciate that very much. Also, we do have a $10 super chat from Carbon, who said, thanks for all the hard work, guys, and the U.S. might be involved soon, and interceptors are finite, and the launch facilities will need to be targeted in Iran, and it might not take a direct attack in U.S. forces.
Thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Thank you for enjoying the hard work. And I think that the U.S. might get involved soon. We already know that U.S. Ground, air, and sea forces are involved in the air defense with Israel. So it will most likely be likely that we'll see even more involved activity of the U.S. here in the near future. Also, Matthew, what the hell are you laughing at, man? Like, you're getting me almost cracking up over here.
I kept hearing you make those sounds in there. I was like, what was going on? And then you said, what was going on? I was like, oh, that's what's going on. It got me cracked up for a minute.
I was trying so hard, man. I'm not going to lie. I was trying so hard to get through that and not choke. And the more I kept going, the more I was choking. I was like choking on my spit because I tried to swallow and then I started talking too quickly. And then I was like, I was like, bro, I was like, I'm about to die over here. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, at least from what we know right now. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, everybody's saying VII is 7, so it's actually VIII. So
That's
I think
8.
that's like 8. Yeah, probably so, something like that. But anyways, moving on to our next super chat. This one goes to Peter Wells, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Peter, for that $10 support, and we appreciate that very much. He said, excellent coverage, and thanks for helping me to understand this rapidly changing crisis, and I pray for a regime change in Iran.
And I thank you for the support, and we are more than happy to give the news to all of y'all, and hopefully we'll see that there is a regime change in Iran eventually. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to none other than, let me scroll up to the top, make sure I've got them all, and yes, I do. This one goes to none other than Kedon Israel, once again, who puts in a 5 and says, this is no longer just about nukes. The only ends with the end of the IRGC and the regime in Iran.
And I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to cover the eventual regime change that might be happening in Iran before our very eyes right now. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to, let's see, let me scroll back up. This one is going to go to Mark Knight, who puts in a 5. He said, I've been following this channel from Dubai for over a year, and I really appreciate the work you guys are doing, and long live the LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and being from Dubai for over a year, and being on this channel for over a year. You haven't been in Dubai for a year, you've been there for over a year, but you've been watching this channel for about a year. And I thank you massively for the support, and of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and the Lee Spring Army will never die. Also, let's see, you know what? We'll keep it going. Matthew, I was kind of like entertaining a super chat cut off because the super chats have been coming in like crazy, and I was like, but we'll keep it going. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Ara A, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Ara, as well, for that support. And they said, hey, my people, and I feel the Iron Dome is getting tired that the USA had to step in and help out on these waves of attacks. And if the USA helps, this might get worse. And thanks for the updates, and hugs from Costa Rica.
And a big hello to Costa Rica. And a massive thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. As far as the missile interception is going right now, it is a little interesting to see the U.S. is starting to get heavily involved. It's possibly suggesting we'll get militarily involved offensively in the future as well, at least from what we're hearing right now. And so, I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. So huge thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next support here. This one goes to Interstate Chef once again. He throws in a second support, and thank you very much, Interstate Chef, for that support. He said, one more quick thing. Iran is firing missiles, and why do you think that Israel is not targeting the missile silos or firing mechanism of the missiles themselves? And LSA, and thank you.
And I thank you for supporting Interstate Chef. We actually mentioned earlier on stream, I wasn't sure if it was in my analysis or answering a question, that the Israeli Air Force actually is targeting and destroying some of those transport erector launchers. So we actually did say earlier that they were doing that. I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that quite well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a $10 support from R. Olson, and thank you very much, R, for that support. They said, Iran says more waves are coming yet again tonight.
And they most likely are. Really, this has been endless. Like, even when we go off air and go to sleep, it's endlessly going on, even as we're off air. It's a little bit insane. Like it's just nuts. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you who help to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running if it wasn't for folks like you. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Scott Isham, who puts in a 5. And he said, I think it's funny that Russia does not like what Israel is doing. Perhaps Israel say it's a special military operation, like they go tell that to everybody else, and go Israel.
Yeah, I would agree, but I do thank you for the support, and hopefully the Israelis will succeed in their military operations. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one is going to go to Simon Condon, who puts in a 5. And Simon says, no pun intended, he said, epic efforts, boys. You should be proud of yourselves. And LSA.
Oh my God, that's actually bringing one in, Simon says. But I got to say,
that was totally unintentional, actually.
Dude, that's why it was so funny, because I could tell you definitely didn't mean to do that. I was like, oh my Lord. I was like, that's actually pretty funny. But beyond that, thank you so much for enjoying the epic effort. I didn't think that we'd be on air pressing for another 5-hour stream again today. We've done this 3 days in a row, and yet we're still here, and we're still doing it. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, and we are on to the next one.
All right, so let's take a break from our super chats for a minute. We've got some massive breaking news breaking out right this second. We have heard of an attack on U.S. forces right now. 3 drones were launched toward a base housing U.S. forces in Iraq following Israel strikes on Iran, according to U.S. officials telling the AP. That is fresh right now that we're hearing. Right now, the Pentagon has called an emergency meeting to discuss Israel's request to intervene in the war against Iran. It is actually a full reversal of the statements that that President Trump just made a short while back, that we are not considering joining the war against Iran. This is a complete reversal of that. And right now, they are actively considering it at an emergency meeting at the U.S. Pentagon in Washington, D.C. So apparently the 3 drones that were fired at the U.S. military base in Iraq, they were all intercepted and neutralized, according to officials, right this very second. So the U.S. has the grounds at this point to actually get involved because now a base housing U.S. Personnel has been attacked, according to U.S. officials.
So now we are giving now we can be given a defensive casus belli to our entry into the conflict to protect our own interests and forces within the region and to respond for that reason. So we will most likely be seeing that will be seriously considered inside of the Pentagon later today. We're actually hearing about that meeting happening right now. We'll most likely hear the results of that meeting later today, and then we may see an entry of the United States into the ongoing conflict against the Islamic Republic of Iran. If that happens, we will be trying to get you all that information as quick as we can. However, for now, we are most likely just going to be continuing on with answering questions and covering breaking news as it happens live. Hopefully that happens, if at all, tomorrow when we could be up to cover another breaking news stream on that development. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best we can at the moment. A big thanks to Enforcer Matt for sharing that massive, momentous news with us. It does sound as though the United States may now get involved in the conflict. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, just a suggestion, Enforcer, you might want to maybe change part of the title to include U.S. base attacked, maybe in Iraq or something of that nature, because that is a very big story right there that might belong in the title, perhaps. But anyways, in the meantime, though, while you're thinking about changing the title, we're going to move on to our next super chat. This one goes to Carson Van McHuber, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Carson, for that support. And they said, this has to be the first war that is being streamed live 24/7.
Oh, no, that would be Ukraine. Ukraine was the first war that was streamed live 24/7, funnily enough. This war is just the second one, the major one that's been streamed live 24/7. We actually covered the India-Pakistan war 24/7, even the Nagorno-Karabakh wars that have happened while we've been on air. We've also been covering those pretty much on a 24-hour cyclical basis. So this isn't the first one to be live streamed, actually, funnily enough. It actually was Ukraine. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to, let's see, let me scroll up to the top. This one goes to Wrench Guru, who puts into 12. And they said, how many Mossad agents are active in Iran? And given how Persians feel about the regime, how effective are they in accelerating the collapse?
They appear to be wildly effective in taking out government officials, but as far as the actual number of them, we wouldn't even be able to take a shot at it. The amount of Mossad agents that would be involved in operations on the ground in Iran is most likely heavily classified. And so for that reason, we don't even have a shot in the dark at how many of them are actually inside of Iran at the moment. Although Mossad will most likely come out in maybe a couple of years and actually give a bit of a rough idea as to how many of them there were. I'm fairly certain it's probably a more shocking number than we'd actually expect. But still, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ben Bacon Bits, who puts in a 10 and says, thanks, peeps, and the great coverage and much more accurate than legacy media. And now, is there any chance you guys will get beehive haircuts like the B-52s? And sorry, I can't help it.
Thank you for the support. Beehive haircuts? Well, I mean, my hair might be considered beehive. I haven't gotten it cut in a good while. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, more breaking news right now. The Vice President of the United States has made an interesting statement. Currently, there is an ongoing military parade in Washington, D.C. right now. I also do not play that, by the way. That is copyrighted. The Vice President of the United States just said to the audience, the crowd, and also national television, that to the American people, this is addressed to, by the way, he says, we will never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to. I'm not sure if that is in reference to the Iran situation or what that is in reference to, but obviously in the context of the ongoing situation on our bases right now in Iraq, that does have some implications to it. So just to report on that real quick, that is currently what we're hearing. Also, people are asking what is the source for the drone attack information on the U.S. bases. That is coming from DoD officials. So straight from the source, there is no confusion about that. It is straightforward what that is. So that is the news right now. But with that, we're now moving on from that and into our next super chat, which goes to, let's see here. Let me scroll down. This one goes to Antonio Fergan, who puts in a 5 and said, what does Zelensky and Ukraine think of this whole situation in Iran? And I love watching you guys, and thanks.
And I thank you for the support. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to follow Zelensky's comments or statements at the moment on the ongoing situation in the Middle East. There's been so much to follow in just the direct back and forth actions between those two parties that pretty much everything else at this point has ended up going into the periphery because we've gotten practical tunnel vision on the Middle East right now. So with that, I unfortunately have to declare ignorance. I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Coldfire, who puts in a 5 and said, I'm not sure how much time you have, but you should join me for a game of Conflict of Nations. You'd be great.
And thank you so much for the support. I actually think I used to play that game years ago on my phone, I believe. I do thank you for the offer. Maybe one day I'll take you up on that. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Brian M., who puts in a 5 and said, this is getting crazy. The craziest since it's been since the 90s, and more so maybe. And if the Ayatollah and Supreme Leadership will ever end, is this the best time to end it?
I would say yes. I would say any given opportunity to destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would say yes. We should destroy them and see a new government take its place. That would be my opinion. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. I think you want to give her support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $20 super chat that just came in from The Planet is Dying. And thank you very much for that support. And they said, great job, and thank you.
And thank you so much for enjoying our great job and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. We are massively appreciative of it. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, shout out to Philip Fixes LSA for also putting in a 5. Sadly, Philip, we will have to save the train rabbit hole until another day because we are swamped today like crazy, and sadly, we won't be able to get to it. But thank you very much, Philip, for that support, and we do appreciate that. We also have a $5 super chat from Bungus. Also, big shout out to Bungus for that support. And then we have a $5 super chat from Desmond D'Angelo, who puts in a 5. He said, howdy there, 19 Delta Scout here. And what sequence of events do you guys believe would have to take place in order for Iranians to overthrow the regime?
I would say that, in my opinion, I think what we're watching right now might actually be necessary to overthrow the regime. Government officials being under the constant threat of death, having to escape the country, pretty much in exile to try and survive, that's going to leave a power vacuum that could lead to the remainder of the government being overthrown because of its weakening. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Brad Guitar Martin, Texas, who puts in a 5. He said, what high-value targets are even left inside of Iran?
Well, the committee's left, and there is a decent amount of the civilian government that's also left as well, and the military. Like, the top guys in the military have largely been killed at this point, but there's still a decent amount of people left to be wiped out. I couldn't name them off by name, but there is trust me on that, there's a decent amount of government positions that still haven't been wiped out yet, that they'll most likely be working towards wiping out here soon. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one goes to Logan Misiak, who puts in a 5 and said, how long will Israel's defense artillery even last? And Iran has thousands of missiles, and will the U.S. supply more missiles to Israel if they're low?
Yes, the U.S. will supply more missiles to the Israelis if they are low, and we are already getting involved in helping them to actively defend their airspace. The Israelis have several hundred or quite a large number of interceptors for all different types of platforms that they have, but all combined they have thousands. And that means that even though the Iranians have thousands of ballistic missiles, the Israelis have just a couple of hundred more interceptors to be able to shoot those down with. So technically they have enough. But if they ever need to have it replenished, the United States will most likely conduct a rapid resupply of their air defense forces and also take up a large part of the operations to defend the skies over Israel. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. A big thanks to you once again for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Shubi Dubi, who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much for that support. They said a Chinese military transport plane, CLX 9735, turned off its transponder, and entered Iranian airspace some 30 minutes ago. And what are your thoughts?
I would say I couldn't really give any thoughts on that. We've seen Chinese aircraft showing up everywhere. We've seen them showing up in Lebanon. We've seen them show up in Russia. We see them show up in Iran. I don't really think there's going to be a lot that's going to be provided off of a single Chinese military transport aircraft. I believe it's a J. Dang, what's the name of that thing, Matthew? What's the name of those transport aircraft? It looks like a C-17, but it isn't. It's like an A-20 or something along those lines. I
was
don't
about to say JC-130, but I think that's wrong. I don't know why I thought that.
I think it actually is an A-20 plane. Let me check. No. Let's see. Chinese C-17. Let's just put this in. The Xi'an Y-20. So I had the number right, but this is it. These don't really carry a lot in terms of payload, so I'm having a feeling it's probably not going to be bringing in much of anything. So it might be diplomatic staff, might be some sort of an envoy, maybe, but nothing too severe or big. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you for supporting helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, quick news update real quick. We're currently waiting to hear the results of the Pentagon emergency briefing and meeting that's taking place right now. We are waiting to hear what the result of that is going to be following the attack that DoD officials have informed the American public about on one of our bases in Iraq that houses U.S. personnel. That's what we're currently waiting to hear at the moment. And meanwhile, we are moving on to our next one here, which goes to Travis IHS08 once again, who said, do you have a Discord server, and what is the name of the server?
We do not have a Discord server. There are some fan community servers, and I think that some of those fans might be able to get you onto that Discord server, hopefully, here in the live chat. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a 5 from Christopher Legg. And he said, thanks for all the work you guys do. And can you see Iraq entering the war? And big support from the cousins across the pond.
And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running all the way from the UK, Christopher. And I do not see the Iraqis joining the war. The Iraqis generally try and remain neutral because their government is largely unstable and they have a lot of domestic issues that they have to deal with first. And they are still dealing with those at the moment. And so I would say they're going to peace out, and they still have peaced out. They're peaced out pretty much permanently. And so a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next super chat here. This one is going to go to, it's going to be a $5 super chat, that is, from Mithranrudu Alvis, who says, if the IDF lost 2 F-35, I'm losing my testicles. Not happening.
Well, luckily you won't have to lose your testicles. The F-35s were not shot down, so you can save your balls for another day. So a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And also, Matthew, did we get the 20 from Ken?
That one's coming up next.
Oh, all right. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one does go to Ken, who put in that $20 support. He said, any reports about civilian Iranians staging attacks against IRGC bases?
We haven't heard about that at the moment. It's not entirely impossible to say that will eventually happen, but at the moment, we have not heard of any developments that would even suggest something like that. So it seems as though that's highly unlikely, if not impossible. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Long Dust for throwing in another $20 support. And we do appreciate that, Long Dust, very much. And once again, thank you for helping to keep the channel running. And we do appreciate your support and also for being a longtime channel viewer as well. And we're also going to grab our next one here, which goes to Dalton Glover, who puts in a 5. And thank you, Dalton, as well for that support. And we appreciate it very much. And with that, we're now moving on to our next one, which goes to Scott, who puts in a 5. And he said, the U.S. is not jumping in. The U.S. ran the Houthis, and plus Putin, and also we can't read this one, sadly, it's too political, but thank you, Scott, for that support, and we do appreciate that as well. We also have a 5 from Emmy, who said, any theories as to why Israel hasn't declared an official war on Iran and vice versa?
Wars just simply are not really declared anymore, weirdly enough. Like, and that sounds weird, and I'd agree. I think official declarations of war should still be a thing. But nobody really declares war anymore. It's just that you generally assume you are in a state of war once you reach a certain point. And these two countries are clearly in a state of war at the moment. And so with that, I thank you for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Brian M., who just threw in a very generous $50 support. And thank you very much, Brian, for that support. And we do appreciate that. And of course, it helps keep us running. And he said, what is the percentage of missile launch sites known to the U.S. Air Force?
The missile launch sites are not hardened silos to where we can identify them with satellite imagery. These are transport erector launchers, basically mobile truck-based launchers that are firing off these missiles. And for that reason, we really cannot know where they are until they fire. We can get satellite pictures to kind of show where those vehicles are being based out of, or logistical infrastructure that would support their operations, such as motor pools and repair facilities specialized to take care of those vehicles. But beyond that, because they are on mobile TELs, it's very hard to track them down. But with that, I thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $5 support from Christopher. And thank you very much, Christopher, for that support. And also shout out to CW for the $2 support as well. And we do appreciate that. And we also have a $20 support, which just came in from Avari Mandabratis. And he said, did you read my prior super chat about possible terror attacks against the United States and what USN forces are near Iranian ports that can take out naval forces? And what about bunkered forces in Iran?
And thank you for the support, Avari. I believe we did read the prior super chat, if I'm not mistaken. But as far as the U.S. Navy being near Iranian ports, currently the USS Carl S. Vinson Carrier Strike Group is somewhere around the Arabian Sea or the Indian Ocean, and would be the closest one to be called onto theater at this moment. So we could see that the USS Carl S. Vinson could deal with the Iranian Navy single-handedly along with its strike group. As far as the second question goes, there are bunkered forces in Iran. The Israelis are currently targeting and attempting to destroy those, and it's actually very easy to deal with those. You just blow away the pretty much the entrance into those facilities and just trap everyone inside and let them suffocate. But with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you for the support of Ari Mondebratis and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you who have been old Garden Channel legends, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it rolling. And so a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support, which just came in from Jake Lee, who says money.
All right, and thank you so much for the support and help this channel keep on running. I made it very simple, Jake Lee, but I do massively appreciate it, and it helps this channel to keep rolling, and it helps us to keep this news on air. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a 20 from Benjamin 3. And thank you very much, Benjamin, as well for that support. He said, I'm sitting here courtside, Kuwait. Oh, nice. He said, if IRGC gets toppled, who do you think is going to replace him?
That's a good question. If they got toppled, who knows? Because there's a decent amount of support for a constitutional monarchy or a presidential republic in Iran right now by the public. So any form of government that goes along those lines might actually have a good chance of succeeding. So it's kind of like half and half, in my opinion. Could be a presidential republic or a constitutional monarchy, and we'll just kind of have to see how the dust settles once a new interim government is formed. And so with that, I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a very generous $50 super chat that just came in from the Average Enthusiast. And thank you very much, Mr. Average Enthusiast, for that support. He said, first-time listener here, and hands down the best live stream I've ever heard on any topic. And thank you for that, by the way. That's huge praise. He said, keep up the great work.
And a huge thank you to you, Average Enthusiast. And also really cool to know that you're a first-time listener. I thank you massively for supporting the first-time listening. That's a huge amount of trust that you already have in the channel, and we thank you greatly for that. And also thank you for saying that we're the best live stream you've ever heard on any topic. That is incredibly high praise, like more higher than we could ever expect, because there are a lot of great live streams out there and a lot of good YouTube channels. And it's really crazy to hear that you would give such high praise to ours the first time listening to it. I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running and helping us to keep up the great work, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to do it. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have another $50 super chat, this time from Dark Mode UI, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Dark Mode UI, for that support. They said, Breaking Points is terrible because of Crystal.
And I don't know what Crystal is, and I don't know what Breaking Points is either, unfortunately. Do you know what it is, Matthew?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I was trying to figure out what that meant. I'm not sure. If they want us to address it, we might need some clarification on that.
We might need some clarification, Dark Mode DUI, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to declare ignorance on that because I don't know what Breaking Points or Crystal is. But I do thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one. But a huge thanks once again.
Yes, indeed. And our next one goes to Anna, who puts in a 3 and says, if the IRGC falls, what does it mean for the Ukraine-Russia war?
If the IRGC falls, which really, I guess the question is that a lot of people are asking about the IRGC, is about the Islamic Republic of Iran. If the Islamic Republic fell, what would that mean for Russia? It wouldn't really mean much because Russia doesn't have a lot of dealings with the Middle East on a major scale. It does appear that inside of Syria, there's some limited dealings, and with Iran, they have some transactional economic dealings. But beyond that, if the Iranians collapsed, it probably wouldn't mean too much for the Russian Federation in the Middle East. They still would be in Syria in a very limited form, and it would just generally mean that that country has collapsed and it's no longer even close to being in a Chinese-Russian sphere. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And also, I just realized that a lot of people are mentioning what that was about breaking points. Apparently, that's some sort of a YouTube channel or something. I've never heard of the YouTube channel, unfortunately. Like, I'm not saying that like to diss on people because, like, I hate to say it, YouTubers like have some pretty big egos, and when someone says they haven't heard of them, someone's going to go over there and be like, I haven't heard of you, and like they're going to take it as an insult. So let me really quickly go and find it so that way I can see what it is. Let's see here. Oh, they've got, let's see, 1.4 million subs. So I've never heard of them, actually, and it seems like they're political, so that's probably why I haven't heard of them. But with that, I would have to say, still have to declare ignorance, because I actually don't know that YouTube channel or that person to speak about them. But still, a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat from JC Atkins, and he puts in that 10 and says, hello, LSA family and friends, and I sure would like to get most of the Tomcats you mentioned earlier back undamaged. And keep up the great work, gentlemen, from your favorite LSA Navy NCO.
And a big thanks to you, JC Atkins, for the support and help of the channel to keep on running. It would be nice to see the F-14s return home intact to the United States, but the chances of that are unlikely, because we actually ended up destroying completely all of the F-14s that we retired, unless if they're on static display somewhere, and even still, they were completely gutted of their parts, so that way Iran couldn't try and smuggle more parts out of the country to try and keep their F-14s flying. So I have a feeling they're most likely going to get destroyed eventually at some point, which is a shame, but it's kind of just a march of time, really. But a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And Matthew, I gotta say here, do we have any more breaking news coming out, at least at this moment?
So right now, it looks like we're in a bit of a lull period. Let me double check, though. Let's see here. We do have some more footage showing the attack on Tel Aviv from earlier, which is from new angles we have not seen yet, which might be very interesting for the audience to see. Let's see here. That appears to be all we have, though, at the moment.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Something about this.
Looks fake.
That looks fake. That's like, dude, that missile moved like it was drawn like a hand cell, like, you know, like in Snow White and the Seven Dwarves and Disney. So I think we might want to unpost that one. So we're gonna undo that, and then we're gonna go on to this one, because this one is real. We can't see the impacts in the distance. That's pretty wild. We're looking at them from like a rearward view.
A rearward view.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time speaking, man. But we can also see some more damage in Bamiyat. We see the same high-rise, a new view of the damage.
That's very severe damage, too, by the way. That's very bad.
And that's the end of that clip, but still, once again, showing us the attacks on Tel Aviv. But considering that we are largely seeing a lull in the news, and also considering that we've almost been on air for 5 hours again straight, I do want to make sure that we start to round this thing out so that we were not getting too worn out. I think we've covered most of the major developments at the moment. The other developing situations are most likely going to be happening here in, say, a couple of hours. So for that reason, we're going to start rounding this thing out. We're going to be addressing the remainder of the super chats that we have at this moment, and then we're going to be moving on off air for a little bit so that way we can have a break and a breather, and we're probably going to have to come back to this tomorrow with another breaking news segment again. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So, in the meantime, let me go ahead and prepare my little chat cutoff message. And we are now moving on to our next one, which goes to Samuel Sizamonski, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Samuel. He said, I've been here since the Wagner coup, and crazy to see how the channel's grown. And keep up the good work, and always fun to be here. And y'all must mispronounce my name on Sundays. And long live the LSA.
I'm so sorry for mispronouncing names. We always mispronounce names. But I do thank you so much for the support and help this channel to keep running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep it rolling. And by the way, folks, before I move on into the next one, considering that we still have 17.2 thousand people here live, if y'all have been enjoying the stream so far, please make sure to subscribe. We'd love to see y'all join our channel here on the Enforcer, specifically our community here in the Lee Spring Army. We would love to have y'all here, and we would love to know that y'all are here with us every single day, like he is, who's enjoying this channel. He's been enjoying it since the Wagner coup. That happened in the middle of 2023, and if he can enjoy it for 2 years, everyone can. So please make sure to subscribe. We would love to have y'all all here, and we would love to make sure that we get to tell y'all all of the major news and developments going on around the world every single day. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, Matthew, I was just wondering, did we get the one from Brian M?
Brian M should be at the top of my spreadsheet here. Let me go check. Let's see here. My spreadsheet's getting very crowded. Let me see. Let's see. Brian M. No, we need to get to that one.
Okay, gotcha. I was just wanting to make sure. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one does go to Brian M., who just threw in another $50 donation. And thank you very much, Brian, for that $50 support. And we also appreciate the second or third, I think, support of the night. He said, gotta say, you dudes keeping it real and steak eggs on me.
Hey, and thank you for the steak and eggs on you. We're massively appreciative of that, because we're probably going to have to go and get some steak and eggs after this show is over, because it's 8 o'clock our time, and we start running the stream at 3:20. Woo! Man, that's a long show right there. That's a long one. There's a lot of people out there who run shows, like, hell, there's I don't really think there's a lot of people beyond the folks here in the news segment. The only one I can think of that does it this long, and is good, because the hot dog man doesn't count worth a damn, is Agenda Free TV. He does like 12-hour shows. I still, honestly, man, even with his lower intensity kind of like coverage he does, I still don't know how he does it for 12 hours. The guy has got some stamina and commitment. And I really appreciate him for that. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and supporting our Steak and Eggs Fund, because we are eventually going to need it. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have another $50 support. This time, this one is going to go to Neo the One, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Neo, for that support. Also, by the way, just a quick note to everybody else. Sadly, we will not be able to read your super chat off if you put one in beyond this point. We do appreciate the support, but we will have to bring the stream to an end here shortly. So we'll have to round out with the ones we've got. But thank you all once again. But back to Neo's super chat with the $50 support. They said, first-time listener and subscriber, and love listening to you both. And great work, gentlemen, and thank you very much.
And welcome to the Enforcer channel, and welcome to our amazing community, the Lee Spring Army, or the LSA as it's called in the chat. I got to thank you so much for the support, and I got to thank you for enjoying this channel and being here for your first time. I hope we've made a good impression. We usually try and run streams as professionally and as well researched and accurate as we can every single night, and I hope that tonight we met the mark again for another 5-hour marathon link stream. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and also, did you get my text?
Let's see here. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't actually get that there. So, we will be moving on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from John O'Donnell. And John O'Donnell said, thank you for what you do. I have a question. What is the likelihood that Iran will activate their sleeper cells in the U.S.? And where do you think it will happen first? I don't really know if they have, well, they have sleeper cells. We all know it. They probably will activate the sleeper cells, and if they do, we'll just have to deal with them when they pop up. I don't really think we should start crushing civil rights or the rights of citizens to try and find them. When they commit the crimes, we will find them and we will hold them accountable. And I think that's largely how we should deal with it. And so a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $10 super chat from Average Enthusiast. And Average Enthusiast said, someone will have to explain to me what LSA means. LSA means Lee Spring Army, and it's the name of the community here on the Enforcer channel. channel. It was originally founded over 3 years ago. It's well into its fourth year of life at this point, and it is a pro-American and pro-Western community supporting American and Western interests around the globe. And so, if you are a patriot of the United States and you believe in supporting American and Western interests around the globe, then you are absolutely welcome here in the Lee Spring Army, which is the community of the Enforcer channel. So, a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we also have a 10 from JR Does Stuff. And JR Does Stuff said, congrats on 377,000 subscribers. And hey, a big thanks to you. And a big thanks for congratulating us on 377,000 subscribers. We're actually about to be getting on up to 378,000, meaning that we got about 10,000 subscribers in a single day, which is pretty crazy to see. And so, a big thanks to you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. I hope that does address that well. And I know that these super chats came in past the cutoff, unfortunately, and we cannot address super chats that have come in past the super chat cutoff because we're wanting to make sure to get to everyone else's and thank them for their time and also their support. But a big shout out to Ben Bacon Bits and Strewn for y'all support. Ben Bacon Bits through into 5 and Strewn through into 2. We are massively appreciative to both of y'all because y'all are helping this channel to keep on running. Moving on from that and on into our next ones. And goodness gracious, folks, I don't know how it is. The super chats are getting longer and longer every night. I think today we had about 140 of them from what I'm reading right here. But moving on into our next one, we have another $5 super chat from Multigamer343. And Multigamer said, if the U.S. joins in on the Iran-Israel war, would that be the start of World War III? I don't think so. It would almost be the start of the invasion of Iraq in 2003 again. It pretty much used to be a coalition action against a singular country. So I wouldn't really consider that to be a world war per se. But with that, also a big happy birthday to Andy4C, an old guard and channel legend. Happy birthday to you today. I hope you've been having a great day. And moving on from that, we also got a $2 super chat from Austin Worthington. And Austin Worthington said, thank you for both for the coverage. And hey, thank you so much for enjoying both of us in our coverage. We try our best here. And Enforcer Matt and me, I think we make a great team here on air and covering the news. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $2 super chat from Kindred1. And Kindred1 said, Haifa is where the Israeli nuclear power plant is. And is it? I actually do not know that. I'll have to look into that a little bit more. Let me check. Here we go. The Haifa power plant. Yeah, those do look like reactors to me. Is this a nuclear power plant? Is it a nuclear power plant? I'm supposing it has to be a nuclear. Actually, it might be gas. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep it running and sharing that info with us. And so with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $2 super chat from Florida Camera. And Florida Camera said, "Rock 'em, boys! Day of Judgment continues." And the Day of Judgment sure as hell does continue for sure. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one, which is a $2 super chat from Fish Are Relaxing. And Fish Are Relaxing said, major fuel fire in Tehran. Also, major assassination. And we did cover that, Fish Are Relaxing, and a big thanks to you for the support. And moving on from that, we also got a 2 from Tim Morgan, who said, just because. And hey, I appreciate you for supporting the channel just because. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one, which is a 2 from Spidey. And Spidey said, Hypersonic can actively maneuver in phase. And that's the U.S. definition. The Russians and everyone else pretty much just says, thing goes fast, and that's it. They don't really have to be able to evade by most definitions, but the U.S. says that it has to evade, and that pretty much is generally correct. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are making our victory laps here, folks. We have about 10 super chats left. A big shout out to DEU Bowen, by the way, for throwing in a 20. It is after the super chat cutoff. I thank you for the massive support, though. And we are going to be rolling on through our last 10 super chats or so. We have just about that many left. And then we're going to be answering a limited number of live chat questions. And then we're going to be rounding this thing out. And so with that, Matthew, take it away.
All right, so jumping into our next one here. This one goes to the average enthusiast who puts in a $10 donation and says, someone will have to explain what the LSA means to me sometime.
Well, I thank you for the support. And I actually think we did cover that one. And we did explain what the LSA meant. And so I thank you for the support, average enthusiast. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to none other than Noah Atter, who puts in a 2. And he said, today also marks the U.S. Army's birthday.
And yeah, happy birthday, 250th anniversary to the U.S. Army. And a big thanks to you for the support, Noah Adder, and helping this channel to keep on running. It's just been such a freaking busy day. I completely forgot about that, actually. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Manny B, who puts in a 2 and says, warheads on big foreheads, they say.
That's a pretty good one. And I got to thank you for the support, Manny B, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ryan S, who puts in a 2 and says 24-hour streams, 12-hour shifts.
Oh, if we did that, oh my goodness, we would be overwhelmed. There's just too much to do right now for just a singular one of us to do it. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. So massive thanks once again, and we are on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to Blazat, who puts in a 2, along with Cloud9 Rhythms, who also puts in a 2. And we also had one from Jay Hernandez, who threw in a $2 support as well. And thank you to all three of you as well for keeping the channel running. We also have a 2 from Wolftron3K, who said, has Israel taken damage or casualties at all?
Israel has taken damage and casualties in multiple different areas throughout the course of the attack. So yes, and I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, let's see here. Let's see. Okay, I'll return back to that. I might have a little bit more breaking news here in just a second. But this one goes to Hellhound, who puts in a 2 and says, has there been any F-35s down by Iran?
Absolutely none from what we've been able to hear. And so I thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Chris Loudamy, who says, bye-bye, Miss Iranian Army, LSA.
I like that one. And I thank you for the support, Chris Loudamy, and thank you for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jeffrey Walker, who puts in a 2. And thank you, Jeffrey, as well. They said, on behalf of Galaxy Princess 28.
Hey, and thank you so much for support, and thank you for doing that on the behalf of Galaxy Princess 28. And thank you for the massive support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we got a 2 from Jerry Joyner, who said, thank you for what you guys are doing.
And thank you, Jerry Joyner, for enjoying what we do and supporting it and helping it to keep on running. And with that, folks, a big shout out to Orosin, by the way, for the support. It is after the cutoff, so we can't address it, but a big thanks once again. And with that, folks, we are on to our final super chat. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Scott, who puts in a 2. He said, thank you in supporting Ukraine from day one.
And we are absolutely more than appreciative and thankful to know that we were able to support Ukraine and still do to this day. It's an amazing thing to know that we get to support American and Western interests around the world, including those in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia, including everywhere else as well. We are entirely honored to be in this position, and we know that it's a very fortunate and kind of a lucky thing that we get to do here, getting to talk to all of y'all every single day. I got to thank you all so much once again for being here with us so far, at least at this moment. We're about to be rounding this thing out almost entirely, and we have had 560,000 views so far, and we are just shy, actually, crazily enough, of getting 10,000 subscribers over the course of the day today. I cannot say enough how thankful and how appreciative we are to know that so many of y'all, like you, Scott, have been here enjoying this channel while we've covered so many things that have been in the purview of American and Western interests around the entirety of the globe. And we are happy to know that we can continue to do that well into the future, and we are massively appreciative of y'all's support and y'all's continued time that y'all spend watching this channel and getting the news here from every single day's events. And so with that, we are going to be moving on now into a small amount of additional breaking news, and then we're going to be moving into a few live chats, most likely just 3, and then rounding out this stream. And so Matthew, what do we have?
Okay, so right now we are still hearing that the emergency meeting is ongoing at the Pentagon right now. We have not heard anything out of that meeting, but the U.S. president did announce the emergency meeting. He's the one who apparently called it at the Pentagon. And a lot of sources are speculating this is probably the beginning of the entry of the U.S. to join the fight against Iran soon. The Pentagon has confirmed the meeting will focus mainly on whether the U.S. should enter the conflict or not. Previously, this was not up for debate. The U.S. president made it clear he was not wanting to join the war, but after this little 3 drone attack on our base, now things are changing dramatically. So we're going to have to wait and see. Most likely, we will not have the answer on stream tonight. We'll have to wait and probably post it on Twitter and probably cover it tomorrow on our live stream or our short war video. So that is the breaking news.
And so with that, it does appear that the United States is now seriously considering an entry into the war. With that, we are now going to be getting into 3 live chat questions. I also have to say that tonight we are going to be waiving the Morse code decoding. The message is the same as all the prior nights. We just have not had time to change out the Morse code yet. A big shout out to the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps for continuing to get the Morse code message correct every single night, even when it's identical, one after the other. But we will be getting on into 3 live chat questions, and then we'll be rounding out the stream for the night. And so with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And that question is going to go to ISO, who said, Enforcer Matt and Enforcer, did we ever find out what the orb was that was burning over Tehran?
Apparently, the orb was some kind of a hoax made up by the people on the ground in Iran. We never got pictures or proof of the thing, so I'm believing that the orb of judgment may have just been some sort of a hoax from the ground down there. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. Really a letdown. I was really wondering what it was too. I was really kind of like caught up, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" And apparently, it was nothing. It was just fake. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
All right, and this one is going to go to, let's see here. This one is going to go to Knox Date, who said, is the chance of Russia joining still low, or is it in the realm of possibility?
The chance of Russia joining the conflict is very low at this point. I'd say it's almost next to zero, in my opinion, because if they haven't joined so far, they're probably never going to join. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who was the last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is Blaze Gamer, who said, why do the authoritarian states always target civilians, even if it's ineffective and often has the adverse effect?
I don't know. That's a great question. I guess in their minds, somehow, with how their dictatorships survive and function and the kind of mental thinking that these people have, they think it's the best thing to do to just attack civilians and take it out on them. And then pretty much just let them live in fear, I guess. I don't really know what the logic is behind it because it never works, and it always ends up screwing them over even more so because instead of using their precious munitions and weaponry on the enemy's military, they use it on the civilians instead, and that doesn't really produce much of any results for anyone. It actually hurts them more. I generally say that the person in the chat who said they were dumb is right. I think that really is just the basic answer. It's because they're dumb. I can't really come up with any better answer for it. But with that, we have reached the end of this stream. I'm going to thank you all so much once again. Crazy enough, we're rounding it out at exactly 5 hours long right now. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be able to run this stream for all of y'all once again. I have to tell y'all that it is something. It is really something that we've run 3 of these things in a row. We have ended up making the 3 longest streams in channel history without even getting close to any other streams in length. Like, none of them get close. And we've set 3 new record length streams day after day right now trying to cover this. I thank you all so much for watching this. It is a lot, it takes a lot of energy at this point to keep going because it feels like we just work all day at this point, sleep, and then wake up and do it again without drinking or eating or anything. And I thank you all so much once again for watching. I mean, man, you got to be feeling that way. You had to go get a snack. I mean, like, we're like starving to death around here right now.
I've literally eaten white bread for 2 days straight. Literally just white bread slices.
Yeah, like white bread without even butter. Like, that's like how tough we're roughing it out here to make sure to get you all the news. I know I'm so happy to know that y'all appreciate that, by the way. Like, we love to know that we're actually doing y'all a great service getting y'all the news. It's a great thing. That's why we do all this and put ourselves through such effort. I woke up this morning, folks, and when I was making that video, which actually, by the way, is actually done wildly well, which I'm shocked by. I had to sit there and I leaned my head back and I literally said, Lord, give me the strength, because I was just so tired. And I was telling Matthew before we even went on the air today, I was like, man, I'm so tired. Like, these things are wearing me out. So I hope that we don't have to run another one of these tomorrow and we can just run our normal full-length stream, which is like 3.5 hours long, which is shorter than these, thank God, at 10 p.m. Eastern time. If not, we will see you all again tomorrow in the middle of the day for another 5 hours to cover everything that's going on, because we're going to be here and trying to cover this as best as we can. We're hanging in, folks, and we're going to make sure to get you all the news. And so a big thanks to you all so much once again for watching, and we will see you all tomorrow. And if there is enough news to make it in the middle of the day, and there's no question about that, there will be, Matthew will be making that video. And if there is way too much news to the point that we have to make a live stream to cover it, y'all can guarantee that we will be out here making another breaking news live stream again. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all once again for joining us on another historic day of news coverage, one of the following days of this massive regional war between Iran and Israel. And also, shout out to almost 600,000 people that joined us by the end of the stream. That's well over 500,000 people that have watched by the end. We appreciate every single one of you. So make sure you smack that like button as well to be notified of our further updates about our live streams and our videos as well. And in the meantime, we will see you all tomorrow. And also, if you want real-time, up-to-date, real-world updates, you can get get those on our Twitter page. Our Twitter handle is @It'sTheEnforcer, and I'm over there 24/7 on Twitter. So if there's news happening, you'll see me talking about it over there and also tweeting about it and retweeting news as it happens. But with that, thank you all once again. Good night and get some rest, and we'll see you on the next one.
Future